Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 90.5 KCSU's very special state championship broadcast. Today we'll be doing coverage of the 3A state championship game between the Meade Mavericks and the Thompson Valley not Golden Eagles. They
Just
are
the
very gold, but
Eagles.
they are Eagles.
Yes, sir.
My name is Phoenix Barons. Alongside me is Gideon Agner. It's an honor. We've finally made it. This is the last game of the season for both these squads, and we're going to be seeing a bunch more state championship games later on today. But
Yes, sir.
today is going to be kicked off here in Canvas Stadium with none other than the 3A state championship game.
You joined us. The point has just happened. Pike, Thompson Valley is going to be receiving. Meade won the toss and will be deferring to the second half. So we shall see how this ends up for Meade, but Thompson Valley looks very pumped. We see Senator Seth Castle running back to the sideline, ready to have a good day with his fellas.
It'll be a phenomenal one. I cannot wait to see this matchup go between the two squads. Thompson Valley comes in undefeated. They have not lost a single game. Meade, they've only lost one game, but they have been phenomenal throughout all season. It's been tremendously fun to watch. I'm excited.
Well, yeah, I've seen Meade twice this season. I saw Thompson Valley twice last season. Both these teams. I mean, Coach Steele, I was able to talk to Coach Steele, the head coach of Thompson Valley yesterday, and he said, this is a game where it's like looking in a mirror. This is as close as it is going to get.
I can't wait. It's going to be a phenomenal matchup. We're going to kick it to a quick timeout, but we will be right back with the kickoff of the 3A state championship. You're checking out KCSU's special state championship broadcast.
With that, and always will bring you sports.
Welcome back to KCSU's special broadcast state championship game. We have officially kicked off the 3A state championship between the Meade Mavericks and the Thompson Valley Eagles. Meade kicked it off to Thompson Valley, and they will start from the 32-yard line. Cannot wait to see this one get underway.
And Joseph Uratia is the one that returned that kickoff for about 20 yards, transferred here from school in South California over the summer.
All right. Nothing going for Meade. Standing them up at the line of scrimmage. Joseph Uratia trying to find something, but only got a gain of 2.
Yeah, Uratia, he is a shifty player, plays both receiver, running back, and cornerback for the Thompson Valley Eagles.
Thompson Valley line up right on the I-4. Finley Lucas is under center for the Eagles.
Yeah, freshman starting on varsity.
Sweep to the right, looks for a hole, and it gets a couple of yards and stopped at the 37-yard line. Joseph Uratia once again on the ground. It is now 3rd and 3.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at Thompson Valley wearing their black tops with black bottoms, white helmets with the wings on the side, and Meade exact opposite, whites, both helmet, tops, and pants.
They're down now. Has them lined up on the right hash of the field. Handoff up the middle. Uratia stopped once again and just short of the first down. It is 4th and 1. Meade gets the 3-and-out stop, and now the punt team coming on for the Eagles.
Yeah, the punter, Elijah Metzger, he is actually one of the better soccer players in the region. Over the span of 3 games this season, I believe he had 6 goals for the Golden Eagles. And, well, we'll see how his leg does here.
They try to get the punt off, but a flag is out, and it looks like it's going to be a false start against the Eagles.
This is exactly what you don't want if you're Thompson Valley. Immediately just giving your opponent free field position. And the Meade fans on the opposite side of the stadium, visitor side of the stadium, are going crazy. You can hear them all the way up here, and it sounds like they brought cowbells.
Mavericks, when you're in that country area, you got to bring the cowbells. Elijah Metzger back to punt for the Eagles. High snap, goes behind bobble. He's running to. He looks for a receiver. He gets it.
Oh!
Yes, Bebo. What a play!
Ended up running into his own teammate. That's the only reason that Bebo went down there, but Metzger with the incredible save to keep this from going terribly for the Eagles. Now, all of a sudden, instead of on defense, the offense gets 4 more downs.
Botched high snap from the punt team. Was Bobo able to fire it out and get the first down that they needed? It is now 1st down for the Eagles at the 49-yard line.
And Lucas, he almost looks a little bit confused.
So he runs up the middle. He finds almost gets the first down. It looks like I'm going to give it to him. 10-yard game for Joseph Uratia.
And it looks like it was number 10 for me, Charles Baker, on the tackle there. Managed to get all the way from the left side to the right to bring Uratia down.
Down there now in Meade territory. Finley Lucas under center again in the I-form, straight to the left side. Got slot receivers out to the left. And QB keeper right up the middle. He's going to keep going. He's not going to.
He's free! He's free! The right falls down! Touchdown by Finley Lucas.
It looks like they weren't going to give him the first down. It was going to be 2nd and inches. And on a QB sneak, able to run it up the middle, bounced out to the right. The ref even fell over trying to catch up to them. And it's a great way for Thompson Valley to get a touchdown off of what was originally a botched punt. And now they're lining up in a field goal position. for the extra point.
And this has turned from worst case scenario to best case scenario for
Oh,
the
they both
Eagles. Oh,
he's running for two, and he's
stopped at the
stopped at
1 yard
the 1
line. Now, Lucas, it's actually kind of funny. I was able to speak with Carrie Duvall, the athletic director for Thompson Valley yesterday. When Lucas got the starting job, head coach Jamie Steele actually called Lucas's family and asked for permission to start the freshman because as Coach Steele would later put it, it's boy muscle going up against man muscle out there, but I guess when you're in that kind of situation, it being boy muscle doesn't really matter for much.
Thompson Valley Eagles have a 6-0 lead over the Meade Mavericks. They look to kick off. They botched the extra point. The hold looked like it fumbled, and the kicker picked it up. Elijah Metzger and ran it, tried to run it right into the corner, but was caught just short. And now Thompson Valley will be kicking off to Meade. What a way for Thompson Valley to start off in their opening drive. They were gonna punt on a 3-and-out, and then they botched the snap. The punt, it went over the punter's head. They were able to fire out and get a play in. And what a play for Thompson Valley to get a touchdown out of this drive.
And I think that kind of emphasizes a lot of what Thompson Valley has been doing this season. They're a defense-heavy team. Despite having the number one defense in the state, they only have been scoring about 23 points per game over the course of the season. So seeing the Eagles get a good start like that is very positive.
And Palco back to return for me, but it'll go back into the end zone for a touchback for Thompson Valley. Now the Meade Mavericks will get an opportunity to start on offense in their opening drive to answer back off of a couple botched special teams plays that prevailed for the Eagles, able to score on the touchdown. And now Meade looking to line up on offense. They'll start from their own 20-yard line.
Yeah, and we're looking at it. Starting center here is going to be interesting to look at against the defensive line. The center for Meade is Grant Gordon. He's got a couple of D2 offers, but he's lining up against Josiah Manu, who's taken a visit to CSU.
Start back Christian Piner under center. The wing T formation. Sweep right, but it looks like he's going to drop back, pass.
Oh, dropped! That
Edison looked like a sweep play, handed off, tossed to Ethan Elmore, who passed it over to the right, but it went incomplete in the first play for the Meade Mavericks.
And the coverage on that was from cornerback Tristan Hill. Now, Hill, he usually backs up for Uratia, but on that play, he was all over the receiver.
Back in shotgun formation.
Yeah, looking at this one, Heiner, he's had a lot of runs this season. We'll see how it goes.
Up the middle. Looks like it's going to be no good. That's going to be no CHSAA, who's going to be stopped for a gain of just one on that one. It'll now be 3rd and 9 in the Meade's opening drive.
Now, the two leading running backs for Meade, Noah Chapala and Ethan Elmore, they're actually both sophomores, which leads to a very young dynamic in that running back core, as there are 4 different RBs that get substantial carries.
Meade now, once again in the shotgun formation, running back to the left of Christian Heiner. Play action, drops back, looks for a man in the middle, and it's
Oh, that one was intended for Griffin Craditchville, but just he would have had to been standing on his own shoulders to get that one.
Thompson Valley safety. It is now 4th down. It looks like there's going to be flop on the play.
Yeah, referees having a bit of a discussion here. Flag was on the right side of the field, just short of the 25-yard line. Ooh, looks like an illegal man downfield.
Play 3rd down. I think they'll take the penalty. They'll take the penalty and go back a few yards, keep it on 3rd down, but it was an incomplete pass, 4th and 9. You can also decline it. We'll see what they decide here on this one.
It looks like Coach Steele has declined the penalty, forcing the punt from Meade on 4th and 9.
Meade team, the punt team is coming out. Eli Davis be the punter for Meade.
And this is exactly what you don't want from Meade. Your defense did not hold up their end of the bargain. You're down 6-0 with 8 minutes left in the first quarter. But keep in mind, the most points they've allowed this season is 23.
Mead punting back to return. Thompson Valley is Joseph Uratia. The punt is up. It's high. It's a
And
little
it
shallow. Nobody's going to be
bounces back.
Mead down it at the 9-yard line in territory.
Yeah, I mean, the Mead player there, he had a good intention on being able to stop that as it rolled, but Mead all of a sudden in their own territory, this is a worst case scenario for the Mavs in their first state championship appearance since 2021.
Plus, Bebo behind drops back, looks for a man to the right, pump fakes, rolls out to the right, finds Joseph Urtia down, and
Oh, but it looks like potential pass interference call here on Guratia. He was blocking, I believe that was Ethan Elmore, and yeah, it looks like it might be PI.
an automatic first down for Thompson Valley on the incompletion, almost intercepted, but it's going to go in Thompson Valley's favor. It is now first down for the Eagles right at the 25-yard line, Mead's 25-yard line. They're knocking on the door now in the red zone.
Yeah, this is field goal territory for Metzger, who had a long in the 30s this season. Terrible mistake there by Austin Ott for Mead.
Motion from Thompson Valley. It's tossed to the right. Looks for blockers. Gets a few yards. That's going to be a gain of 5.
And yeah, that
slow. Wow.
not a name that you normally see here for Thompson Valley, but hey, doesn't matter who it is as long as it gets done, right?
Is now 2nd and 5 at the 20-yard line. They have now cracked into the red zone. They're lining up in the I form right now. Lucas under center once again.
And it looks like Mead's going to be sending 5.
Man up the middle. And he's tripped up Tristan Hill on that one just for a gain of 1. Tough play. Great defense from Mead, and now it's 3rd and 4 for the Eagles.
Yeah, Hagan Williams on the trip there. I mean, when you're sending 5, Williams is one of your best options to be able to create some chaos in there with Caleb Goff creating a distraction.
Thompson Valley now coming back. I think they got 2 receivers out left.
Yeah,
again. And he takes the QB keeper himself, gets a few yards. He's at the first down line. Looks like they're going to give it to him. 4-yard gain for Lucas, and it might be a first down for Thompson Valley, waiting on the refs to make the official signal.
one ref's calling it short.
And there it is, first down. First down, Thompson Valley.
Yeah, White Hat, he came up. He had to end up settling that dispute. The referee on the home side said it was short by a yard. Referee on the away side said, yeah, it's good. And White Hat ended up agreeing with away.
First down now for Thompson Valley at the 15-yard line after that QB run up the middle in the I form. Now they're back up in the I form, pretty strong on the left side. Tristan Hill back there for Thompson Valley. Hand off to him. He goes to the left and he stumbles right into the offensive lineman. No gain on that one. He is stuffed.
Yeah, this Meade defensive line, their main word that they use to summarize this is chaos, chaos, chaos. They have a lot of big fellas, including 6'7", 390-pound Caleb Goff at defensive tackle. Create distractions and open holes for your defensive linemen and linebackers to get in and make some noise.
It is 10 for Thompson Valley. And under center, Wes Bevel in the fullback right spot right behind him. Motion to the right. Hand off to Bevel right up the middle. He goes bounce right, gets tackled by a bunch of Meade Mavericks, but not after gaining 6 yards. They are now at the 9-yard line, but it is 3rd and 4.
And all of a sudden, Meade has to be sweating. They have not been down by 2 touchdowns at all over the course of this season. The closest they've gotten is the loss to Windsor, but they've never been down by this much this early.
Bevel in the fullback spot behind Finley Lucas under center, 2 wide receivers out right. Hand off to Bevel. He goes right. right up the middle, but he stopped after a gain of just a couple. It looks like they're going to be forcing the fourth down for Thompson Valley. It is now 4th and 2, ball at the 8-yard line.
Yeah, Carter Woods got the start there. If you're Woods, you have to be pumped for being able to stop 6 points from being up on the board. But right now, it looks like Thompson Valley is going to be going for it on 4th and 1.5.
He's under center.
Yeah, you have to be going for the tush push here if you're Lucas.
Once again, on the hard cow, you can see them motioning, and they're going to call a timeout. Try to get him off sides, and it's not going to fall for Meade Mavericks. They're going to go relax, take a timeout. Still 4th and 2. We'll see what they do after this one.
Yeah, we'll see what they cook up. It looks like this timeout is more for the quarterback than anybody else. The offensive line is already back out on the field along with the running back, but it looks like Elijah Metzger is going to be taking the kick here for Thompson Valley.
Yeah, they're already running that field position. Meade, they're still in their timeout formation. Thompson Valley, it looks like they know what they want to do. Their eyes are on the prize right now. They're looking to score. And from the 7-yard line right now, not the 8-yard line, excuse me. So this would be a 17-yard field goal if Metzger makes this.
Now, Metzger, he was 10 for 17 on field goals this season with a long of 42. So we'll see how this one goes and if it goes through the uprights at all. Some of the Meade players stunting.
Right down the middle. It is good for Thompson Valley. The field goal right down the middle. Thompson Valley now increases their lead over the Meade Mavericks 9-0.
Yeah, and we are just over halfway through this first quarter. 4 minutes left in the first frame of this matchup, and Thompson Valley taking a commanding lead, and we'll see if the defense is able to maintain this momentum.
That was a great series from Thompson Valley, able to get points now in both of their drives, opening drives here in the first half. And Meade, they're now on their heels. They have to figure something out and something out fast. And now they have an opportunity to do so. Thompson Valley kicking off over to the Meade Mavericks. Elijah Metzger on the kickoff. Back team to return for Meade will be Brecken Palco.
Yeah, Burke and Palco have both done pretty well on kick returns this season, but I do not believe that Thompson Valley has allowed a single kick return touchdown over the course of this year.
Metzger lining up, ready to kick it, and it is up and away, and it looks like it'll go right through the end zone. That'll be a touchback for Thompson Valley. Meade will get to start from their own 20-yard line.
And a factor that we need to consider here is that in high school, even if you catch the ball and even if you put 1 foot into the end zone on kickoffs, it is an automatic touchback. And so you need to be sure that if you're a returner, especially as we go through this game, you make sure that it's either in or out. There's no in between.
Meade now lining up on offense. They'll have an opportunity to cut the lead down. They got 3 running backs in the back.
Heiner.
The handoff right out the middle. And it is going to be stopped for a couple of yards. That's Ethan Elmore right up the middle on that one.
And this Thompson Valley defensive line, their nose tackle, Josiah Manu, stands at a solid 6'4", 290 pounds. So that is a very hard individual to stop and a big distraction for the Eagles.
2nd and 7 now from the 23-yard line. Meade once again with the 3 linebackers in the back. Handoff up the middle. And that is going to be a gain of maybe a few on that one. That's Noah Chapala on the run, and it is now 3rd down for the Meade Mavericks.
And everybody in the stadium knew that Meade was going to run it there, including the Thompson Valley defense, who ended up, I believe, just blitzing and getting a very easy tackle.
The Meade Mavericks from their own 26-yard line. Receivers out wide. Shotgun formation. Running back on the strong left side.
Tight end, Kratchville heading out. It looks like it was supposed to be Kratchville.
Heiner, he broke free on that one. Play actually looked like it was off as well. Huge game for me, Mavericks on a tremendously large.
Yards on the season, roughly 350, I believe. So Heiner, he is a dual threat between the air and the ground.
Heiner now back in the shotgun formation with Chapala to his left. Hands off to Chapala. He runs up the middle. He gets some good room. 9-yard gain for Chapala and the Mean Mavericks. They're practically at midfield. They will sit where they're at the 49-yard line, and it is now 2nd and 1 for Mead.
Now it looks like Noah Vroman is coming out in exchange for Ryan St. Aubin. Likely Mead is going to run it here. St. Aubin, their third leading rusher on the season.
Last tackle brought down by number 22, Landry Suarez of Thompson Valley. Mead under center now. 3 running backs in the back. Handoff. Nope, it's a play action. It's a fake. Looks for a receiver down too, but it's just overthrown. Intended for number 20, Bryce Dissa. Incomplete, and they will have to go to 3rd down and 1 for the Mead Mavericks.
Now the good thing for Mead is that it's 3rd and short. The bad thing is that everybody knows it's 3rd and short, which means there's only really one move if you're Mead, and it's run it up the middle. So we're gonna have to see if they're able to beat the Thompson Valley defensive line.
The center is 3rd and 1 at their 49-yard line, just inching towards midfield. 3 running backs in the back. Handoff up the middle. And it looks like he's going to be stuffed for no gain. I don't think they're going to give it to him. They're running, and they're just behind him. That's C.J. James on the stop. What a play from Thompson Valley, and it looks like it's going to be 4th and inches now for the Mead Mavericks.
Now, C.J. James, actually one of the top edge rushers in the 3A classification, committed to CSU Pueblo a couple of weeks ago here, and CSUP, if you don't know, are one of the top Division II teams in the country.
Absolutely. National champions from when I was playing high school football, but it looks like they're going to bring out the chains. They're going to truly give this a measurement. We live in 2024. We're still using the chain and the classical measurement, the good old way of high school football. And it looks like he's going to be just short.
Just short.
Mavericks, what are they going to do here? You're down by 9. You're almost at midfield. Do you go for it or do you punt it? And it looks like the offense is going to stay out there and try and punch it in for a 1st down.
Yeah, we got.
Try and get it back under center. Christian Heiner under center with 3 running backs in the back.
No tight end.
Looks like they're going to get stopped again. He's pushing.
Potentially. We need to see how this falls. It looks like Manu may have gotten to him.
And as they clear through the rubble, the bodies that have tried to get that ball past the 1st down, huge wall put up by Thompson Valley on that one. And it's going to be 1st down for the Mead Mavericks.
White Hat says it is good. Ethan Elmore barely got the 1st down here for Mead, keeping their hopes alive.
Mavericks, and now they are at 1st and 10 at midfield.
Yeah, and it looks like Heiner is going for a pass play here. Never mind.
Gain just a couple balls. They'll get into Thompson Valley territory, but not much. 2-yard gain, and he's now 2nd and 8 for the Mead Mavericks.
Yeah, and the linebacker core on this Thompson Valley defense is not to be underestimated. Landry Suarez was on that one. Suarez, his older brother, Riley, actually committed as a wide receiver to Chadron State last year. Didn't end up going, but that's another story for later.
By motion. Handoff now up the middle, and it looks like it's going to be Norwich Holland trying to get a few more yards. It's another 2-yard game for the Mead Mavericks, and it's now 3rd and 6 at the 46 for Mead.
And it's interesting, this offensive line seems to be struggling heavily between Gray, Seth Castle, Josiah Manu, and C.J. James, which is actually a very interesting battle in the trenches that we have to keep an eye on here.
Mead now, they got 2 receivers out. Heiner in shotgun formation. Rolls out right, trying to find a receiver down right, and it's...
Oh my goodness.
That was on the out route, and it's incomplete, and it's now 4th and 6 for the Meade Mavericks. The punt team is coming on.
And that would have been a first down and then some by Vroman. I mean, you could see he was clapping his hands. He was very, very upset. And I mean, rightfully so. He just dropped that ball. You could not have drawn up a better play.
James now punting for the Meade Mavericks. No one back for Thompson Valley. They're just going to let it go. And it's going to bounce.
Friendly bounce.
And
Oh,
stop one. It looks like they got it. They're going to stop it at the 1-yard line. Great punt by Eli Davis for the Meade Mavericks.
that is as perfect of a punt as you could have possibly hoped for in that position. And Thompson Valley, they have a very difficult task. Meade's defensive line here is very capable of potentially forcing a safety in this situation.
8 seconds left in the first quarter. Thompson Valley coming out in the offensive formation. It'll be interesting to see how they go about this one. I think it looks like they touched it early, so they're going to down it at the 7-yard line rather than the 1. Still great spot by the punter. Now Thompson Valley will start 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line. Finley Lucas under center, and he keeps it himself. He tries to run up the middle and gets a gain of maybe a few.
Yeah, it looks like he got pushed 3 yards by his offensive lineman between Seth Castle, Keenan Parks, and Josiah Manu.
And that's going to be it for the end of the first quarter. Meade Mavericks down 9-0 in this one. Thompson Valley will have the ball coming into the second quarter. We're going to take a quick timeout. Checking out KCSU's 3A state championship broadcast. We will be right back. After the timeout now, Meade will be ready to punt. It is 4th and 2 from their 38-yard line. They'll kick it off. It is by Davis. Back to return will be Joseph Uratia for Thompson Valley.
Much better punt than last time.
Gets at 25, and he's got room. Runs to the left, and he's stopped at the 37-yard line. Good return there for Thompson Valley. That was Garrett Hendrickson on the return.
Now, Hendrickson, he actually started the season as the quarterback, ended up getting a hairline fracture in one of the bones in his foot, and that's when they made the switch over to Lucas.
Now, Thompson Valley back on offense. They're starting from their 37-yard line after the punt from Meade. It is 1st and 10. We got Finley Lucas under center for Thompson Valley. Drops back, looks for a man to the right. Looks for Colby James, and it's intercepted by Meade. What a play! A huge high-point catch. Wow!
That was an amazing play here from the Meade defender. It looks like he might actually be a little bit hurt here, getting tended to, but yeah, I believe that is number 16 here for the Mavs, which would be Ethan Elmore.
What a play from him.
Great athletic play. All of a sudden, what looks like it may have been disaster for Meade becomes retribution.
Mavericks, they now take over on offense from their own 34-yard line. Christian Heiner back in shotgun. He rolls out to the right. Goes deep. Looking for a man, and it is just overthrown. Trying to find Noah Vroman on that one, and it was just way too much on that one. It is going incomplete. 2nd and 10 now for Meade.
Yeah, and all of these passes that have been incomplete have been over his receivers' heads. And what I was always told in baseball is it's always better to overthrow than underthrow, because that means you have the strength. You just need to dial in your accuracy.
Trying to find a big play on that one. Meade now lines up in the shotgun formation. Receivers on both sides, tight ends to the right. Meade, Christian Heiner back there. Handoff to the right. And he's going to the sideline. Oh, and just fumbled out of bounds. Big gain on that one. That's Ethan Elmore once again for the Meade Mavericks. He's been contributing big for this Meade Mavericks team. Big gain for the Meade Mavericks. It is now 3rd and 2 from their 42-yard line.
And Elmore, despite only being a sophomore, has the most rushing yards on this team, along with 6 touchdowns.
Meade now, once again in the shotgun formation. They got a wing T and the tight end left. Read option. Quarterback takes it, but they're not going to fall for it. Big stop by Seth Castle of Thompson Valley. Stopped for no gain. It is now 4th and 2, and on comes the punt team for Meade.
And Seth Castle, he's not the biggest defensive lineman that you've seen, but he is experienced. He is a 3-year starter for this squad, and he has been doing it all for Thompson Valley today.
Davis of Meade out the punt for the Mavericks. And back is Derek Henderson. Catches it at the 17-yard line. He runs right, though. He finds some room. Gets past the 30 and the 35. He is hit out of bounds. Good gain on the punt return from Garrett Henderson. And he's going to be run out the 37. In their own 37. And now Thompson Valley ball on offense.
Yeah, and looking at this Meade squad, their defense has actually been doing pretty well against Thompson Valley. No points allowed since 4 minutes left in the first quarter, but their offense is just struggling right now. They need to get it together if they have any hope of winning this championship.
Center, strength to the left, handoff right up the middle for Thompson Valley. That's Tristan Hill for a gain of about 6. Good run for Thompson Valley. It is now 2nd and, I think, 5. So a gain of 5 on that one at their 42-yard line.
Yeah, and Mead's defensive line, it looks like it was Goff on the stop on that one, headed by some big fellas, but Thompson Valley is one of the few teams in 3A that can match that.
Just a little back receiver out left, and off the Hill right up the middle, and he is stopped right at the line. Gain of maybe one, if lucky, but a big stop by the Mead Mavericks. Joseph Gonsalves, huge stop for Mead.
Yeah, Gonsalves, he's been one of the top tacklers for Mead over the course of the season. And I mean, they sent because they saw that Thompson Valley was going to run it straight up the middle. Good blitz by Gonsalves.
Thompson Valley from the 33, back in the eye for one strength wide receiver out left. Handoff to Tristan Hill up the middle. He runs left, and he is stopped, but not after gaining 6 on that one. Huge play for Thompson Valley. They get the first down, and they are now at their own 59-yard line, knocking on the door of midfield.
One of my favorite things in sports is when a player accidentally does something great. And man, Hill ended up flipping into the first down there. Kind of fun to see, but exactly the result you want if you're Thompson Valley.
Sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Thompson. Back there for the Eagles. Handoff to Slover right up the middle, and he's stopped at the line of scrimmage. Maybe even a loss of a few on that one. And yeah, there's going to be stopped just for no gain. It is now 2nd and 10 for Thompson Valley.
Yeah, and Cradishville was the man who ended up bringing him down, and Cradishville, standing at about 6'2", 225, is just about the perfect build for a 3A edge rusher.
Thompson Valley now once again lining up in that I for the 2nd and 10. The stop on the last play. Oh, and they collide on the handoff, and it is a fumble. Mead recovering it on that one. It's now Mead ball on a botched handoff. What a play from Mead. Getting the stop on that one. That's Spencer Murray.
Yeah, that was amazing defensive awareness there by number 21, Spencer Murray, for the Mavs. And yeah, it was a disaster there for Thompson Valley, where the handoff ended up just bouncing off of the running back's chest.
Time on that one, and now Dean offense recovering on Thompson Valley's 44-yard line. And they are now in the shotgun formation. Mead drops back, finds a receiver. Oh, and it's right through the hands of Edison Burke on Mead. Incomplete pass.
And that's another high pass by Heiner. You have to ask yourself, how many times is he going to throw it before he gets completion?
Tough to not get that one for Mead. Get some more yards, but they got some well-needed momentum off the turnover. Now they just need to capitalize with some points. Breaking out of the huddle there, back in the shotgun formation, strength right side. They have 2 receivers out left. Heiner hands off to the receiver, hands off to another running back. That's going to be Kratovich.
Yeah, Cradishville there. Another great gain of 14 yards, but it does look like either somebody's hurt or a forced fumble.
Yeah, it looks like the ball may have came loose on that tackle from Griffin Cradishville.
White Hat's bending down, talking to the defensive player, CJ James for Thompson Valley.
There's so much commotion. The officials don't even know what's going on. And if this is not a fumble, this was a gain of 20 for Mead. And if this is a turnover, Thompson Valley will take over from the 26-yard line. They have no enough evidence for a fumble. So a big gain, a big 20-yard gain for the Mead Mavericks. It is now first down from the 26-yard line.
And that is, Mead narrowly avoided disaster there.
Mead now with 3 running backs back. Drops back, looks for a receiver out right. He finds some for a touchdown. Mead increasing the lead and putting it on the Thompson Valley. Wow, what a play from them.
And ain't it the announcer's curse right after I ask, how many times is he going to throw it before he gets a completion? The very first pass attempt after that ends up being a 26-yard touchdown for the Mavs to put at least 6 points on the board in this matchup.
Find Ryan St. Aubin on the flat. St. Aubin able to find some room down the sideline and cross the goal line for a well-needed Mead touchdown. PAT is up, and it is good for Mead. And now the lead has been cut down. We have ourselves a game on our hands, Gideon.
Yes, sir. 7-9. This is now, although Mead has not trailed by 9 all year, the only loss they've had was to Windsor by 2. So Mead has been in their fair share of pickles. We'll see if they're able to escape this one with their first championship since 1949.
Mead, phenomenal touchdown. They'll be looking to kick off now to Thompson Valley. Thompson Valley, they'll have to figure out how they can answer back off of a good play from Mead in what was a questionable fumble call and end up becoming a 20-yard gain for Mead that led to a passing touchdown from, oh man, it was a phenomenal play. Kickoff is going to be returned by Joseph Uratia for Thompson Valley in the end zone. He gets it close to 15, but he looks like he'll be stopped at the 14.
And very interesting there that they allowed him to run that back. He caught that in the end zone.
Second player down for Thompson Valley, that's Wes Bebo. He's reaching for that right knee. Not looking good so far for Thompson Valley.
Yeah, blindside block called on Thompson Valley on the return there. And with your third leading rusher out, this is exactly the result of this play that you dreaded if you are the Eagles searching for your first championship in school history.
Looks like that knee was bugging him, but he's able to get up to his feet. He can do his best to walk off, but it's nice to see them able to reach to his feet and under his own power walk to the sideline.
Yeah, you can see he's got a noticeable limp, but he's working his way back to the sideline, and we'll see if he's able to return to this game. I mean, in this stage, I don't always agree with it, but a lot of guys will shove aside injuries just to be able to play one last game.
After the kickoff return and the penalty, Thompson Valley will start from their own 6-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Eagles. Finley Lucas leading that team in the I form. Got 2 receivers out to the left. An extra lineman in the tight end spot on the left. Handoff to Uratia up the middle. Be a gain of 4 for Thompson Valley. It'll be 2nd down.
Yeah, and it looked like Mead was in man coverage there. Definitely no blitz, but Mead knew that Thompson Valley's chance of passing in that situation were rather low.
The Eagles offense will be going out there 2nd and 6 for the Eagles from their own 10-yard line. Looks like it'll be a full house formation back there. Handoff to Garrick Henderson right up the middle. It's going to be a gain of maybe 4. Stopped at the 14.5-yard line. It'll be 3rd down for the Eagles.
And that was Gonsalves on the stop again. He's been making a lot of noise for himself as a linebacker in a lot of these blitz motions.
3rd down now for Thompson Valley. They're trying to avoid the being out. It is 3rd and 1 from the 15-yard line for the Eagles. They're in a power full house formation. Hands off at the middle, but it is stopped. Henderson, but he pitches it back to Finley Lucas. runs to the left and tries to get the first down and gets it.
Just barely. And that is chaos. Although it didn't end Meade's way, that is exactly the type of chaos that they are hoping to cause with this defensive line. And I believe that was number 15 again, Gonsalves on the stop to be able to save that broken play.
Met him in the backfield and pitched it right off to the quarterback, and the quarterback was able to make a play. Huge play from Thompson Valley. Handoff now to Hendrickson once again up the middle. They're not going to be nearly as fortunate as the last play. Still similar amount of yards gained. About 3 yards on that one. It'll be 2nd and 7 for Thompson Valley from the 21-yard line.
Yeah, this game is certainly going different from most of the contests for Thompson Valley over the course of the year. They ended up winning their final 4 game by a score of 31-3.
Thompson Valley now, the full house formation. The quarterback takes it, rolls out left, and gets a gain of maybe a few on that one. That's Finley Lucas on that one, stopped by Meade's Hagan Williams.
And Williams, when they rush 5 like that, he's one of the main options. But when they're going 3 or 4, he is a consistent backup on the squad and provides some good experience as a senior edge rusher.
3rd and 6 for Thompson Valley from the 22-yard line. Thompson Valley, the single back formation. Hendrickson back there. Lucas drops back. Rolls way to the right to the sideline, trying to find somebody. Jukes a man out, but is crushed for a loss of about 4. Huge stop again. Hagan Williams back there with an insane sack.
And you can see Williams is hype. He's dapping up his teammates. He's motioning to the crowd, and he is signaling for some noise.
Meade calling the timeout. We have 1 minute and 12 seconds, but the official is going to ask for it to be 1 minute 15 left in the second quarter. It is now 4th and 10 following the sack. Big stop from Meade. Yeah, it looks like they're going to punt it.
And the players for Thompson Valley walking back to the sideline, they just look despondent. They're rubbing their heads. They don't know what happened. They had a 9-0 commanding lead heading into this quarter, and now it's 9-7.
Elijah Metz going to be punting for Thompson Valley. Edison Burke and Brecken Palco back on the punt return for Meade Mavericks. Punt is up and away. It's going to bounce. They're going to leave it alone. It's going to roll, take a Thompson Valley roll past the 25. It's going to be stopped at the 24-yard line. Tremendous punt from Thompson Valley, able to flip the field.
Yeah, and again, I'm really confused here by Meade's special teams. That was a very returnable punt, and even if it wasn't a returnable punt, you could have at least gotten a fair catch and saved yourself 10 yards in that situation. It looks like the sun just got in his eyes.
Down at Thompson Valley Eagles. And now the Meade Mavericks start up on offense. Handoff. Up the middle, but it looks like it'll be stopped. Flag out, probably a false start. It's going to be on Ethan Elmore of Meade, the false start for the Meade Mavericks, and they're going to go back 5 yards.
Now, when it's a false start on an offensive lineman, you can excuse it. But a false start on the running back is not one you see very often.
Looks like they got a little bit of a head start in the push, trying to get something going. Been a little bit too early. Meade now back on offense in the shotgun formation. Wide receivers on both sides. Play action, but it's tipped, and it's
Intercepted by number 54.
Thompson Valley picks it off after deflection and runs it into the end zone. Touchdown, Thompson Valley. What a play from the Eagles.
I wouldn't quite call that a thick 6 because Dane Gray is only about 6'4", 220, but that is an amazing defensive touchdown tip drill forced by C.J. James.
James on the deflection, and once again, Dane Gray able to be in the right place at the right time and run it into the end zone. Huge play for Thompson Valley as they look for the PAT coming up.
Metzger, a chance for redemption on this PAT, the potential to make it 16-7.
It looks like they're not releasing again on the PAT formation and have to call a timeout. Thompson Valley just did not have the men that they needed for the PAT and just had to call the timeout before making the attempt. But what a big touchdown from Thompson Valley, able to increase their lead over the Meade Mavericks 15-7, pending the PAT.
And I mean, that is why players like CJ James committed to one of the top 4 D2 teams in the country. You have Dane Gray as well, with offers from a bunch of schools, including Western Colorado.
Now the Thompson Valley Eagles are in PAT formation. Elijah Metzger. And right down the middle, it is good. Thompson Valley now lead Mavericks 16-7 with 55 seconds left in the second quarter. What a play from Thompson Valley, capitalizing on the defensive score.
And even though there is plenty of time here for Meade to turn this game around and win this championship, you can feel the momentum has swung firmly in Thompson Valley's direction, which Meade is going to have to work very, very hard to reverse in their favor.
As they look to kick off, Thompson Valley will be Elijah Metzger once again kicking off for Thompson Valley with Edison Burke and Brecken Palco back for the Meade kickoff return. Man, what a game so far we're seeing out of both these squads. They definitely have been putting it on. It's a great show so far. What a game and what a defensive score.
Yeah, this is as close of a defensive game as you could hope for.
Kick goes back out to the end zone, and it is a touchback for Thompson Valley. And Meade will be starting off their offense from their own 20-yard line.
Yeah, and with 55 seconds left, they're probably going to be trying to take some deep shots. I do not really see them. I could see them running out the clock potentially, but in similar situations before against Pueblo Central and South, they've taken shots.
Now the Meade Maverick offense out there trying to find something before the end of the half. 3 running backs back. Heiner under center. Handoff to Ethan Elmore, and he runs it up the middle and finds some space out right. Gets the first down and more, and is stopped at the 39-yard line. Clock still running and about to hit 40 seconds.
Yeah, that was a perfect play call. That's the exact play that Meade's been trying to run all day, and it's finally worked out for the Mavs.
Still finds play action pass. Looks for man. And intercepted. CJ James dropped back on that one and caught the offense lacking. Big interception with 26 seconds left in the quarter. Huge turnover for Thompson Valley.
And that is two turnovers forced by the CSU Pueblo commit in the past minute of game time. CJ James's impact as one of the top players in 3A is certainly being felt in this matchup.
And that's exactly what Thompson Valley. He wants someone to disrupt it on defense, and CJ James has been doing that. Getting the deflection, forcing the interception. It looks like there's a man down on Thompson Valley's sideline.
Yeah, and James normally plays edge rusher. In that play, he was lined up at outside linebacker, ended up diving for that one, knees on the ground when he caught that.
I'm not sure exactly who's down. It looks like it's Dane A for Thompson Valley. Able to get up and walk off the sideline. Great to see that there. Not exactly sure what happened. It looked like it was on the complete other side of the field when the injury took place.
Yeah, if you're Thompson Valley, you're just hoping you're able to take him out for a couple of minutes and let the wind get back into his sails. Hopefully, it's just the wind got knocked out of him.
Now, Thompson Valley offense is back out there. Trips formation out right. Finn Lucas under center. Rolls out to the right. Mead, and almost got the sack, but let it go as he was throwing. That was Dresden Spendlove making the stop for Mead, and it is going to be an incomplete pass.
Yeah, and arguably, I mean, it was very obvious what he was trying to do there, Lucas, that is. Lucas was just trying to get the ball out and get the ball away to keep the sack from happening and make sure that clock stops to keep this game potentially in the Thompson Valley lead.
19 seconds left. 44 trips formation out right. They got a wide receiver out left as well. Finley Lucas drops back, finds an opening, runs to the left. Jukes the man, gets the first down he needs and more. He's at the other team's 40-yard line. Big gain for Thompson Valley. Stopped by number 2 Carter Woods.
Yeah, and Finley Lucas as a freshman just having a great game.
They line up and spike it. Kill the clock with 7 seconds left. And they're going to figure out what they want to do here. Timeout from Thompson Valley. It is now 2nd and 10 at their own 40-yard line after the spike.
Yeah, Thompson Valley, they are starting to get into Metzger's kicking range, which is a very dangerous position to be in if you're Meade. All of a sudden, you go from being down just 1 score to all of a sudden you are down by 2, and you got to make something happen in the second half. So Meade's defense has to hold up here because Metzger's range, again, as we previously stated, is 42. So they only need 10 more yards to get in that range.
Have to be careful. They just used their 3rd and final timeout. They're deep midfield area, so it's going to be a long kick. Elijah Metzger. And they're sending out 2 receivers out to the left. What a play from the Thompson Valley.
And that was a very wise trick play. Hendrickson, again, was the starter for this team heading into the season. You may as well use your arm if you got it.
That's going to be it. Only 1 second left on the clock. Trying to get back to the 2-yard line to get something out of it. And now we're going to be going into halftime. Thompson Valley leads the Meade Mavericks 16-7. Meade Mavericks, they're going to have a lot to fight back for. We're going to kick it over to a timeout, take a halftime break ourselves. You're checking out the 90.5 KCSU 3A state championship coverage. We will be back in just a minute.
And remember, KCSU always has and always will bring you sports.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins, the 3A state championship broadcast. We're going to be broadcasting all the state championship games today, kicking off with 3A. It's a beautiful day here in Canvas Stadium. Thompson Valley currently leads the Meade Mavericks 16-7 going into the half, and what a phenomenal game we've been seeing so far out of Thompson Valley, especially on defense.
Yeah, defensively, the highlight of that first half was CJ James, the CSU, deflecting a pass which got intercepted by Dane Gray, which turned into a defensive touchdown with just over a minute left in the first half, making it 16-7.
They almost score again. Interception in under a minute and had a big play that went to the 2-yard line. With just a second left, they weren't able to capitalize off it. No timeouts left, and the score just sits at 16-7, when it really could have been 23-7. We want to thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is Felix Behrens. Alongside me is Gideon Agner. We've been doing this for the first half and seeing a phenomenal game out of both teams, because this is what it's all about. This is the big one, the state championship game. The winner of this one gets the bragging rights, gets the ring, gets the trophy. It's everything a high school football player dreams of. And man, it's been a great game so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, neither of these teams are blue bloods. This is Thompson Valley's second time in school history, founded in 1976, was exactly 75 years ago in 1949 in the six-man classification.
Wow, that's a long time, and that's a big improvement from 6-man to 3A football. Absolutely, cannot wait to see. We got a few more minutes till halftime comes around. I mean, Gideon, I gotta ask, this Thompson Valley team, it's doing pretty well on defense. I mean, you're saying it's a big defense game, but the offense has been able to capitalize on some big plays as well. What's impressed you most from this Thompson Valley team?
Now, they may not have the flashiest stats, but the part that's impressed me the most is the secondary. They're making the Meade quarterback. I mean, he's getting a bunch of overthrows because he doesn't want to risk that ball getting intercepted. He wants to keep that ball out of the reach of the defense. And this Thompson Valley secondary is forcing those incompletions. And I mean, the defensive line, I'm not going to understate their involvement. They're forcing a lot of pressure on this quarterback, not giving him time to set his feet. And all these blitzes are really messing with Meade quarterback Christian Heiner over the course of this game.
Heiner struggled a little bit, especially in the last couple of minutes of the second quarter. Meade, they were able to score once, but haven't really found any sort of momentum and rhythm. What's something Meade has to do to change the direction of this game to go into their favor?
You need to get completions. We realized over the course of halftime, Meade is 1 for 10 passing, 9 drops over the course of that first half. That one completion was the touchdown that was scored from Christian Heiner to Ryan St. Aubin. And Meade, unless they want to deal with the sting of the second championship loss in the past 4 years, they need to just start passing it, get short gains, start building that confidence. Otherwise, Thompson Valley is going to have your number in the run game, and there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Thompson Valley, they've been able to put it on the entire game, and they so far have the lead. Gideon, what are some things Thompson Valley has to do in order to protect this lead and come home as state champions?
I mean, pressure, pressure, pressure. This defensive line is doing a very good job against a talented offensive line from Meade. Thompson Valley just needs to keep rotating their guys through and make sure your defensive linemen in Josiah Manu, Dane Gray, CJ James, and Seth Castle do not get tired.
So we got a few seconds until the game kicks off. Just half a minute going on. I'm pretty sure Meade will be kicking off. Meade will be receiving this one after kicking off in the first half. It'll be Thompson Valley. No, excuse me. It'll be Thompson Valley kicking off in this one, and Meade will be back to return. Elijah Metzger. He's been fun to watch too, able to get it done in the kicking game as well. And we saw the special teams botch it in the first drive and able to make a big play on what was a botched punt and turned into a first down that led to a scoring drive. So it's been really interesting seeing this Thompson Valley special teams operate.
Yeah, and that's actually part of Thompson Valley's strategy here. They spread the love, and Wes Bebo, a running back, was able to get a first down from a pass from Eli Davis, or Metzger.
Metzger kicks off now. We are kicking off now the second half of the 3A Colorado High School Football State Championship as he goes back into the end zone for a touchback. And that's kind of been the theme with Metzger on the kickoffs. He's got a powerful leg, so don't expect any returns from the Meade Mavericks anytime soon.
Yeah, Metzger is also the best soccer player that Thompson Valley has to offer for their boys soccer team this season. He was their leading goal scorer. He's the kind of guy you want as your kicker.
It's a beautiful day. You can't ask for more better state championship weather. It was cold last year. Now
Oh yeah.
it's a chill, but phenomenal football weather. Christian Heiner in the shotgun, play action. He takes it himself. He goes up the middle, tries to bounce to the left. He does. Shakes off a tackler. He goes out of bounds. Big gain for the Meade Mavericks to start off this second half. That's a gain of about 7 here in this for opening drive.
Yeah, and the Thompson Valley cornerback, Donovan Close, he ended up getting the pressure that led Heiner out of bounds there, just getting his hands up and breaking down to force the QB out of bounds.
Gain of 6, so 2nd and 4 now from the 26-yard line. Meade puts in the shotgun. You got two receivers to the right. Handoff to the left. That's Ethan Elmore. He bounces back to the left. He bounces up inside. He runs up the middle, gets a big gain, and he's now down at the 38-yard line. That's a 22-yard gain for Ethan Elmore, stopped by Donovan Close. They're at midfield.
And Elmore's main asset is his acceleration. Standing at 6'2", 205, he's not particularly fast, but he gets to his top speed quick.
That's a big play for Meade. Well needed momentum to get themselves into it in the second half. Shotgun formation out of Meade. Handoff now to Ethan Elmore to the left. He's trying to find room again, but doesn't get nearly as lucky as his last run, but gets some good yardage. It's a gain of 4.
And Thompson Valley's defensive line is visibly more scrambled than they were in the first half. Dane Gray is back out there on the field after going down at the end of the first, but this line is looking in a bit of a panic mode.
Stopped by number 19, Ryan Case of Thompson Valley. Meade now back out there, strength to the right, wide receivers out, both sides shotgun. Handoff now to Ethan Elmore. And he's going to be stopped for a gain of maybe 2 on that. That was Ryan St. Aubin on the run, excuse me.
And it just feels like Meade isn't confident in their air game at all. Understandable with 9 drops in the first half, but you have to start taking chances here, as it might be the last chance you ever get.
Meade now, 2 wide receivers out to the right, strength to the left. Right, he hands it off to the left, and it's going to be stopped for a loss about 1, maybe just getting to the line of scrimmage, but either way, no gain. That's Seth Castle for Thompson Valley on the stop.
And Castle, he both pancaked the offensive lineman and got that tackle in one swift motion. Castle's experience showing in this game.
Just being in their first 2 punts. Eli Davis punts it down to Garrett Hendrickson for Thompson Valley. Catches it at the 12. He makes a couple men miss, gets a few yards, and he is stopped at around the 20-21-yard line. Thompson Valley now takes over on offense.
The only thing in Hendrickson's way on that play was his own teammate, actually. He had to shoo his teammate out of the way, and by the time that his blocker had moved, he was getting tackled already. But he made 4 different men miss.
Back initiative for the Thompson Valley team. Thompson Valley now on offense. You got Finley Lucas under center. Bebo, he's back in the rotation, back in the running back spot. Trips bunch left. Bebo on a sweep, handed off left. And he gets it to the sideline and gets a gain of about 7 on that one. Stopped by J.D. Hamilton and Hagan Williams for Meade.
Yeah, and we are just under a quarter of the way through this third quarter with Thompson Valley up 16-7, and Thompson Valley is just trying to keep their feet on the gas and keep building this lead over Meade.
Now Thompson Valley at the 29-yard line. It's about the 28, kind of 28 and a half. Bunch left formation. Bunch trips left for Thompson Valley. Bevo back in the running back spot. Handoff up the middle. And it is going to be a gain of maybe one, but he was met by Hagan Williams, who has been a absolute stud for the Meade Mavericks.
Yeah, and it's been interesting for Thompson Valley. They've had a bit of a Butterfingers situation here over the course of this game. That fumble earlier in the handoff, but you could also see the snap had a little bit of trouble on it. So it took that half step more for Lucas to hand it off.
Transformation. It's 3rd and 2 for Thompson Valley. Finley Lucas will take it himself, and he is met with Meade Mavericks in the backfield, stopping him for no gain. Before the 4th down, it is Trace Flanagan and Hagan Williams once again meeting him in the backfield.
Yeah, Flanagan and Williams are a very experienced set of seniors for this Meade defense. All these guys have been playing together since they were back in elementary school. They've been playing a similar defense, and they know how to get pressure and how to stop QBs.
Metzger is back to punt. Meade will have Edison Burke and Brett Falco back for the return. They haven't really been returning much out of this one, so we'll see if they will. Caught by Brett Falco. He receives it and makes it miss, but gets a gain of maybe just a few, and is stopped at around the 21-yard line. Meade Mavericks will take over on offense.
Yeah, and Thompson Valley, I mean, Meade finally gets on returning a punt, but Thompson Valley, they managed to get it far enough that the Meade players had to backpedal to get to it, which ultimately led to a gain of maybe 3.
Seeing that Thompson Valley defense once again, they were able to stop Meade on their opening drive in the second half, and now Meade will have an opportunity to bounce back after their defense got a stop of their own. On the shotgun formation is Christian Heiner with Ethan Elmore to his right, wide receivers on both sides. Quarterback keeper takes it himself. He bounces out to the right. Heiner makes a man miss on the tackle, bounces out of bounds. There is a flag, though.
Yeah, Dirty Hanky down on the field. We're going to have to see what the penalty is, but it looks like the center, Grant Gordon, took a minute to get up.
It's going to be a holding against Meade offense. Number 58, Sam Horner, getting called on that one. Tough break for the Meade after an impressive gain. They're going to have to go backwards now.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, what was looking like a 9-yard gain for the Mavericks, you can see their fans are just a little bit on the despondent side now after having a 1st and 15.
It is now 1st and 15 for the Meade Mavericks from the 16-yard line. We're going to have a lot to work with and a lot of room to catch up with after the penalty. Meade got 2 wide receivers out to the left. Play's going to be called dead. A flag on the field. Looks like it's going to be a delay game. Back-to-back offensive errors for Meade. Not exactly how you want to start off this one. And now, 1st and 15 has become 1st and 20.
Now, one of those you could potentially excuse, but an unforced error in a clock violation, that is the last thing that these Meade coaches want to see in a state championship.
Again, the returning formation. Who's out left. Heiner finds a man to his right. That's Ryan St. Alvin. Makes a man. Oh! And St. Alvin is now stopped at the 31. That's a 30-yard gain, but there is a penalty in the backfield.
And it looks like it may be on the offense again. Meade is already walking back to the line of scrimmage to see what is it this time. Oh,
Like Farrell, absolutely brutal. 3 penalties in a row for Meade, all on first down. Now, first and 20 just became first and even longer.
yeah, I'm seeing a couple of surrender cobras from the Meade parent section. They are very stunned.
Average starting from the 6 yard line. Handoff out to the left, up the middle, stop though at the line of scrimmage. Thompson Valley, they're getting themselves back into the groove of things after catching a couple breaks. Those Ethan Elmore on the run for no gain.
This is one of the worst sequences for the Mavericks all season. I mean, ending up backed up to your own 5 yard line after getting a 25-yard pass and down by 2 scores in the state championship. Worst case scenario.
Stop. Toss. Miner draws back, finds hands. He is net immediately. Nice throw and catch over to Noah Roman. It is going to be a gain of just 5. That's going to be tough on second and long. It is now third and long. Boris Roberts with the tackle.
Now, the only good thing for Meade here is they are finally generating completions. After 9 drops in the first half, I believe that counting the ones that have been called back for penalty, we are 3 for 3 from Heiner so far.
It is now third and 21 for the Mavericks from their own 10-yard line. They got 2 wide receivers out to the left. Shotgun formation. T out to the right. Heiner rolls out to the left, finds a man out on the sideline, and he is going to be stopped for a big gain on that one.
Yeah, and that was Eli Davis on the reception there. And Davis just, if he'd have taken a couple of steps to his right instead of his left, he could have gained 3-4 more yards. But he ended up deciding to step out of bounds before the first down marker.
If it was not third and 21, it definitely would have been a first down, but unfortunately it is fourth and 5 at the 26, and now Meade back to punt. Eli Davis punting it to Garrett Henderson. This is going to bounce way into the 20-yard line. What a bounce for Meade.
Ooh.
Just edging onto the sideline, but not going out, and it's going to go all the way to the 16-yard line. What a field flip.
It looks like we do have a Mav down near midfield here on the 44-yard line. Can't quite tell who it is as of right now, but it does look like, yeah, it does look like a Mav is down. They have the athletic trainer coming out from the sideline.
We've seen a couple injuries on the special teams plays in this one. Luckily, all the players were able to pop up, and we saw him once again. Not quite sure what number this player is from our vantage point, but he's still down on his back at around midfield.
Yeah, Meade right now, they're wearing the white uniforms. Oh, it is their top tackler for this game. It is number 15, Josh Gonsalves, who is injured. So he has 7 tackles over the course of that first half. We're going to need to see if he's able to get back into this game.
Able to take off under his own power, able to hop off. So a little bit of concern there, but it looks like he will be okay. Thompson Valley offense. They're looking to take over at the 16-yard line.
Yeah, you can see the Meade cornerbacks trying to get the crowd into it.
Super back formation, tight ends on both sides, so wide receivers out. Handoff up the middle to Wes Bebo, and he bounces out to the right, at least tries to, after getting nothing up the middle, but stopped from behind, getting a gain of maybe 1.
He was barely able to escape the clutches of Dane Gray, or of number 50 in that situation, or 74, Hagan Williams, excuse me, but ended up getting caught by a herd of Mavs at the end there.
Hagan Williams, despite his big frame, he's got some hustle with him. He's able to get himself involved in those defensive plays. Thompson Valley now in the I form, strength to the left side. Handoff up the middle to Joseph Uratia. Get some good yards on that one. Big gain of about 8. It is now third and second from where they're going to spot it.
Yeah, and Uratia came to Thompson Valley over the summer from a school in Southern California and ended up making an immediate impact as a two-way starter for the Eagles.
Stopped again by 74 Hagan Williams. Not after gaining some well-needed yards. It is now 3rd and 2 from the 24-yard line for Thompson Valley. Got a couple of receivers out to the right, wing to the left, motion. Handoff up the middle, West Bebo. It's going to be a gain of about 3, and they're going to get enough for the first down.
Yeah, you could see Bebo there. He put his head back on the ground and got back up. He was getting hit hard, but he's ready to help his team win the state championship.
Right? Yeah, I'm used to saying Bobo being from Fox. So
Yeah. Bebo.
Bo able to get the first down. Thompson Valley now in the I form, wide receiver out to the left. 1st and 10 from the 28. And off to Joseph Ortia. Stopped at the line of scrimmage. Maybe got a gain of about 1 with forward progress. But the Meade defensive line is there for the stop.
And we have another player hurt for Thompson Valley. It looks like, he's getting up on his own power. That was number 65, Blake Chabon.
Looked like he was down for a minute, but got up right quickly. It is now 2nd and 9 for Thompson Valley from their own 29-yard line.
Yeah, and it looks like the sideline tried to call in a sub for Chabon, but he rejected it, saying, "I'm fine. I want to play as hard as I can."
Just under 3 minutes in the 3rd quarter. I form from Thompson Valley, tight end to the left, as well as wide receiver out far left. Handoff to Uratia. He bounces out to the left and is stopped after a gain of maybe 2. Just probably won by Carter Woods of Meade. Stopped them for a short gain. It is now 3rd and 8.
And the defense has really been Meade's calling card over the course of the season. Number 2 defense in the 3A classification, second to only Thompson Valley.
Thompson Valley come back out now with bunch trips formation out left. That guy is West Bebo. Lucas drops back, finds a receiver out to the left, gets the first down, possibly. That's Joseph Uratia on the out route. Looks like he's going to be just a yard short from where they're going to spot him. Looks like it's going to be 4th and inches, and the punt team is coming on.
And from my vantage point, it looked like Lucas had a solid 3 or 4 players that would have been open in that situation, but it looked like he settled on Giratia as the target early.
Able to get the completion, but not enough for the first down. It's going to be Elijah Metzger out to punt. Meade's Edison Burke and Brecken Palco back for the return. Only seen 1 return out of the 2 so far in this one. Punting has just been phenomenal from both sides, able to flip the field. Collision with Metzger. Bounced off a Thompson Valley player. Taking a bounce and rolled to the 25.
Yeah, and Metzger actually ended up getting knocked over here by one of the Meade defenders. That was number 32. Number 32 for Meade. That was Woods. You can hear the Thompson Valley fans booing on that one, hoping for a call.
Get their call, and Meade come back on offense, their own 30-yard line. 31-yard line, excuse me. Meade. We're going to try and find a score here on this one.
Just under 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter.
Handoff, double handoff. Running up the middle is Edison Burke. It's a big gain for about 10, and that's going to be enough for a first down. But a flag called at the end of the play.
Looks like a potential call against Sam Horner here, the right guard for Meade.
Now we're hearing some boos from the other side of the field this time, the other fan section. It's like personal fouls from both sides. Of the offsetting penalties. Play will stand. It is still first down for Meade.
I mean, neither team wants to see that in the state championship, but at least they offset.
Sam has drawn fouls. Meade offense now. Handoff to Ethan Elmore. And he is stopped at the line of scrimmage. That's Dane Gray meeting him in the backfield on that one. Huge stop. Thompson Valley.
And we were concerned about Gray's availability here heading into the second half, but the senior edge rusher / outside linebacker has given us cause to say, he's fine.
Minute now, the third quarter. It is 2nd and 11 from the 40-yard line. Meade on offense. The shotgun formation, 2 receivers out to the left. Heiner rolls out left, looking for a man down to the left. He gets him. Completed to Eli Davis. Gain about 12 on that one. It's another Meade Mavericks first down.
And Heiner was a half step away from getting picked off on that pass. It looked like the cornerback was thinking about trying to jump it, but thankfully for him, he did not create another incompletion.
Joseph, you're a team cover that one. He's a scrappy kid. He's able to get those coverages that time, but Eli Davis able to break away from him. As the Meade offense back on offense, another handoff, but he's going to be rolling in the backfield. That's Edison Burke. It's going to be about 5. Big stop from Thompson Valley. It's going to be Ryan Case on stop.
And Ryan Case is actually kind of an underrated piece, underrated piece of this defense. But we are ultimately going to see how this defense holds up in the fourth quarter with Thompson Valley up 16-7 in the last quarter of the 3A season.
Yeah, no score. Fifth quarter. We're going to take a quick little timeout. Take a minute, take a little bit of a breather. You're listening to 90.5 KCSU's broadcast of the 58 State Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins' coverage of the 3A State Championship game. My name is Phoenix Barons. Alongside me is Gideon Agner. The Meade Mavericks are back on offense to start the fourth quarter. Christian Heiner hands it off to Ethan Elmore. Once again, loss of about 2 or 3. Sorry, that's Ryan St. Aubin, on the run. It's going to be 3rd down and long for the Meade Mavericks offense.
And CJ James for Thompson Valley getting the tackle for loss on that CSU Pueblo commit, getting some big stops in this game.
17 at their own 6. Heiner drops back, looks for a man. He finds Griffin. Top chill. I probably butchered that. It happened so fast. But a big first down and a gain of about 30 on that one. First down, Meade Mavericks.
And Kradicville has been almost impeccable in this game for Meade.
What did I say? It doesn't matter. Meade offense is now back up there. They are on Thompson Valley's 25-yard line. Receivers out to the right. Strengths down to the left. Heiner moves back into the shotgun formation. Looks like it's going to be a false start. 5 different Meade Mavericks moving at once. Half the team staying still, half the team around. Very obvious false start call. They called on number 78, but just call it on everyone. Just may as well have.
It's rare that you see a false start from the center. 78 Grant Gordon holds a number of Division II offers for his for his work at the offensive line.
Is now 1st and 15 from the 30-yard line. They're in Thompson Valley territory with the Meade Mavericks. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers out to the right. Miner rolls out to the right, and defender almost gets in the backfield. He finds man. It is a touchdown
To numbers. Heiner manages to stay up despite the defensive pressure from 19 Ryan Case from Thompson Valley. Case caught him on his throwing elbow before the pass, but it ended up perfect for Meade to close this lead just slightly.
He was right. Had a defender miss a tackle, almost got him, but able to find Roman on the far left side of the end zone on the crossing post route. Huge play. Eli Davis now up for the PAT, and it is good. Meade Mavericks, they have now cut this lead to just 2. Once again, it is now 16-14. Thompson Valley still over Meade, but that touchdown definitely feels good for the Meade Mavericks.
Yeah, and you still have 10 minutes left in this game, a lot of time for some craziness to happen, but ultimately, Thompson Valley has to be shaking in their boots here just a little bit because Meade has gotten within striking distance.
Now Meade will be ready to kick off. Back to Thompson Valley, and Thompson Valley now, they're going to have to figure something out to get back that cushion that they had all the third quarter. Meade, exactly where they want to be, got some well-needed momentum. It's going to be Eli Davis kicking off for the Meade Mavericks with Joseph Garcia and Garrett Henderson back to return, and they're going to let this go back to the end zone. That's a touchback. Thompson Valley starts on offense from their own 20-yard line.
Yeah, and if you're Thompson Valley, you have to be saying to yourself, listen, we cannot have a turnover in this situation. You have to play it a little bit safe, burn that clock, and make it so that even if Meade gets the ball back, there's still plenty of time for you to get the ball yourself and make something happen if you need to.
Hyping up their fans. Eastern side of the stadium. And I'll pitch to less people.
And a tackle for loss by number 10, Mr.
Baker.
Oh, yeah, it looks like the entire population of the town of Meade is sitting in that visitor student section over there.
Stop. Lost about. It is now 2nd and 12, 18. Happy. Bunch formation out to the left. Left rolls out to his right. Finds a man in double coverage. Just overthrows CJ James on that one. It is going to be incomplete and a 3rd down and long for Thompson Valley.
Now, in that situation, you have to be asking yourself, was Lucas actually trying to get it to James? Because James was actually in double coverage in that situation. So maybe he was just trying to make it look like it wasn't intentional grounding.
Definitely would be any needs to be. Out. Just drops back. Pressure already, and he tries to run up the middle. Top of the left, and he is stuffed. Gaining just about 2 minutes. 4th down. Carter Woods able to get the stop on that one, and they're going to climb.
Yeah, and that is exactly the sequence that you want if you are Meade in this situation. You stop them deep into their own territory, and you make sure that you get great field position on offense, only down by 2 with just under 3 minutes.
That's going to be fun, but it is just way more arc than force. With about 10 yards, stayed in Thompson Valley territory. It's going to be
2-yard line. And stay.
Yeah, and the thing about this Meade offense is you only need to get it to the 20-yard line because their kicker, Eli Davis, 5 for 6 on field goals on the season with a long of 30.
Right now, Meade offense is taking over at the 32-10. Valley talents. Standoff to Ethan Elmore. Runs it up the middle and gets a good gain of about 4.
Oh, it looks like an injury for Meade caused by linebacker Landry Suarez on freshman offensive tackle James Bennett.
Looks like Bennett got judo swinged on that one. A one-on-one with a lineman and a linebacker. Might land on his shoulder, it looks like.
I'm very surprised that a flag did not get called in that situation. That happened well after the play was already over.
He's now 2nd and 6 after the play. Yeah, it just looked like a little extracurricular on that exchange, and James Bennett, he's still down, being attended to by the Meade athletic team.
Yeah, and Bennett, he stands at 6'5", 250. So losing him in this situation is arguably worst case scenario for Meade being this close to tasting victory.
He is still down on that play. From what it looked like he had landed on his shoulder from a possible judo swing move. You're just trying to get the player off you, stop him from blocking you, and the run has already gone past you, and at that point it's just a one-on-one, not a fist fight, but just an altercation that you're used to seeing in high school sports, and it ended up James Bennett still down.
Yeah. Now, while we do have a minute talking about the history of these two schools, when we were able to talk to athletic director Carrie Duvall from Thompson Valley yesterday, we asked if any of the players on this Eagles team actually have any relatives that were on that 1989 state championship runner-up. And 2 of them actually were. Levi Marr, his father, was on that team, along with the father of Landry Suarez. I believe that was Bobby Suarez, was on that state championship runner-up in '89. So a bit of a familial legacy of making it to this point, and hopefully for them, Thompson Valley is hoping that they are going to be able to pull out the win and get that retribution.
James Bennett is still down by the training team. We're just under 9 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Thompson Valley leads made 16-14. They got Bennett to sit up.
But this is never good when a player is down for this long. At this point, you're just hoping he's able to walk off on his own power.
We've seen this game, but come right back into the game. But you are absolutely right, Gideon. James Bennett has been down for quite some time now. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get him up. Got him standing up. Looks like able to walk off in his own power. That's a great sight to see.
Yeah, he's got a noticeable sway in his walk, going extra slow here. You really hope, especially as a freshman, that this is an injury that is a relatively quick heal. Not for today, but for the sake of being able to walk upstairs in 20 years.
Game B. They got the ball back, 3 running backs in the backfield. 2nd and 6. Mavs. Handoff to Edison Burke. He's going to be stopped right at the line of scrimmage by Owen Walsh of Thompson Valley. Looks like it's going to be a loss of about 1.
Yeah, and Thompson Valley, if there's one thing that they've been doing well today, it is getting in the backfield and causing chaos. So this is exactly what Thompson Valley's game plan is designed for, and that was a full blitz that worked to perfection.
7 at the 29. Again. Miner drops back, looks for a man on the crossing route, but just overthrown. That's Bryson Gissel, the intended receiver, but it's just way overthrown. Nobody's going to be able to catch that one. It is 4th and 7-9. Looks like they're going to keep the offense out there for the Meade Mavericks.
Arguably, I wouldn't say go with the field goal here, but you have to take some risks. Down by 2 with about 8 minutes left.
See what they can do. The coach for Meade is going to call a timeout. Try to get the hard count. Thompson Valley wasn't jumping. Now, they're going to think it over for a second.
And if you're Meade, Phoenix, if you're Meade, what would you do in this situation? Because your kicker has a long of 30 on the season.
If you're kicking it from the 29, that's about a 39-yard field. That's a long field goal, especially in high school standards. I mean, if you can do it, I would at least give it a shot. But you have 8 minutes left. I personally would try for the field goal. You get a 1-point lead. You're able to kick it off. And if you miss it, they regain from the 29-yard line the Thompson Valley Eagles on offense. And you just get the defense to get the stop. You have 8 minutes. You have plenty of time to be able to do what you want to do. Looks like Meade is going to beat Eli Davis. He's back there for the Meade Mavericks. This will be a 39-yard field goal. Definitely be a season high for them. They're right at midfield, right in the middle of the hashes. And it's
What? That one was brought down by number 2, Donovan Claus from Thompson Valley. Saw right through the trick play.
He tossed it over his head and back to the kicker, Eli Davis, but stopped for a loss of about, I don't even know, 8. It was a big loss, and now Thompson Valley regains from the 39-yard line.
And the only question in my mind is, what were they thinking?
Take a risk, and now Meade defense back out there, and Thompson Valley able to regain on offense. They have the full house formation out there. Hand off to Bebo. Out to the left, and he is stopped at the 40-yard line by Dresden Spendlove and Megan Williams.
Yeah, Spendlove has been one of the starting edge rushers all year here for the Mavs, and that was a beautiful execution of his experience to be able to get a good move around the offensive tackle.
Tia takes the handoff. He runs it to the left, tries up the middle, gets crunched, but after a gain of about 3, is now 3rd and 5 for Thompson Valley.
Yeah, and this is actually very familiar territory for Meade. This is the same score that they lost their only game of the season to Windsor by. So Meade knows what they need to do in this situation. The only question is, can they execute?
Stop. 3rd and 5 now from Thompson Valley. They got 2 receivers out to the right. Touchdowns on both sides. Steve back. Lucas drops back, tries to roll, gets absolutely crunched. They're going to call it alive. They're saying it's a fumble. Looked like it was incomplete, but it went way out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Just a busted play. That's Dresden Spendlove taking down Finley Lucas from the back.
It looks like the Whitecap is having a discussion as to who has possession of that ball. I believe that was recovered by number 32, Wood. Yeah, Carter Woods.
They're saying the ball went out of bounds. Nobody recovered it. It is 4th down for Thompson Valley.
4th And, I mean, it looks like it went out way, way back, making it 4th and 13 for the Eagles.
4th and 13 from the 36-yard line, and the Thompson Valley punt. Elijah Metzger back there at the punter. Needs Edison Bill, Brecken Fargo back deep to return.
Oh!
They pick the ball up to return it.
A terrible fair catch interference in that play.
Just collided with the return as it was making the fair catch.
You have to ask yourself, what was the defender thinking?
Sometimes you just want to clock somebody, you know? You just want to absolutely rock their socks.
But with 6 minutes in the state championship up 2?
It's definitely a questionable call. And they're going to call fair catch interference against Thompson Valley. It's a 15-yard penalty, and the Meade Mavericks will take over at their own 47-yard line, knocking on the door at midfield. It was Garrett Hendrickson on the fair catch interference against Edison Burke. Now Meade, they're back on offense. They got 2 receivers out to the right. They're in shot formation. We can see out left. Hand off over to Edison Burke. He runs it up the middle. Gets a gain of maybe 3. They're going to down him at the 49, though. So a gain of just 2 for second down.
Now, Burke, he was stopped by Ryan Case and Landry Suarez. Suarez, he's got the build of your prototypical middle linebacker, standing at 6 foot 200 with one of those big old-fashioned collars right behind his neck.
Just screams linebacker.
Yeah, nobody wears those anymore.
Me. Handoff over to Ethan Elmer. Runs up the middle. It looks like it's a fumble, though, and recovered by Thompson Valley. That's Tristan Hill on the recovery. They're going to give it to him. Thompson Valley with an absolutely crucial turnover at the best time possible. Looks like it's going to be Thompson Valley ball.
And no matter what you think about how Thompson Valley has been playing this game, you cannot say that they haven't been playing hard-nosed, physical defense.
Fumble on that one, redeeming himself after the fair catch interference, and now it is offense for Thompson Valley. They get the ball back at their own 45-yard line. Thompson Valley in the I form with 2 receivers out to the right. Handoff up the middle, and it is going to be stopped by Meade. Nowhere for the running back to go. That's Garrett Hendrickson again on the run. But he absolutely had nothing going for him on that one.
And that one was slowed down by the defensive tackle Caleb Goff, 6'7", 390, who just pushed the offensive lineman into his own running back here with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Getting involved in the backfield again. He has been a presence for that Meade defensive line. An absolute force and very fun to watch so far. Thompson Valley now, it is 2nd and 10 from the 45-yard line. They're once again back in the I. They got a tight end on both sides. Meaning the right. Lucas drops back, looks for a man out for the right, and it is intercepted. It beats number 10, Charles Baker. He had open cover, and it was a phenomenal turnover. What a turnover frenzy we're seeing so far as Meade now takes the ball back at their own 35.
And I mean, Baker was wearing Walsh like a cheap suit on that route. He was all over him, draped, and honestly, I could see that one coming the second Finley Lucas threw that ball.
It's not intercepted. Not have come at time. Down by 2, and the offense back out there for Meade. Now the goal will be to not cause any more turnovers. Only score for the Meade Mavericks.
All you need here is a field goal.
Shotgun formation. He has two receivers out to the right. He rolls, finds man deep, and it's overthrown. Eli Davis, the intended receiver. It looked like there was no safety had a better chance at getting that.
But even for the safety, that one was still 10 feet over and 20 feet to the left.
Close, the closest man to that ball, but close is being generous on that description.
Yeah, it's more who is in the same.
Christian Miner back there in the shotgun once again. Wide receivers on both sides. Rolls out to the right. Looking for a man deep right. Gets it to him, and it's completed to Noah Vroman at the 50-yard line. Big play for Heed and a Maverick first down.
I mean, Vroman, he's had his fair share of big plays today, along with his fair share of drops. He's been about 50-50 on that ratio. So thankfully for the Mavs, most of his big plays have been here in the second half where it matters most.
Down him at the 9-yard line, just knocking on the board once again at midfield, and it is 1st and 10 to lead Mavericks. Two receivers out to the left, hand off to Ethan Elmore. He's out to the right. He bounces. He finds a hole, and he gets a big gain once again. Need getting another first down off an 11-yard run from Ethan Elmore.
Oh my, these Mavs, you can see the energy in the fans section. I mean, the stop by Landry Suarez, it didn't really end up mattering because the energy is certainly shifting towards Meade at this point in time.
Looking for a man, and nothing going for him. Intended for Eli Davis, but I don't even think Eli Davis was ready for that. He was ready to block.
Yeah, Davis, he ended up seeing the ball go past him on his right, and he just looked behind him like, where was that going? He didn't know that was going towards him.
Face of Christian Heiner, able to disrupt that play from the beginning. Big play for Thompson Valley, and now 2nd and 10 for the Meade Mavericks shotgun. Once again, two receivers out to the left, handoff to Ethan Elmore. He bounces out to the right, and he gets a gain of about 5 or 6. And it is now 3rd down. A big gain for the Meade Mavericks. Stopped by Tristan Hill.
Yeah, and at this point, it's kind of funny. You can see that Joseph Uratia, the cornerback for Thompson Valley, hasn't even moved from the spot he was at before that last play. Everyone knew that Meade was going to run it.
Eastern side of the stadium. Now, they're moving. Meade Mavericks. Their offense has been rolling so far. They got two receivers now out to the left. Team to the right. Shotgun formation, Christian Miner. Handoff to Ryan St. Aubin. It's a gain of maybe 4. It's going to be just a yard short, and it's going to be 4th and 1 at the 31.
And the thing you have to keep in consideration here is the defense is staring into the sun. They are facing the south, so any play that you make on the ball, you are doing barely being able to see it.
T-minus 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter. It is 4th and 1 for the Meade Mavericks there on Thompson Valley's 31-yard line. And it looks like the offense is going to be going for it. They are out in the formation. Christian Heiner under center. Ethan Elmore back for the Meade Mavericks. Once again, a timeout called by Meade. They didn't like what they saw out of the Thompson Valley defense. They're going to think about it for a second.
No, and if you're Meade, you have to make that decision. Are we going to go for it or are we going to kick it? Because if we kick it, this is 10 yards outside of our kicker's long for the season. We need to be extra sure of the decision we want to make here, because with 2.5 minutes left in this season, no matter how it goes, this game is going to end wildly.
2 minutes, 34 seconds left in the fourth. After the second timeout was called by the Meade Mavericks, they only have 1 left in the game. It's 4th and 1 at the 31-yard line. We saw them try to do a fake field goal and it didn't end up well for them in their favor. 8 minutes left in the quarter, and now they have an opportunity to redeem themselves and get a first down or get a field goal, depending on what coach decides here in this one.
Yeah, and Meade down 14-16 with a chance to win their first state championship in 75 years. The pressure is on.
So the offense is out there for the Meade Mavericks. We got 3 running backs in the backfield for Meade. Bunched up, and it's a handoff up the middle to Ethan Elmore. And it looks like they might give it to him. And the White Hats calling for a first down. They got the yard they needed. It is now first down for the Meade Mavericks at the 30-yard line. The clock is ticking at 2 minutes 30. Dane Gray on the stop in that one.
Yeah, the dream stays alive for Meade. Their sideline just erupted the second Elmore's knee went down.
Now Meade back on offense. Handoff to Ethan Elmore over to the left. And he's going to be stopped quickly at the line of scrimmage by Dane Gray. Second down now for the Meade Mavericks, and they're now at under 2 minutes.
And Gray actually has a solid case here for state championship MVP if Thompson Valley is able to pull out the win here, because he got that defensive touchdown earlier and he's been wreaking havoc in the backfield.
Right now, Meade is still in Thompson Valley territory at the 29-yard line. It's 2nd and 9. They got 2 receivers out to the right. Schneider out in shotgun. Takes it himself, but it's Walsh on that one, and a big loss for the Meade Mavericks with a minute 20 left.
And Walsh just barely managed to clip Heiner's foot on that one, causing a crucial second down sack, making it 3rd and 14 from the 34.
And it was just the intent receiver wide open in the flat, and it is 4th and 14 from the 34-yard line. And now Meade, they have put themselves in a pretty tough predicament right now.
And you could tell the second Burke saw that coming, it was off. At this point, with 53 seconds left, Meade only has so much time left to win their second state championship in school history, and Thompson Valley just has to hang on for another minute to win their first ever.
Play clock run out. Their 3rd and final timeout. Looks like this may be it. They're going to try and probably kick a field goal. I don't know if Meade likes it very much. This is definitely the position they did not want to be in. Now it all comes down to this play. This play right here could very well determine who becomes the 3A state champion.
Yeah, and you could see Thompson Valley players are stressing down there on the field. I saw Seth Castle. He got down on bended knee, and a couple of his teammates surrounded him. Thompson Valley wants this just as bad as Meade does, and they know this is the time. You do not screw this up, or this will be a moment that weighs on you for the rest of your life.
This is a fantastic way to kick off the state championship series here at Canvas Stadium, home to the Colorado State Rams football team. We're going to be figuring out what bowl game they're going to be getting into this Sunday. Right now, this is the home of high school football. It is a beautiful day here in Canvas Stadium. Meade, they are back out there on offense. They're going to go for it on 4th and 14 from the 34-yard line.
And Thompson Valley calls a timeout.
Now Thompson Valley, they got stressed out a little bit. They didn't know, probably didn't expect that, and they call their first timeout of the half.
Yeah, that is a wise decision. They have all 3 timeouts, well, 2 timeouts remaining now, had 3 timeouts at the time they made that call. You have plenty to spare, and they took a full timeout to be able to fully discuss this with the team.
Now that they called their timeout, they can't really ice the kicker now, can they?
No,
If
they
decide
cannot.
to make the choice to kick a field goal. But this is a tough one if you're Meade. You're at your 34-yard line. A field goal kick from there would be 34 yards, which is very, very, very difficult at the high school football level. Miracles can happen. Anything can happen. Looks like the Meade Mavs back out there on offense. They're going to go for it. The 2 receivers out to the left, the shotgun formation, Christian Heiner. And once again, Thompson Valley calling another timeout.
You have to be wondering what head coach Jamie Steele is thinking in this situation, because that is a perplexing move. Now you only have 1 timeout left in this matchup with almost a minute left on that clock.
He ran up right to the official. I think they were confused as to why the Thompson Valley was able to call a second timeout in a row. So 3 timeouts in a row already. Meade, then back-to-back from Thompson Valley. They just used their second timeout of the half. They only have 1 left. 53 seconds remaining in the quarter. It is 4th and 14 in Thompson Valley's 34-yard line. Meade has the ball. They're down 16 to 14. Field goal could win it for Meade.
This is going to go down to the last second for these kids' final memories of high school football for all these seniors, for legacy, and for history. We must remember that anything is possible.
Back out. 2 receivers out. Shotgun formation and Christian Heiner. They snap it. Heiner rolls out to his left, finds a man out to his right, and he drops it. It was right in the sixth element. Back out the back. Field routes. Hit it right in the hands and bounced off. Absolute heartbreaker for me as they turn the ball over on downs. It is now 1st and 10 at the 34 for Thompson Valley. They are up 16 to 14 with 38 seconds, and they're 48 seconds away being the 3A state champions of 2024.
And you can see the outside linebacker, number 8, CJ James, waving his hands in the air like he just does not care, because they may have just brought home the 3A state championship for the first time in school history.
Finley Lucas taking the knee in the full house formation. They're just going to let it run out. A 1 second separates the play clock from the game clock. Need to kneel it one more time. And Thompson Valley, they're getting the Gatorade ready for their head coach.
In head coach Jamie Steele's 2nd year at the position, his first state championship as the head of a program. Thompson Valley made the Final Four last year. This is only their 6th playoff appearance in the past 25 seasons.
It's like that. The clock hits 0. The coach is soaked. The 50-yard line is lined up for handshakes. Thompson Valley Eagles, you are the 2024 3A Colorado High School Football State Champions.
For the first time in school history, retribution from the children of that 1989 squad that were defeated. Welcome to a moment in history.
This was just a tough game from both sides. We saw a lot of big turnovers, a lot of big offensive moments and defensive moments, and even special team moments. We saw a lot of big moments out of both these teams. This was a fairly even matchup. Meade, what a heartbreaker, but they have nothing to be ashamed of. They came in and had a heck of a fight, but it's Thompson Valley up top. They are the state champions, and they have soundly defeated the Meade Mavericks. Final score, 16-14.
The story of the game is defense. That is for sure. You can see Seth Castle, the defensive tackle and center, going back to his student section, and he is wilding out, and very justifiably so.
Season is capped off with gold. This is a team that I saw play against Timnath, and it's not pretty football, but it's perfectly executed football that can get you wins. And we are now seeing the proof of that right here, now that they are state champions.
And you have to give credit to Meade in this situation. They gave Thompson Valley a heck of a fight, but the Mavs are going to have to wait at least one more year to end that 75-year state championship drought.
We have 2 more state championship matchups coming up here on 90.5 KCSU. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the 3A state championship. My name is Phoenix Barons. This is Gideon Agner. But stick around. We still have more state championship football to come. We'll be back. KCSU
Always has and always will bring you sports.
you
Hello, and welcome back to 90.5 KCS Fort Collins. I'm Gideon Egner,
I'm Adam Gross.
listening to or watching the broadcast that we have for the 2024 4A Colorado High School Activities Association Football State Championships. Adam, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling good about this matchup. You're looking at the Montrose Redhawks coming in at 13-0 and the Broomfield Eagles 12-1, both respectively good teams. Overall, we don't know much about Montrose except that they are good.
They have beaten ranked opponents over the course of this season. In over number 6 Durango, 4 and 3A Palisade, number 7 Mesa Ridge twice, number 3 Pueblo West twice, and number 15 Frederick.
I talked to head coach Brett Mertens just before the game here, and the main key to the game that he told me was that the Redhawks are going to have to take care of the ball. Whichever team runs the ball better is going to come out with a win. They're both equally matched up. They both like to run the ball. Whoever's going to hold the football longer, have more possession, avoid turnovers, is going to walk away with a state championship today in 4A.
Yes, we are seeing step will be receiving to begin step. Captains for Montrose 256 in Rivala, and the captains for Bloomfield are number 58 Tyler, number 9 Air Force commit Michaela Benner, 13 Ethan Smiley, and number 33 Colin Torres.
This is a good lineup here for Montrose, and then you bring Broomfield as well.
Offensive line, but Montrose, they have some big rushers that they're hoping are going to be able to contend. And we're going to take a quick break for the national anthem, but we will be right back here on 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. We just had the national anthem here. Both crowds are hyped for this 4A state championship.
Kidding, it's an absolutely beautiful day out here.
Yes,
Couldn't complain about the weather. We're sitting around 58 degrees, which is the warmest it's been all week. Broomfield has elected to kick, which means Montrose will take it up the field to start the 4A state championships.
It's kicking off here for and back. Thoughts, the kick back, it looks like it's going to go to about the 8-yard line. The returner taking it straight down the middle and brought down Bank on the 35-yard line here for Montrose.
That's already a good start for Montrose. Way to take initiative, find a lane inside in the middle of the field, get through that front wall. Already puts you on the 35 to get things started.
Senators, back, fullback Elijah Womack, wings Chase Meehan and Aiden Gravala, tight ends Jack Hankey and Wyatt Berry, along with tackles Jack Carlson and Caden Miller. Interior guys Trevor Brock, Abbott Dietrich, and Justin. Saunders snap right up the middle, and it is here. Womack there carry. Womack here with a 2 rushing yard season. So
And you weren't sure at first if they were going to break through that front line, but Womack, 6 foot 185, over 2,000 rushing yards, found a hole and broke out for a good run.
hand off down straight to the middle, stop top, deflect the Eagles, back to carry. And then it's, I believe, Scarpella and CT Worley as the heads of that Brookfield defense.
And you already heard what Coach Brett Mertens said about the offense, is that whoever can run the ball better is going to come away with a win. You see they're using Elijah Womack 2 times in a row. He's got 30 rushing touchdowns this season.
See them in their black pants, black tops with red lettering, and Broomfield in their blue pants with the white shirts and a silver helmet with blue accents.
I love that red helmet too with the white accent. It just pops. So 3 times in a row, Womack's utilized. They were in the huddle, Montrose that is, and while Broomfield's still trying to get their defense together, the offensive line runs straight up, quick snap, not any time to react, and Womack breaks out to the left side for an easy run.
Was Chase Meehan, but that only goes to show how strong this Montrose running back core is. You have a number of guys that can get you the amount of yards that you want. Meehan also with an 800-yard rushing season so far. In formation, we have everybody rushing to the ball. This is Saunders. Hand off down to linebacker CT Worley offered a sacred for University.
You saw that Womack gets pushed out to about the 36-yard line on Broomfield's side, but then he gets tackled down for about a loss of his total drive, about a loss of a yard.
Left wrist. 2 running backs behind him. Hand off. Fake hand off, but and the refs do agree this one stays with.
Yeah, Maverick Scarpella is just throwing his hands at the ref, begging to get that call. He was convinced, but like you said, they thought different.
Here's looking to the side, which is just
So with 9 minutes to go, you've already seen that Womack's gotten the ball 6 times. We haven't seen a single pass yet from Montrose's offense.
That's what you expect here, especially with their starting back down.
That's something we just learned today, is that he's been out with season-ending shoulder surgery. Montrose just keeps doing a good job of pushing the ball down the field, consistently driving up through the middle. You have the one breakout from Womack, but overall it's those little gains that get you the first downs.
Everyone knew what this Montrose offense was going to do heading into this game. It's rush. The only question is who's going to take it, and the question is
yes, 2,164 rushing yards coming into this matchup.
Saunders in your center. Hand off. Fake hand off. Saunders goes for it. What? CT.
There's a ton of energy coming from Broomfield on that tackle. C.T. Worley, 6'3", 215 pounds. He has 3 D1 offers. One of those is the Sacred Heart. He was actually the quarterback last season, but they pushed him over to the linebacker position because he dealt with some injuries, and now look what he's doing on the defensive line.
Handoff, it looks, handoff all the way to number 6. Stop.
And that's the power that Montrose has with 3 different running backs that are all dominant on the field. Aiden Grivala, as the third running back for the Redhawks, has 1,100 rushing yards coming into the season with 11 touchdowns. So their entire running back room is a dominant force.
Saunders has started. He has 100 pass yards, 2 touchdowns to 2 picks. So that speaks to the power of this offense. Another early up here. And it is. That was Grivola getting good stopped. Those throws, I believe the first move 5, the edge rusher, Elliott Less.
And for as much as Montrose is doing, Broomfield is doing just as much. We've already ran down half of the time here in the first quarter with 6 minutes and 24 seconds. So even if they do get a score, you've wasted half of a quarter trying to get it.
And the right side down to 15. Down here on 13.
And I absolutely love it. Chase Meehan is your running back, and he's going out for a 10-yard throw as a receiver. So he not only can rush, but he can receive.
Yeah, so the offsides call almost got it here. But McClure was too experienced for that. A 3-year starter for the Eagles. Saunders hands it off over to Grivaldo, left side. Ball is open. Touchdown. The Montrose Red Hawks.
The drive started with Elijah Womack, pushed it all the way past into the Broomfield score in the Broomfield side, ended the drive with Grihala. Just shows the dominance that the Red Hawks have early, and they're going to do that often. The lowest score they've had this season is 18 points, and they're against Pueblo West. Yes. Other than that, they've scored 63, 56, upwards of 40 to 60-point games this whole season.
And the Red Hawks are actually going for 2 here. Saunders under center, motion by Grijalva, and it is back over to Grijalva, who is getting, who looks like he may actually be in, and he's pulled down short at 1. 17. Isaiah Garcia.
Yeah, so Grijala's head was in the end zone, but the ball was still in his chest, which was behind the line. That's right. Yep.
So now we have Montrose leading this game 6-0 with 5 minutes, 32 seconds left here in the first quarter. What are you thinking so far? This matchup. What does Broomfield have to do to strike back?
Sorry, I was trying to get our score updated there on the screen. We'll get that fixed. We've had some issues with that today, but your question, repeat that again for me.
Back and take this game.
Same thing Montrose does. Keep control of the ball, push it downfield. Don't lose control on a silly play, but you're going to have to be the one that runs better and harder and try to get past this Montrose defensive line.
Back, Smiley, and it looks like Bennett is taking it back. The Air Force moving forward, dotting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Turn there by Ben.
Yeah, the Air Force commit had a full head of steam, but Montrose rushed quick down the field, met him at the 15-yard line.
Now we have Darian Jackson under center here for infield. Snap is going to be by number 54, Nathan Wheeler. And Jackson, handoff down the middle. That was Colin Torres.
So right before the snap, Joseph Larson, one of the running backs, number 22, ran a motion behind the quarterback. And right as the snap goes off, he fakes the throw to 22, pushes the ball up the middle on a handoff, faked pretty much everybody out, got another couple of yards out of the play.
Just a great play by fake. Looks like Torres is back again. Jackson pitch over to Elliott Less, who brings it up 50 yards forwarding while really slowing out. Looks like it's Penny.
And Elliott Less is a pretty big guy. He tried to break a few tackles, but he was just getting close to the out of bounds, had nowhere to go. If he would have broke through that secondary, I think he would have been gone, but Montrose kept control.
Penny just fast to catch. Now Jackson, your center, looks like a fake, but set. Wyatt barely logging is down. Jackson making it 3rd and 5.
So the same thing we saw 2 plays ago on a fake handoff on the motion to Larson. Darian Jackson decides to fake the handoff to Less this time, and goes out and rolls out for the run. Doesn't work out in the Broomfield Eagles' favor this time.
Pressure there, that was seen before. But here is looks like. And then back for the Red Hawks for the return. No return needed.
Yeah, that was awfully reminiscent of what we watched last year in the 5A state championship game with Cherry Creek. Very high kicks on those 3rd downs, and that one didn't even cross the 50-yard line. I think it went out at the 44 that time on Broomfield's side.
Yeah. Past first down marker there. If you're Broomfield, you're saying to your special teams players, listen, I know this is a high pressure situation, but you've got to make it. And now Montrose's offense, they're looking out to their threat curtains with the play call. And I mean, when we're looking at this, Saunders going on just one receiver out on the right side, best tight ends. Motion here by Womack taking up the middle here, and by CC and just great play by Field anticipating that and sending it.
That was a nasty defensive stop there from Broomfield. 17, 5, and 9 all had arms on that play and pushed back 5 yards, I think, for the loss. And the best part about those guys is they can play both sides of the ball, offense and defense.
Motion here by Grijalva. Grijalva takes the ball.
You know, when the Red Hawks defense or offense starts getting comfortable with Womack, or a Broomfield defense, I should say, they pop out to Aiden Grijalva, who's kind of a dual threat. He can catch, he can run, he likes to roll out, and he's a lot faster and smaller, so he squeezes right past the defense. Really catches Broomfield off guard when they're used to seeing Womack drive up the middle.
In this play, a couple of guys trying to jump and off straight to 34, and just gets the first down by about a yard.
And then you turn right back around, you come back to Womack again when you need a big body to run through that defense.
These big fellas are getting pushed when it's going to place. But Saunders under center, we have receiver on the right side, on the left side, 2 backs behind, potentially. Snap taken, down to Womack again. Ella, very short game, about 3, makes it 2nd and 7 for Montrose.
So we've already got 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's 6-0 Montrose, and they've had possession for nearly 90% of this first quarter. Broomfield's barely had a chance to get on the 50-yard line. Montrose has just dominated this side of the field.
Left side, back. Motion by Grijalva. Took it back to Evans, down, and it was he's jumping. And me catches a touchdown. Making it 12 to 0. 11 seconds left to go in the first back station.
Montrose is hitting hard early. And Chase Meehan, right when you expect another run, pops out up through the middle. Quarterback Chris Mock drops down and throws a nice ball right to the middle of the end zone.
So we're going to be seeing another place where Montrose is heading for 2. Looks like 2 backs behind him, 1 receiver on the left side, and a tight end on the left side. Grijalva handoff over to Grijalva again, but brought down by C.T. Worley. His only full offer is the Sacred Heart, but 3 Division I offer linemen.
And how about the middle linebacker working on the outside there to find Grijalva on the run, man? Swallowed him up behind the line of scrimmage. Kept Montrose from damaging the scoreboard a little even more.
We have 3 quarters and 1 minute, 29 seconds left to go for Broomfield to remedy that if they want to win this game. Now, Montrose kickers make Zach Motley while back and McPhail Benner. Yeah, Benner on the right side, Sarah on the left. And on this play design that they have to kick off the side of the field.
It's one of the most unconventional things I've seen of any play. I mean, we watch a lot of CSU football. They do some unconventional stuff, but this is even weirder. 4 players on both sides, bunched up, like you said. Yeah, 3 players in the middle, and then they roll out and try to, I don't know if they try to come back around behind Broomfield's offense, but we'll see.
And he's going to Smiley going around the right side. He's got room. And just a great play by Smiley to get Broomfield back into this action.
So as Montrose's special teams try to roll around and get a tackle from behind, Smiley's able to break out up the middle where there is no defense. And now Broomfield, for the first time, is on Montrose's side of the field.
Field's kicker and from Jackson to Torres here, he's down the middle.
And thank goodness we get to finally talk about Colin Torres, one of the captains for Broomfield Eagles. Best rusher on the team, 140 catches this year, or runs 1,123 yards, averages 8 yards per run.
And Jackson. But it ended up a couple of yards ahead of him. Would have had to been standing on his own shoulders to get that one. And
that was dangerous. You just saw that Chase Meehan, who just got a touchdown on offense, about got an interception on the defense all the way nearly in the end zone. He was at the 10-yard line, reached out and had a fingertip on it, just couldn't quite make the catch.
He's that is before third one.
And I think Les made the best of a bad situation. He had a full head of steam, did a reverse spin, caught the ball, got a little bit tripped up, decided to charge his head forward and run. It was already too late. He had two defenders on him, still walked away with a few yards.
Jackson pushing. We have Torres up the middle, getting pushed here. Ends up getting eight. That is
Yeah, it's always tough to figure out Montrose because they don't post their stats and information is a little bit vague sometimes, but we make the best of it up here.
Eagles, but 34-yard line, and we still have quarter of play left to go. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have football and sports review and Pete for KCSU.
Always have and always will.
Welcome back to the 4A Football State Championship here on 90.5 KCSU. Colin Torres up there. CT High School just took a 20-yard down the field on the right side, but Cedillo of Broomfield went down very briefly for the Eagles. Adam, what are you seeing so far?
Well, that was a quick setup from Broomfield. They got right back into the action. CT Worley, 306 yards as the fourth string running back, but he is a team captain, so he does know how to play. 13.3 yards on average per run. So when he gets the ball, while he doesn't always get it the most, he's going to make the most of it.
Yeah, and here we are on 1st and 10. It does look like Cedillo needs a couple of minutes. He is down injured. They are bringing out the trainer for the starting right guard for Broomfield.
This is one of those moments in the state championships that's just, you don't want to see it to happen. Both teams are playing as hard as they possibly can. It's just a tough situation. We might have to hit a break here on KCSU.
Yes, we will be right back here on 90.5. He is back on his feet, and he's back on his feet, and we will stay right
In that
here
case,
in the first.
so Cedillo makes his way up. The 6'1", 250-pound big fella makes his way off to the sideline. We'll see if he comes back into the game here later on.
This offensive line is a very big one, having both Evan Haynes and Isaiah Garcia. But right now, Darian Jackson taking the snap, tight end, two receivers on the right side. Motion from Elliot Les. Pass over to left. Les on the left side. Chicken and Eagle touchdown by Elliot Les. In Jackson. Adam, what did you see in that play?
Man, Elliot Les had a taste of glory in the first run. They just couldn't get the ball up the field. This time they break out for a run. Les moves to the left side, cuts back through the middle, finds an opening, and then it's all clear for 10 yards into the end zone.
Max Marchie lining up for the P8 point off attempt, held by number 2, Prism Lendley. And it's straight through the uprights. Broomfield makes it 6-12 against the Montrose Red Hawks with 11:59 left here in this second.
Broomfield has done a fantastic job of shifting the momentum in their favor. While they're still down, they're only down one possession.
They've done a good job of stopping them by Montrose. But now the defense hasn't worked particularly well today. It's going to have to go back out there and see what they can do to stop.
Yeah, we saw in that first run or first drive from the Red Hawks, Gravala had a touchdown, and then right after that, it was Chase Meehan who had a touchdown. And both of those were on not the typical run that you saw as they pushed up the field. Once they get in the red zone, they change their offense to a more aggressive throwing slash pass option type offense.
We see Archie ready to kick off while Grijalva and Chase Meehan are the returners. Grijalva on the right side, Meehan on the left for Montrose Redskins. Traditional kickoff formation. Kicked off. It looks like it is going to go to about the 3-yard line. We have Meehan taking it, getting chased down by a flock of eagles, and ultimately brought down by it is
That's a good job from Broomfield to be able to stop the run there. If excuse me, it was number 29, right, running that ball. If Chase Meehan would have found the middle, he took off like a track athlete. Broomfield's 3 defenders find a good job of keeping him contained.
With an unconventional look, at least for them, we have Saunders under center with one back behind him at tight end and 2 receivers on the right side. We see some motion, a shift in the defensive line, more motion. This is a bit of a tricky play. It looks like, yes, down by a French defensive back. And Chase Meehan on the run for Washington.
Yeah, and Kate Saunders, the quarterback who filled in for Chris Mock towards the end of the season here, rolled out like he was about to pass the ball, but it was already handed off. Broomfield did a good job of being aware of that and keeping Montrose within only 1 yard. They didn't get much on that play.
Should come off. It looks like Grijalva has it. Nice. It's a 35-minute run. See, walking. I is receiver. I believe that was number 200.
And it was like his entire line just parted the sea for him as he broke out down the far sideline. It wasn't until number 11 on the Broomfield Eagles finally got that tackle by pushing him out of bounds and grabbing the waist. But another good explosive run there from Montrose.
One back to the left receiver, left side of the field, far side, taken by the number 60. Donovan, defensive tackle, a 5'11", 7 feet.
Yeah, not the tallest guy in the world, but certainly one of the bigger guys on the Eagles' defensive line. Broke through that front wall of Montrose, found a good tackle.
And Montrose coaches motioning to back Saunders center and keeps him left side of that field. Motion by the running back, and Meehan takes it. The right side gets tired. Here. That was number 9.
And it seems this time that Broomfield is slowing down Montrose's offense. In the first drive, Montrose got within the red zone in the first 4 minutes, and now we're at 9:45 in the second quarter, and they're still within, or they still haven't crossed the 30-yard line like they had before.
Taking from his coach. Looks like he put it
Yeah, it seems like a defunct play that happened. You had your offensive line sort of wrapped around the quarterback with your tight end on the outsides, like forming a shell. And as he gets the snap, he rolls around, immediately spins, and there's already a defender there to take him down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no running back actually showed up to get the handoff.
easy 15 minutes. Looks like just in
Cade Saunders went on the pass option, rolled out of the pocket as Meehan's running down the near side, had a defender on him, wrapped in front of his defender, somehow caught the ball. It looked like Travis Hunter down the sideline at a CU game. He put his body on the line for that catch.
It's back. And Saunders in center, one receiver on the right side, two backs behind him. And then motion here, and this one is taken by Chase Womack.
Yeah, and Womack just absolute dominance on that run. Was wrapped up within 2 yards of his drive and then pushed for another 5. And now that Montrose ends up on the 13.
And Womack has 30 touchdowns for Saunders in motion and hand off to Womack. This one. And this one brought down a loss of 1.
Yeah, so Broomfield's doing everything they can here at the end of the Red Hawks run to try to stop another touchdown going on the scoreboard, at least walk away with a field goal maybe, keep things to a minimum as we go into the half. And Womack, man, he is fighting for his life out there in the red zone. What has been easy before is not so easy now as the Eagles' defense has started to heat up. And then if he breaks through, he has to contend with that secondary, which is just as difficult to counter.
Hand off to multiple Rich, but he still took 5-6 steps to gain 6 total units here for Montrose with 6 minutes 45 seconds left in this first half.
So you see Fritch goes to the sideline, but C.T. Worley, that Sacred Heart offer, finds another tackle, kind of the catalyst for the Eagles' defense.
So there's center, more motion, and handoff to Womack once more, and getting stopped by Bloomfield just on the 1 yard line. 64 to keep them.
That is just all grit from Broomfield. Montrose is putting down some miles on this field, and Broomfield's doing everything they can to stop them at the red zone. With 1 yard to go, they have a chance to force a 4th down, and then you have to wonder if they kick or go for the touchdown still.
Shift in the defensive. One knows Montrose is running it. Saunders to Kuvala, who gets touchdown. Make it 18-7. Eagles it's left in this first half. Abby, what did you see? Like,
oh, you see Cade Saunders throw his hands up right away because he knew that it was a good run. He's already gotten more touchdowns in this game than he's had all season. 3 today, 2 before coming into this matchup. Now 5 on the season.
They could to stop that touchdown going in, but ultimately that was that. 2-point conversion attempt here for Montrose. Saunders and 3 backs behind him. He hands it off to Womack once. Oh wait, no, not to Womack. This one gets handed off to Chase Meehan, who gets brought down in the end zone, but it ends up being called. Oh, the referees are having a conversation about it. Not fully sure what to say.
Looks like they're going to be discussing. All the officials are stacked up in the end zone here, trying to figure out what's going on. Broomfield's defense already walking off to the sideline while Montrose still kind of scratching their heads, wandering around on the field. Here we go. Here's a call.
Montrose fumbled it, which was forced by Broomfield. inside the end zone, making it. Yes, we see it right here on the big screen. It was recovered, making this by a very tight end, making it 20-7 Montrose over.
Man, and that is a gutsy play from Montrose to try to go for those 2 points. Almost cost them the ball. Somehow found it on the fumble. Puts you up 20-7. Man, Montrose is trying to make a statement here in the 4A state championships.
Sneak defense in their kicker. Because all 3 times they have covered their kicker.
That is very true. It's either a question of how aggressive they want to be or how daunting the idea of having your kicker out there could truly be for Montrose.
Exactly. Hillbent and Mason's the back to return here in the traditional kickoff formation with 3 men in hash marks, signaling Montrose crowd is loud as they get Motley going for the kick. And it looks like it is going to be going back to Smiley on the 1 yard. And Smiley Mr. James Ingram.
Smiley does all he can to run hard. He's a smaller guy, but he breaks through those tackles. You would expect that he wanted to get more yards off of that run, but he did start at the 1 yard line. Puts Broomfield in still a decent position to start their drive.
Yep.
Not the worst that it could be.
No. And now Jackson here under center position behind him. He pitches to with a good game of 9 yards.
And now Broomfield, you see, they're not just going to their typical starters like Mikhail Benner. They're using their other resources and trying to find more looks to get through Montrose's defense.
Against a team like Montrose, they're designed to wear you down. So you have to be subbing inconsistent. We have Jackson motioning and Jackson dropping it back to pass. He doesn't see anything. He's going to go for it. Ends up getting Powers, the leader on this team, on this Montrose Red Hawk team in tackles. He had 120 in the season leading up to today.
Man, and the Eagles quarterback had ages in the pocket there, just literally standing and bouncing on his toes as Grisham Lemley and it looked like Gavin Montoya made it all the way across into Montrose's side. Just couldn't find a look as an edge rusher and attacks.
And Jackson sit down. To wrap up the event just in time and force the incompletion on that play. And let me tell you, Raven Fowler Nicolosi would kill for that kind of pocket presence.
Oh boy. Hey, season's over, Gideon. Hey, you're right, but
Hello. Get it this time back for the Montrose Red Hawks. It looks like Aiden Grialva is one much better one for Broomfield. It's Chase Meehan and Broomfield following the bounce here down.
man, if it wasn't for that bounce, then the ball probably would have rolled backwards from the 40-yard line closer to the 45 on Broomfield's side of the field, or Montrose, that is. Could have resulted in a not so good kick, as we saw there. Lucky that he got the roll to go the way he wanted it to.
Yeah, it's one of the worst ones I've seen, especially considering the situation of close. It's looking like the Penn State class formation receiver. Motions here from the coaches. Sideline, look back, 2 tight ends in this formation. Sounders in the center. Sounders ends up handing it off to to make it A first and 10, 52, 48. Montrose again.
And even up here with a bird's eye view, he has so many people stacked up on the line. There's 4 or 5 options he can hand off to or pop out for a throw. So I can only imagine how Broomfield's defense feels when they're trying to pinpoint which player actually got the handoff.
Here, Saunders, another motion here. Looks like that ended up going to diving tackle by CT.
Broomfield losing ground again as Montrose continues to push into their side of the field. 20-7, the scoreboard shows exactly what we've seen all day, and Montrose continues to do it because the formula is working.
They want to turn this around in their favor. It's left in the first half. 2 backs behind, handoff, 2 down behind McHale. Then finally shove it. Looks like this will be first down.
That's just barely, but that's all it takes for Montrose. They don't always need explosive runs. However, you do look at guys like Elijah Womack, who's broke out for several long runs in this game, and then they come right back with Grijalva. Be aware of that.
We have one receiver on the right side. Saunders under center. Motion behind. It looks like a handoff to Womack, who spins, takes it, and got down for 7. Safety, Gio Toledo.
For as dominant as Toledo was on that, and by the way, he has 46 total tackles on the season, one of the best strong safeties here for Broomfield. You saw that Womack had a man in front of him on the offensive line, did a great job of keeping the defense away, squeezed out a few more yards.
Side like they have to use. Hand off to Grijalva and down. Team Mason Smiley, free safety, and Grijalva just cannot get stopped. It looks like they keep using him in very interesting ways.
Yeah, Smiley is not feeling good after that. He tried to go for a tackle at the ankles, ends up costing Smiley a little bit of pain. He's grabbing at, I don't know if it's his hand or his quad, but every time he does, it's in the front of his body there.
See him bend up for the
Yeah, I think it's his inside of his left leg that he's grabbing.
The signals from his coaches to back in and get Saunders. 2 backs back and get Saunders. Going to see who he hits to. Looks like handoff to and stopped by the battle of Eagles here, led by Mr. Gio Toledo and McHale. Meehan on the run there. Just absolutely great design on that play.
Just more aggressive running from Montrose. Meehan has 812 rushing yards coming into this matchup. Already has a touchdown on the scoreboard today. 55 seconds to go in the half.
Ends up getting
Bit by bit, as the Red Hawks push up the field. With a few more drives, they could push it out to 2 scores.
7 seconds left here in this first half. First and 10 from the 12-yard line. And, I mean, this game is going about as perfectly as it could go for Montrose.
For Montrose, yes. For Broomfield, not so much. But we saw the same kind of thing happen in the 3A matchup today between Thompson Valley and Meade. Although Meade didn't walk away with a win, they pushed it within 2 points, being down in the first half. Broomfield could very well come back out of the halftime with a good pep talk from coach and try to put some points on the board. As much as your defense is a strong defense, Montrose's offense is better, so your offense has to be better. It's just like what Brett Mertens said. Whoever runs the ball better is going to walk away with a win.
And he's certainly been the team today. But right now, we get a classic T formation. Sounders under center. Looks like Greenfield is going to send 5 blitz here. Looks like back down by 6. Brendan Bridge.
Yeah, it didn't work as well in their favor that time. A timeout is called from Montrose. Montrose, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Montrose. least I know they probably don't. They haven't used their kicker once outside of kickoffs, but this should be well within range of any varsity high school kicker that is in a state championship. So right now we are sitting on the 12-yard line, making a 22-yard field goal attempt.
Montrose has already used 2 timeouts in this first half too. I mean, it just shows that Broomfield they've been fairly conservative here, and I'm not sure if that's the right decision considering that the score is 20-7.
Still has all the time and it's out of is here from the Eagles. Thanks for taking position. Two backs behind centers. So getting a bit tricky. We have 2 receivers each on the 2 for the lines. Sounders pass it down. Nice play. You can expect here Montrose for a touchdown with 40 seconds left in this first half.
Gideon, I love me a tight end touchdown, man. I know he's only 5'11", 185, but he just caught that like a wide receiver in the end zone, man. Rolled out, and it's one of those plays like we've seen every time now in the red zone. Montrose switches up what they've been doing on the entire drive and fools Broomfield again.
Field learn to expect the unexpected.
They have to. And they have to be able to adapt quickly because they don't have the yardage or the time now with 40 seconds into the half.
To back Hughes, center, hands it off to Meehan, who takes it in 4 feet. Keeping it 28-7 on
Man, and Meehan was contorting his body left and right, slided to one way, went back the other way as the defense tried to get hands on him. He just slipped right through, didn't have much of a hole, made the best of the bad situation, and still got 2 points. There it is. Exactly.
And not the possibly defensive back.
And this is not what you want to see from Broomfield in the 4A state championships. 28-7 here going into the half. It's just not good. It's going to end up being one of those too much, too late situations if Broomfield doesn't act now.
Lee looking to kick off for the Red Hawks. Montrose, their unique formation on pickoffs. Motley slapping his legs with his fellow defensive players. Kick off. That one is going back to the touchback.
Last chance for the Eagles to make something happen here in the half, as Montrose is going to put the pressure on because they don't want to let that lead get any closer than it is now, 28-7.
I have seen teams do more with less, I will say that, but this is looking dire for Broomfield. If you want any chance of coming back in this game, you need to score, and you need to score now. Now, Darian Jackson looks like lining up with 1 back, Torres, and 4 receivers, 2 set hash marks with Jackson right in between, in the middle. Sent by Jackson, drops back to pass, ends up getting chased by the Red Hawks, running up the left side. Downs to save 8 seconds and get a 12-yard gain.
It's another one of those times where Jackson's in the pocket just on his toes waiting for an opportunity and just can't get a look. Even though he has all the time in the world, there's no receivers there to throw to. He's forced to run, makes the best of it.
Yes, he's out of bounds. But Jackson here, again, same formation, 2 receivers on each side. 1 back, drops back to pass, sends it over, and 10 yards, like 6 feet, 1 receiver. So that wasn't even a good defense. That was just a weird offense. Looks like some players down by somebody on his offense all over the field.
That was just not a good look for Darian Jackson that time, who does have 20 touchdowns this season You don't expect that from a quarterback who's this dominant, who's got 1,648 yards on only 158 attempts.
Jackson receivers total of 2 on the left. They over to Mason Smiley, breaks down and steps out from his first down at the 37-yard line.
So I think Smiley's back in full form again. He was a little banged up on the defensive side playing the safety. Grabs a nice catch on that throw and walks away with a first down.
Smiley, of course, this season hasn't actually received very much, but he is one of the top players in this Broomfield squad. Now Jackson, one receiver on the left side, 2 on the right, one back behind the end. Jackson drops back and passes it up to Mikhail Bennett. Up the middle, on the right side, down to the 20, to the 15. He is down with 14 seconds left in this matchup and brought out of bounds, stopping clock.
Oh my goodness. Benner found something up the middle, and Jackson threads the needle through the secondary. Felt like I was watching Monday Night Football with Bo Nix out there.
He was barely able to catch Benner. Even when he did catch Benner, he managed to flip the Air Force commit, giving the Broomfield Eagles a couple of more yards, making it down to the 16-yard line, more than within their kicker. That means she's great.
Air Force commit Benner has 9 touchdowns this season. There's 14 seconds left on the clock. I think that Broomfield goes for it. They say no with the kick, try to put some more points on the board, make it 28-14 going into halftime.
That's what you're doing. But if you get you're still outside the 10-yard line with a second left to go, you're going to want to kick it. At least that's my philosophy. But Phil Jackson in here with the tight end, one back behind, one receiver on the right, 2 on the left. Drops back to pass, and he has a man open, doesn't take it. Jackson on the left side goes out at the 10-yard line with 7 seconds left.
The entire receiving room there for Broomfield was contained by the Montrose defense as Jackson is forced to run, grabs a few more yards on the play, puts him closer, but there's only 7 seconds left on the clock.
Phil calls a timeout with 7 seconds left. But to me, I don't know about you, but it looks like Elliott Less, the tight end, was actually a bit open there. Phil was in position.
No, you're totally right on that, but I just don't think he would have gotten into the right scoring position. Could have resulted in an interception. Montrose's secondary is just as dominant as Broomfield's been.
Yeah. And looking at Broomfield, they're all out in the field and ready to go. Montrose still in timeout. You can see the linemen talking with their coaches and the skill position coaches talking with theirs. Broomfield's all ready to go. One reminder, you do not need to be ready. You do not need the defense to be ready to snap the ball. But you do need to wait for the refs to come in.
Broomfield, I think they were waiting for that call, and Montrose is bailed out by the refs in this case.
This one caught just at, and it's a touchdown from Jackson. A second like it was going to be called out, but this one is a score, making it 28-13 for Broomfield against Montrose with 3 seconds left. Zach Riley, the quarterback, thought that he had gotten better out, but this one ended up going Broomfield's way. All right, we have Archie here with the PAT attempt held by Grisham Lamley, and he has his PAT good, making it 28-14 with 3 seconds left.
What a clutch drive from Broomfield, pushing it all the way back from one of the worst situations that they could be in. Now they're within 2 scores. And how about Mikhail Benner, the Air Force commit of all places, making it happen as a receiver? It's going to be interesting to see what he does for Air Force, considering that they love to run the ball. He may be turning the tides there up at the academy.
Mikhail Benner shifted to a defensive position, as they say. Off we go. It's the Wild Blue Yonder. One place that Broomfield in their blue and whites are going to go. It's into the yonder.
Only 3 seconds left to go now. And that's very poetic, Gideon. I admire it and appreciate.
She here as the place kicker, ready to kick off. The returners for Montrose, those being Bishop. Penny looks like, and down. Oh, this one was a split kick caught by and with 0-0, making it
Halftime 28-14. Broomfield trying to change the momentum, turn the tides, put some points on the board. Excellent drive going into the half. I wonder what the message is going to be. Probably to continue to push and increase the intensity and just counter what Montrose has been doing here.
Wants to make it a one-possession game in the second half, as they will be getting the ball back to start the third quarter. We're going to take a quick break with halftime, but we will be back for the rest of the 4A High School Activities Association state championships here at Gamba Stadium. And remember, here at KCSU, we always have and always will bring you sports. Hello again. Welcome back to 90.5 KSU for Collins. I'm Gideon Nagner.
I'm Adam Gross.
At the Colorado High School Activities Association, the football state championships where the Montrose Red Hawks lead the Bloomfield Eagles 28-14 entering the third quarter. Adam, what are your keys to the game for Bloomfield if you want to get back into this game?
Well, they need to do exactly what Montrose did in the first half. You saw that Saunders, he only had one touchdown, by the way. One of those was a throwing touchdown, and then he handed off the ball for the other ones. Only 24 yards of in the air offense, but that doesn't mean a thing because it's 28-14. You look at the Broomfield side of the ball with Jackson, and he's thrown 89 yards, 2 touchdowns. His longest one was 41, and they're still down 2 scores. So I think what you've got to do to match Montrose is to match their offense and to start utilizing the running backs and getting through the defensive line because the secondary on Montrose is taking care of business.
And if you were Montrose, what do you do to hang on and maintain this lead? Your first state championship since 1950.
Well, I think you've got to look at the contrary first of what we just said, but also keep that in mind in the back of your head that it's been a very long time since Montrose has walked away with a state championship, and use that as fuel and stay hungry. Don't get complacent being up 28-14 just because you're ahead at the half. Come out strong, continue to play the way you've been, and walk away with a 4A state championship.
And Montrose's last three times they won the state championship, 81 and 82. Lost to Nine against Trinidad, and back in 2013 ended up losing to Pine. Do you think that Montrose is going to give retribution to its losses?
It's a tough question, Gideon. It's a little too early to tell, especially with the momentum that Broomfield has generated going into the halftime. We've got 40 seconds until the second half. I think Montrose right now is in a great position, but I don't want to speak too early on that because this is high school football, and we've seen crazier things happen, and only time's going to tell. There's 2 more quarters to go, man.
It's the clock. And here in the second half, Broomfield will start off with the and all around the Eagles scoring plays here. Ben will be her first commit. I mean, it seems like Benner's everything that he possibly can on offense and defense. But what are your thoughts, Ben, on the defensive line and what they could change in this game?
Yeah, I mean, you've got guys like Fritch who have been trying to keep the momentum going. He's got 5 solo tackles, 8 assisted. He leads the team with 13 total. And then Benner as your cornerback, also playing both sides of the ball there, has that touchdown, is second on the team with 6 tackles. You need that entire front line of Broomfield and not just your secondary cornerbacks to be generating tackles, because after Benner, then it's C.T. Worley, one of your inside linebackers. I want to see more production from guys like Samuel Hawk on the outside if possible, or Maverick Scarpella. Scarpella's down in the middle of the defense on the rankings here. He's only got 3 tackles today. It's just the kind of thing you need to see, especially to combat Elijah Womack, the running back for Montrose, who's just going to push up the middle of the field. By the time he gets through that front line, it's up to the secondary to get that tackle, and Broomfield's front line just isn't doing their job.
Offense. I mean, between Womack, Chase Meehan, and Hayden Grialva, it's very hard to stop that trio of running backs, but you said it. This front line, this front 7 for Broomfield on the defense to step up, because it seems like everybody but are hard.
Yeah, but they've got a 3-headed monster that they have to contend with Womack, Meehan, and Grijalva, who each have grabbed, I think it was just Grijalva and Meehan who grabbed touchdowns today. Let me check that. So Powers, so Womack doesn't have any touchdowns, but Grijalva should have Grijalva has a touchdown. Meehan should have one as well. We saw that with our own eyes, right? And then the longest run of the day has been from Grijalva with 35. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so Meehan's got one of the receiving touchdowns, and Grijalva's got the other receiving touchdown. That's right.
And Jason's defensive backs, both speed. We have the stadium rocking here for time to get the second half of the last game of the season here in 4A going. So let's see what strong.
Now's the time for Broomfield to take.
Kicks it off, a bad kick down, fair catch here by number 0, Maverick Scarpella on the field. Kick it off high and short.
I'm not sure if there was some other motive that was trying to go on there for Montrose's special teams. It almost looked like he wanted to chip it straight up I don't know, go for was that like an attempted squib kick that went wrong? It ultimately puts Montrose or Broomfield in terrific position to start the half. It could be the lucky break that they need to get the momentum.
Jackson under center, back. It's off to Colin Torres. Torres gets through for about 6 minutes here. He tackles that out of Wyatt Berry.
Broomfield's already putting it to Montrose, and they're starting the run game. You see, trying to work up through the middle. Ultimately, we're going to find out pretty quick if Broomfield can contend against Montrose's defense.
Now Torres came in, coach. Toss from Darian Jackson to pass up the left side. Down. And stopped ultimately by number 75, Caden Miller.
And then you see guys like number 3 Maverick Powers coming in with 122 tackles this season to finish the job. Montrose has got it going all the way around on the defense.
Stepped because he tripped on his own foot. It looked like first down, Eagles.
I think the Turf Monster got a piece of Colin Torres on that run. Averages 102 yards per game. His longest this season is 83.
Well, now would be the time to break one out if you're Broomfield, but now we are on the 33-yard line of Montrose. Jackson talking to his offensive line, giving him a couple. Jackson signals for a little bit of movement from Torres, drops back in the shotgun, goes around, almost gets caught by a Montrose defender, and goes down after a 10-yard run, getting a first down for the Broomfield Eagles.
And he broke the first tackle from number 53, and then Dylan Thompson tried to find him again, but Jackson just doing a good job of getting to the outside, avoiding both tackles, ultimately puts Broomfield closer to the red zone.
Stop there. Jackson drops back to pass. Down to number 7, and it is over his head. The end zone is Gio Toledo, but that makes a solid 20 feet over Toledo's head.
And Toledo did great job getting off of his defender, found it in the back corner. The throw is just too long, already out of bounds, no chance to catch that in play. Got to try again.
Yeah, Mason's Jackson signaling movement from Colin Torres. Torres getting stopped, brought down there by Maverick Powers on the run, but still managed to get a solid 5 yards here for the Broomfield.
Yeah, and I do like that Broomfield is utilizing both sides of the offense, switching back from running to receiving, confuses Montrose.
Jackson pitches over to Elliott. Dodges, weaves, brought down for the touchdown. Makes it a closer game for Broomfield. Managed to dive backwards into the end zone. 20-28 Broomfield game with 8:54 left in this third quarter.
Elliott Less is an unsung hero in this matchup. What a run there off the catch. Broke 2 tackles, stretched out into the end zone. That's his second touchdown of the afternoon.
Yeah, makes it 6 touchdowns on the season. Max Archie here with the PAT up and through and Broomfield making it 21-28, a one-possession game here.
So now things start to get interesting here in the 4A state championships. What looked like an easy matchup for Montrose against the number 9 team in the state. Or excuse me, number 9 Broomfield against number 11 Montrose. Now Broomfield is showing their might here, trying to prove that they are just as good a team as Montrose can be.
Yeah, Broomfield, they have season out game to 5A through 9. Erie 13-3 really run in this season. But all around, Montrose has largely controlled the flow of this game so far. But I mean, 2 scores in the past 5 minutes of game to Broomfield. Max Marchie here with the kickoff. This one has both Aiden Gala and Chase Mayhem back to return. Marchie back, Broomfield flapping wings. Kickoff Looks like it's going to the left side here. Grijalva takes it at 1. And he does a slide on the 15-foot line to avoid getting hit as 2 different Eagles were coming forward.
Montrose again starting deep on their side of the field. That doesn't bother them, though. They just push up through the middle until they get to the other side, and then that's when you start to see them switch up the offense, go out for a deep throw or a rollout or a pass option. Whatever works for Montrose, they're going to claw their way and continue to battle here.
See, I feel like even though that one allowed some difference, that was a good defensive play.
Yeah, and the defense there, if it wasn't for them, then Grijalva would have split right up the middle, and we saw how quick he was on the punt return. He's got some wheels, and he's already got a couple touchdowns.
Just stopped the defensive tackle.
Kind of a slow start here for Montrose, but they do push it up the field as time still ticks now, 8:09.
Yeah, Montrose looking at this, looks like they're going to have 3 running backs behind the quarterback. That being 8 seniors. Stacking backs here defensively. As motion behind a handoff here to number 20, Chase Meehan. Scarpella brought down at the line, but Chase Meehan is down and clutching his
that's
ankle.
not good at all, man. Chase Meehan is clutching his ankle on that run. It almost looked like Womack had the ball, but somehow Meehan was in there for the handoff. And now Montrose potentially loses one of their best offensive players in this matchup.
And that could be a deciding factor in this matchup. Montrose has scored through Meehan's efforts multiple times over the course of this game. It is entirely possible that this is what decides this matchup in Fairfield's favor if they do end up winning.
Yeah, and Grijalva is still down, getting checked out by the trainers. Head coach Brett Mertens standing above him. Things are not looking good for him right now.
Yeah, I think we are going to take a very quick break here. Stay tuned here on 90.5 KCSU. Oh, wait, nope. He is back up and walking off the field with a little bit of help from his coach. Looks like maybe the wind just got knocked out of him, but he is going to be looked at by a trainer.
That's twice now that we've gotten duped on hurt players today. I just have to mention that.
That and they give up and
Yeah.
Looks like Greenfield might go with man defense here. Saunders handoff to Wolf. Oh, it looks like Saunders kept it for about 6 years. Brought down by number 54, Nathan Wheeler.
And you see with Grijalva going out to the sideline, they change up their offense a little bit. Fakes that handoff, Saunders that is, fakes it to Womack, and then Womack covers as a body in front of him, and Saunders trails behind Womack to advance those yards.
Yeah. And situation looks like it's going to be another handoff. Oh, to Grijalva. Oh wait, no.
That's Womack.
If you pop this up here. And first down, Montrose.
So now with Grijalva gone again, you've got to switch up your offense and rely more heavily on Womack and Meehan. Yeah, I realized that as soon as I said that. We've been saying the wrong guy. So Meehan's out. Grijalva's still in, but Meehan, key player. We'll see if he returns to the game here. Could be a deciding factor.
So left side. Oh, Saunders keeps it himself and left side. It's 13. Mason Smiley.
Gosh, and you see Mason Smiley again holding his hand. Now he's squatting down on the ground as he clutches his hand. That's twice now that he's been favoring that He had that hit in the first half that left him hurt the first time, and now he's dealing with the injury again here.
Looks like he may have been sideline for a sub there or something, but he did not get it. Saunders from Montreal was looking to his sideline. Looks like Broomfield is stacking the box with 5 men on the defensive line. All of them hands in the dirt, for Broomfield. Handoff and brought down. That was brought down by for Broomfield for a first down for Montreal.
And that's 3 runs now where Womack has been utilized. He's got 97 in the game. He's averaging 4.2 per handoff. They're small runs, but they continue to push the Redhawks up the field.
It's back over. Looks like Broomfield is going to be sending once again 2 back in this case. Saunders takes the snap, hands it off back to Womack. Flag brought down by Donovan Brooks and CT Worley to stop the gain.
So as Womack's on that run again, you've got number 55 in front of him covering, and that's one of the first flags we've seen in this game, isn't it?
I think we've seen this game.
Guys, is that one of the? Yeah, that's the first flag. Wow.
Looks like
Yeah.
60s.
Wow.
Shot block. And that is a terrible self-inflicted.
See, now you know why Womack was able to break through that middle is because your center is doing all that, shot blocking. Yeah, so Montrose on what was a good run. Now they set themselves back on first down and 25 to go.
Penalty.
Yeah, that's devastating.
That is. Montrose rushes up to the line of scrimmage, hand off to by CT Worley along with Mavericks Marpella.
I'm just waiting for one of these times that Montrose's quarterback, Cade Saunders, decides to not hand off for once and rolls out for a bootleg and gets some major yards on a run while the defense is trying to collapse in.
Looks over to the center to the other side, 2 backs, but that's and Saunders, it looks like, takes the snap, keeps it himself, and pulled out over to Grijalva for a 15-yard or 10-yard pass, but received by CT Worley, knocked it out and forced that to be an incomplete.
If he would have caught that, man, Grijalva would have just added to what he got today, and we'd be looking at a completely different situation. Fortunately for Broomfield, I think that is one of the most crucial plays that we've watched. That would have pushed Montrose past the 50-yard line, and you know what happens when they start getting into this side of the field. They just turn on the Jets. Oh my! Look at
Look there, and the sack by Elliott Les read the play perfect.
And look at the ref getting in there on the action, trying to break up the scramble between Tyler Crew and then I'm not sure who that was on Montrose, but man, Montrose is feeling the pressure here from the Eagles.
Trick play. This one is going to go down to about the 21-yard line of Greenfield. And Montrose is going to have to rely on their defense because the offense just did not get it done in that situation.
Well, one thing's for sure is they set themselves up good by putting the Eagles on the 22-yard line. Eagles have a hard time getting out of that first 20 yards of their drive. So if they can keep them within that, I think Montrose gets right back on offense again with 3:14 to go in the third quarter. That's right.
just is that first. It's the first red zone. Now Jackson taking the snap, hands it off to Torres. Torres gets blocked here by number 44, Ryan Binky, for Montrose, the sixth as a senior. His younger brother, Jack Binky, is starting to rush on this team about the same height. Two big boys, if I'll say so myself.
Yeah, and coming up from that middle of the pile is that middle linebacker again, Maverick Powers, who had 122 tackles coming into this matchup. More strong defense from him.
Motley, the kick, back Montrose. It looks like hit Motley in the bounce off, fell lifeless.
Yeah, and Elliot Lessigan trying to do good things on offense as a receiver who's also a running back. Not able to make that catch. The defense just contained. More execution on defense from the Red Hawks prevents Broomfield from even getting past the 25.
Gain to get a first down for Broomfield.
And that's the third time that we've seen Jackson hanging around in the pocket looking for a thrower, and both times that he's been able to complete it, it's been Smiley there on the other end looking for a wide open opportunity. I think you continue to utilize the dual threat player.
Smiley to be the best. I'll tell you what, he's like that spatula and SpongeBob.
Oh my gosh.
Keeps energizing this offense and getting the offense onto the 24-yard line of Montrose.
Yeah, and when Larson breaks out to the sideline, he says, takes one down, takes another one down, a stiff arm. If it wasn't for Grijalva coming in there on the trip, actually that was Meehan. He's back in the game.
Getting 6 more yards. Maddox in this matchup. Maddox defensive tackles. He's not gotten many tackles in this game. Managed to bring down back in this case. Jackson here motions. Ends up getting stopped there. Colin Torres. Jackson here. Talking to his sideline. 2 receivers on the left side, 1 on the right. Hands off to Torres again. And a first down by Colin Torres puts Broomfield on the 13-yard line.
Yeah, and one thing I want to mention, too, is that Meehan is back in for Montrose. We were trying to say that on a couple plays ago, but Broomfield is pushing the ball downfield, barely taking any time in between plays. The only thing that happened there is they stopped for a second to get the play call in, but they've continued to push it down with 1:13 to go.
Now, Jackson to Elliott last moves. This game within the 15-yard line. Les barely recovered that one, but multiple Montrose players were. Montrose player down, doing some push-ups on the field there. Looks like we might have another injured player. Real quick, we are going to take a break as we have this injury timeout. Stay tuned here on 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins, where Broomfield trails Montrose in the 4A state championship 21-28. Broomfield quarterback Darian Jackson drops back, passes, and that is a pass interference in the end zone. Look at Ben Hayes, the kid, Benner, touchdown.
Yeah, but what's better, a touchdown or a PI that moves them up a few yards? I'm just saying that's a good play there from number 4 on Montrose. And by the way, who went out there on that was Elijah Womack. It looks like he probably had a calf cramp, nothing too severe. The trainers are working out the calf. He'll probably be back in the game just like Meehan was.
Yeah. Be back on that play. Bimion Kenny. You can't be too horribly mad at him in that situation if you're a Montrose coach, but still, a pass interference is a pass interference.
Listen to that crowd, man. Broomfield. Yeah, you've got one. You've got one side, the far side over here, cheering with their hands up, and then this side upset over the play.
To Joseph Larson to the zone ball and touchdown. Broomfield making it 27-28 with 33 seconds left in this third quarter. And Broomfield heading to halftime looks like they're almost done, down for the count in this game.
Things were bleak for Broomfield starting this matchup, and now look what we've got. We've got a real, true state championship matchup between the number 9 team and the number 11 team. This is exactly what you would expect in the 4A state championship.
She gets the kick up and good to the uprights, tying this game at 28. That's 21 points in the past 12 minutes of game time.
Wow. And I just want to say that Joseph Larson is a dog. He has been performing excellent on the ball today. 48 yards gained, 12 average per run. He's got a touchdown. He's been a key player on the team, including Les as well with his touchdown. Broomfield has tied things up. I don't believe it.
377 rushing and 5 touchdowns coming into today. And honestly, a lot of for Montrose, he's probably the last man you would expect to be the hero in this matchup.
And I think the question changes now for Brett Mertens is if it's not necessarily who runs the ball better, but who's going to play better defense and stop the run on the other side of the field, because both run games have started to ramp up, but it's the defense that's keeping them at bay.
She kicks off. Mr. Aiden Grialvo with the kickoff return gets met at the 22. And that, I mean, you hear the top.
Yeah. And that was a momentum driver. You heard the entire Broomfield fan section start to have some oohs and ahs from that play because 35 is just coming and crashing in and stifles Montrose and holds them back at the 18-yard line.
It feels like
Oh, for sure.
It's 2 receivers left side and 1 running back. Movement from the tight end, and that is taken here by down behind the scrimmage by Scarpella of Broomfield.
Montrose has 15 seconds left until the end of the third quarter. Limited options here for the run game, as it looks like the defensive line for Broomfield has really picked it up. You see now that Montrose is forced to call a timeout as Broomfield throwing their hands in the air, waving to their section of fans, picking up the energy. They know that the momentum has turned into their favor.
Even if we will not go quietly into the night, we will not go down for that flight. We're going to fly high. And we are going to go to a break real quick here, heading into the fourth quarter. I'm Gideon Aker. This is News. And stay tuned to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. We're in the fourth quarter of this 4A state championship. Broomfield has tied Montrose 28-28, and Montrose has the ball in their own 18 yard line. They have a one-way drive to get the lead against Broomfield. Back up, Saunders, which is a solid motion. Hands off to Rialva and down. 6, Brendan Fritch, 58, tie.
So we jumped right into the fourth quarter there, and now Montrose has 12 more minutes to try to increase what was before that Broomfield has come back and reduced it to a tie at 28 apiece. Broomfield, we saw at the end of that quarter that they have picked up the momentum. Montrose has gone quiet so far.
So, back behind, she looks like handed to excuse me, behind the line of scrimmage, making it 4-7 for Montrose, and they have to punt it in the situation.
This is a tough moment for the Red Hawks as they have been trying to push the ball down the field. This is true state championship matchup here as we go to the punt now.
We have Motley as the punter and number 13, Mason Smiley, as a returner, standing at 45-yard line. Smiley looks like he's going to be able to get it, but Montrose's punt ends up bouncing out at 44 of Broomfield. To go to get to opposing territory.
Wow,
For the Eagles.
Broomfield's in fantastic position already, and they haven't even started their drive. First time that Broomfield could take the lead with this possession.
Yeah, Broomfield just the first half from the Eagles, and they have turned it around here in the second. Scoring 14 scoring 21 unanswered points. All of a sudden, they have possession. Back Darian Jackson right in line of the Danes to this distal here for the Montrose Red Hawks.
Yeah, but how do you know when you're a big dude is when you can drag a guy like a number 72 on the Red Hawks for a couple extra yards, that being Colin Torres.
Jackson listens to his offensive play callers. Motion here from Torres. Another handoff to the running back. Gets it.
Just want to say, too, that this has been a fairly clean matchup from both teams.
Line in Red Hawk territory.
Dangerous time here for the Red Hawks. Continuing on from what I said before, both teams are just playing their hearts out. There hasn't been a lot of talk between both sides. They just get right back on the play, and both sides are trying to play equally as aggressive, not wasting time. And they both want to walk away with a win. Yes.
He's getting taken down here. He stayed on his feet. Could have kept him, but taken down here by 653. Vinny, let's see.
Looked like Joseph Larson had all things under control to me. I'm not sure why they had to blow the whistle there. I know he had two guys on him, but he was about 3 steps away from breaking out for a touchdown on that.
Ultimately, it's up to the refs. They're not wearing black and white today. Looking at this time, Jackson is giving people here the Montrose parents and fans yelling for the defense. Snap, handoff down to Elliot Less, who gets it a soft 200 yards for Broomfield, but now it is 3rd and 6.
And Les, the catalyst of this offense so far in this game, looked like he was going to run for a motion behind the quarterback, decides to chop his step right behind and turn back into the middle of the play, caught the handoff, and just took off up the middle.
I think he probably would have been fine if he like he originally intended. Look, rolls out, and down to Mikhail Bennett. Spins, goes down after a 20-yard gain, brought down by number 29 on Montrose. Free safety chase, and it is Broomfield ball on the 16-yard line.
And Mikhail Benner felt every second of that catch. He knows that was big. That's the type of play that you're going to see from someone who's going to be playing in the Mountain West Conference. He knows how to move his feet, get around his defender, and grab those extra yards, and also avoid big losses by getting pushed back. He spun around his defense, kept the ball forward.
Jackson takes the snap, hands it off to Torres. Torres blocked forward by Tyler. Torres first eventually put it down here by Ryan Penny and Dimion Kenny of Montrose, making it second and 8.
We are 9 yards away from potentially watching Broomfield take the lead for the first time in the 4A state championships with only 7:15 to go in the fourth quarter. This is big.
Absolutely insane matchup here so far. Broomfield, one receiver, right, 2 tier, 1 back with Jackson, the quarterback. Torres takes the ball, hand off, and down just for the first down by Magnus and Aiden.
And I don't know if that orthodox handoff was the right move against Montrose. They saw that coming from a mile away, got nothing out of the play, stayed on the 9-yard line. It would have been better to see someone roll out into the corner like they've done every time now. The touchdowns have come from the passes.
The
Wow. So they did squeeze out 2 yards on that. They're on the 7. I thought so too.
Tight end takes this. Should Elliott less the ball back pass. Touchback by Elliott Less is hurt on the line. That fumble covered 52.
Everything Les has done in this game was just reduced to nothing there. Rolled out off the handoff, that similar pitch that we've seen from Jackson in this whole game. And then Les just gets punched from behind. The ball literally flies in the air and lands in the back of the end zone. That's how hard it was hit. And then Montrose immediately collapses on it.
Yeah, Albers, the top tackler for this Montrose defense, is the one that hit it out there. And he just posted that thing.
Man.
So it's like it's the offensive tackle was this close to getting it. But it is that far. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades in the field. Well, let's just say the same again.
If I'm Les right now, I'm absolutely gutted over that play. I just can't imagine being tied with 6:14 and an opportunity for a touchdown. Let's just think about what happened there. He rolled out to the outside, decided to cut back, only had one more defender in front of him, but behind him was Montrose hitting hard and then squeezed the ball out of Les's hands into the end zone.
That's the
Mhm.
it is back here in the tight end, hand it off to Rialva, but this one is the black refs is motioning ball by Mikhail Benner.
If Broomfield scores in this next drive, I think Benner is your player of the game for that. He's had an absolutely terrific performance, and that caps it off if Broomfield can get a state championship.
We still have 6 minutes left.
I know we do, but if he does, that is the defining moment of this game.
Big time players make big time plays, and that is exactly what Benner is.
How clutch is it for you to lose the possession and immediately on the next play come right back with the aggression and get the ball again on offense?
Now, Sam is but handoff to Torres. Torres, the right side gets brought down. Gain. Chase stop.
You know, it's always good to go back to Torres. He's your system guy. When you need a good run and a few yards, he's always there to be reliable. Broomfield is trying to avoid bad mistakes like they just watched in the last possession, like we just watched and they just had. Broomfield's in the same position they were before, but now with a second chance.
Spans the defense. Takes the hands off to Larson. Larson brought down for the loss. But hey, at the very least, this is field goal range for Broomfield. If you get to a fourth down situation here, Adam, do you go for it or do you go for the field goal?
Judging off of what Montrose has done today in those fourth down situations, I almost would like to counter their aggression with some aggression of my own if I were the Eagles and try to get a fourth down conversion and not just go for 3. There's still enough time for Montrose to get down the field.
Speaking of Jackson, is getting chased. Early, excuse me, not slightly, but early, just to boost it down to the 3-yard line. Poor Broomfield get this in kissing distance.
So Broomfield's right back where they were before. Let's see if they can come up with a play that works and maybe not end up with Montrose picking up a ball and a fumble.
Jackson takes the handoff straight up the middle. We're going to have to see what they say here. Jackson makes it 34 to 28 with 4 minutes, 30 seconds left.
You go all day passing the ball, handing it off, not doing anything of yourself. And then on a play where you need it most, Jackson's able to get in the end zone on his own run right up the middle. His line pushes him from behind. Now Broomfield takes the first lead of the 4A state championships today.
Lines up the kick, and it is good. Right up up 35 to 28 with 4.5 minutes left in this. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back on 90.5 KCSU. Hello and welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. I'm Gideon Egner and this is Adam Gross, and we are here at the 4A State Championship where Broomfield just took the first lead of the game with Montrose 35 to 28 in the fourth quarter, 4:30 left. Broomfield kicker Maxim Archie gets it back into the end zone for a touchback.
I'm excited to watch this final 4.5 minutes of play here in the 4A state championships because now instead of watching Broomfield have to battle back all day, now we get to see how Montrose has to respond when they're the ones that are down. They played really aggressive when they were up. Now we got to see if they have the same kind of energy when they're down.
And Montrose fall off here in the second half has been caused by a lot of unforced errors. With 2 minutes left in the first half, they were 28-7, and now we're down 35-28. Now you see back Cade Saunders. He is motioning a move here, handoff to number 40 there. That is Mr. Elijah Womack back in the game after a great from Brendan Fritsch on the tackle.
And you love watching Womack do what he does because he's such a big guy. He's able to break through tackles effectively. They're going to be utilizing him in the final 4 minutes.
brought down 64. And Brooks defense back and keeps it a 44 game and 8 for Montrose against Bloomfield.
If you just look at that Broomfield front line, man, you're looking at 6'2", 230 Nathan Wheeler, 6 foot plus from each one.
Energy to hit a first down. Stops the run from getting any worse for Broomfield, but we have a first down. Montrose, 3.5 minutes left in this. It's left. Now, Saunders takes the snap, takes the handoff, gives it to Aiden Grijalva and pushed out of bounds here by number 6, Brendan Fritch, who is having an amazing performance today.
And that's clutch from Fritch because Grijalva could have broke out down the sideline and been gone. You know his speed.
Yeah, thankfully Smiley was also trapping Grijalva. But right now we have a 2nd and 9.5 situation here for Montrose. Coaches signaling a sideline. 2 receivers on the left side here. 8 Souders, Cylinders, mentioning Grijalva. And Grijalva gets the pitch, break down, and taken down by Mikhail Benner. Benner led the state in interceptions 2 years ago, but is still a quarterback right.
Some eagle eyes there from Benner on that play. You
Yeah,
like that?
good.
Yeah, you like that?
7 fake though. Motion in the backfield. Back to Saunders. Ethan, a 20-yard run here. A couple of Eagles, Sam, Lennon, and Shito Toledo being the last two guys there. That is a defensive disaster.
Yeah. It's a 20-yard run, but Meehan had to do a lot more work coming around and then getting out for a nice breakaway and a good catch. Montrose is pushing it quick right now.
Let's get that clock. Stopped here by number 17, CT Rowan, 6, Brendan Fritch, and Montrose sitting in a 2nd and 10 situation.
So like we were saying before, Montrose, they're hardly even giving me time to fill in any color because they just turn right back around on the play and get another snap with only 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. I think if they got in within 30 yards, they start to slow down the play. Right now, though, it's 2nd and 7, and they're still down at the 38-yard line. Probably too far for any kind of well, you wouldn't even want to take a field goal in this situation, but too far for the kind of throws that they've had today too. Yeah, but I mean more on the receiving side as well. They like to throw within 20, so they're going to continue to push the ball for this next 15-ish yards, and then we'll see if Montrose can respond from there.
You go for the PAT.
You do what they've done all day, is be aggressive and gutsy and go for the win. That's how they like to play, and they're going to try it again.
And he picked off down and intercepted by John. 2 minutes, 6 seconds to go. Toledo with the play of the day, tossing his helmet in the air.
And I think what we said before about Benner just got topped there. Wrong time for Montrose to change the way they've been playing. Dropping back there was Saunders. He tried to throw deep, was short, and it's you see him now still. He's jumping on the sidelines there, number 7 for Broomfield. Toledo. Gio Toledo has had a tremendous game, and that caps it off.
Like a cheap suit right there, just all over him. And honestly, I don't even know what Saunders saw. He probably wasn't open at least a bit.
He had tunnel vision looking for a receiver, and it cost him big.
Motion here from Jackson. Ends up handing it off to Torres, who's brought down. You can see Montrose getting a little bit extracurricular here.
Whoa.
And over after the whistle.
That's one of the first times today we've seen any of that chippiness from either team. Like you said before, they're all business, but now that Montrose is starting to feel the pressure at the 2-minute mark, I would be upset as well.
Montrose calls their second of 3 timeouts. 2 minutes, 1 second left in this game. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll bring it back to you here on 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU Fort Collins. Broomfield leads 35-28 with 2 minutes, 1 second left in this 4A football season. Handoff from Broomfield's Darian Jackson to Colin Torres. He breaks free on the right side. To beat, he only has a linebacker, and that is an 87-yard touchdown by Colin Torres. There is a flag on the field back at the 15-yard line, but Torres, if the wind was not out of Montrose's sails before, it is now.
And I think the Red Hawks have gotten their wings clipped in this one.
Now, we still have a minute 47 of game time left. It does look like this is going to be called back. But what a play. You can't see what the white hat says.
He's going to go pick up the markers, and we will see what is going on in just a second.
Here's the dirty hanky 65. Tyler Ty was a starter on this team 2 years ago when they won the state championship against Loveland. Arguably, that's not a hold. That's just a pancake block in my mind, but I'm not the one wearing white and black today.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, that was an impressive run. Torres broke out, ran it all the way down the far side of the field. It would have capped off the game guaranteed. Still, Broomfield up 35-28. They've got good chances here. Now they need to just play clock management.
You just need a first down, and then you can milk this game out and claim your second state championship in the past 3 seasons. Jackson, 2 tight ends, 1 running back in motion. This one is a pitch forward to number 17, C.T. Worley. Gets it 2 yards, brought down by defense's number 30, Lomax.
Now both sides of the stadium watching the clock for 2 very different reasons. Broomfield waiting for it to get zeros for a win. Montrose trying to see if they have anything left for a chance to maybe tie or go for the win. But that means that Montrose's defense has to stop here. Montrose has no timeouts. Broomfield once again left with all 3 at the end of the half. This time it's played out in their favor, unlike the first half.
They are 3rd and 12 at this point. Adam, if you're Broomfield, do you go for the run? Do you go for the pass in this situation?
I go for the run because the run is safer. And at this point, when you're only on the 10-yard line, or the 10-yard line, why lose it and give Montrose the opportunity to score? Just run it up the field, let the clock drain out, and see where you can go from there.
Okay. One tight end in the play field. Jackson drops back. He has one man free down the field. One-handed catch. The 50-yard line gives Broomfield their state championship in 3 years, almost guaranteed here. Better with one of the best plays I have seen in my entire life. Big time player, big time play. Has to be MVP.
I've never seen a high school wide receiver do what Mikhail Benner just did, at least in the state of Colorado. bounced it off of his right hand, hit his body, looked like it was going down, but as he's going down, he regains control, saves it just in time. The Air Force commit doing more work as a receiver than you could ever imagine here in the state championships.
And timeout called here by Broomfield. 1 minute, 9 seconds left in the Colorado high school football season. It's classification. And I realize now I forgot to read out the starters at the beginning of the game, but field on the field, this offense has Evan Haynes, Tyler, Nathan Wheeler, Alberto Theo, Isaiah Garcia, Jackson, and Gil Ben, Colin Torres, along with Elliot Less as a key flex piece.
And a fantastic starting lineup. They've played the majority of the game, and they're just shy of a state championship here in Canvas Stadium.
I agree that people to talk about this game.
I don't know if they blew it because both sides of the ball have had terrible mistakes.
They came back from being down 7-28. Still some time. There's still plenty of time in this game. I've seen what happened with less. But Darian Jackson takes the knee and makes this fresh batch of Eagles state champions.
Wow.
In 1 minute dapping up, they know this game is as good as
Student sections chanting, "I believe that we will win." Everyone on the Broomfield side's on their feet. Everyone on the Montrose side in shock and dismay that a 3-touchdown lead has been reduced to nothing as Broomfield up 35-28 with 36 seconds to go.
And this is state championship appearance in the past 75 years. And every single one.
And there it is. There it is, folks.
Broomfield takes the state championship by Darian Jackson, Jones, Cale Bennett, and C.T. Early.
Wow.
How about them Eagles?
How about them? 5 seconds to go here. I can only imagine what it's going to sound like right now. That's it. State champions here.
And you guys, that crowd, Montrose, stunned silence. They cannot believe what just
35-28, and then arguably your star of the game, Cale Benner, comes back with another. Well, there was a moment there where we thought that Joseph Larson or Colin Torres, there's a whole mix of Broomfield Eagles that have fantastic plays, but Benner caps it off with that one-handed grab to push the Eagles to the 50-yard line with only a minute and a half to go in the game.
You have to give the MVP to C.T. Worley offensively. All around, you're giving this to Mikhail Benner.
For sure.
To play with me. And this, they're around their coach. They're all ready for this trophy presentation. Intros looks to Spoon, heads held low. And Montrose, you do feel bad for them, admittedly. Last time they were in a state championship was 2013. They keep on falling short, and you have to wonder if this is the last chance for this group of guys.
There's a chance that their time is running thin, but what's for sure is Broomfield Eagles have won the 4A state championship 35-28 here at Canvas Stadium. Up next in about hour and a half, maybe a little more or so, at 6:00 p.m., the CHSAA 5A state championships are going to kick off here. Cherry Creek takes on Legend. That's Cherry Creek, the number 2 seed, against Legend, the number 6.
Time left in the season.
Oh, that's crazy to hear that, man. We'll be back in a while, around 6.
To be able to broadcast here with you today, Adam, and be able to...
You as well, Gideon. Thanks for everybody tuning in here on the KCSU YouTube stream. This has been a special broadcast for us today, covering the CHSAA State Championships. We hope to see you for 5A at 6 o'clock tonight. Thanks again. Remember,
KCSU always out.
And always will. Good evening, and welcome to Canvas Stadium for the 5A Football State Championships between Cherry Creek and Legend. I'm Adam Gross alongside Phoenix Barons, and boy, we've got ourselves a matchup here tonight, don't we?
Absolutely. And this is going to be one of the more fun matchups we've been waiting for all day. We saw 3A, we saw 4A, and now it's time for the main event 5A, Cherry Creek taking on Legend. It should be a really good one.
Yeah, we've had ourselves quite the day watching a lot of state championship ball, but this one should be the best. 4:40 till kickoff. We're going to have the national anthem coming up here pretty quick, so we might hit a break here on 90.5 KCU. We always have and we always will bring you sports. Legend has elected to take the kick here in the 5A state championships at Canvas Stadium at Colorado State University. It's the 12-1 matchups for both teams, the Bruins and the Titans. Titans out there in the white, orange, and black helmets. Cherry Creek in the blue, white, and then red and white striping. Phoenix, we've got ourselves a matchup today, don't we?
Kickoff. We've been waiting all day for the big one tonight. It's going to be a really good one. Can't wait to see how both these teams approach each other and who's going to come away as the best team in Colorado high school football.
We'll get that score adjusted here on the screen eventually. But right now, we're about to get started. On the kick return for Legend will be Elijah Cromwell. And we are underway. That's a squib kick picked up right in the middle of the field by number 22 of Legend, taken down at about the 39-yard line for the first of the start of the 5A state championships here.
That was just a kickoff. It wasn't the traditional deep kickoff that we're used to seeing. It almost looked like a line drive right into the middle of the kick return. Luckily, it was caught and returned for some yardage. And Legend now with great starting field position.
11:56 here in the first quarter. 1st and 10 on the 39. Under center here is quarterback Nicholas Farley. And the handoff run up through the middle. Taken down is number 20 by Cherry Creek's number 5, Marquavius Lee. The run there was Jaden Lawrence. He gets a gain and puts him on the 46.
Great start so far for Legend, already getting it on the ground, pounding right into that front that Cherry Creek has. Great start for the Legend Titans.
2nd and 3 to go here. This time the set shotgun. Farley, handoff immediately to Lawrence. Lawrence around the outside, tries to dive in front of a Cherry Creek defender. The tackle there from Dwight Johnson puts them at, I think, a loss of 1 on that play. 11:10 to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, that last one must have really woken up this Cherry Creek defense. Great stop that time to bounce back after giving up such a big run already.
3rd and 4 on the 45, so a loss of 1 on that play here for the Legend Titans. Resetting on the line. 2 receivers on the far side. Shotgun here for Farley. Here's the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls right, has a defender on him, and that throw down the quarter to Ryan Banks as he makes his way up the sideline, spins between 2 defenders there. That was Kane Brackley and Marquavius Lee.
Huge play for Legend to get the first down here. Got it to the motion man, faking the handoff, and catching the Cherry Creek Bruins. My apologies. We had a lot of Bears and Bruins mixed up. Off guard, and a great play so far for Legend.
That'll put Legend on Cherry Creek's 42 now. They started on the 44 on that last play. Another shotgun snap. 2 running backs. Throw to Riken Banks as he makes his way down the far side. Runs out of bounds at the 35 of the Titans side.
They just keep moving the ball against Cherry Creek. This is exactly how you want to open up your opening drive against a really, really, really good Cherry Creek defense. Able now to keep moving in Cherry Creek territory.
Tackle there from Aiden Kanapke of Cherry Creek. 9:51 to go in the first quarter. 2nd and 3rd on the 35. 2 running backs on equal other sides of Farley. Quick handoff, fakes the throw. Running around the outside is Jaden Lawrence. And he'll make his way on the near side out of bounds as the tackler there is number 10, Ashton Shepardson.
Great run from Legend that time, able to bounce out and roll to the right, down the sideline, and get the key first down. They're still moving the ball, and Cherry Creek so far, they haven't had an answer for that offense.
9:28 to go as Legend continues to push down the field. Cherry Creek, the number 1 seed, Legend number 6. 1st and 10 on the 30 here. Shotgun. 1 receiver on the near side. Fakes the handoff. The throw. One-handed, almost caught there from Kellen Markand, but he falls out of bounds, and the ball does too. His defender covering there was number 33, Henry Goldberg, with 9:11 to go in the first.
Played by the Legend Titans. I really like that play, wanting to go and get the pass over the top. It almost looked like that Cherry Creek defender got there a little too early and was grabbing before he got the ball, and the Legend fans were not happy about it.
2nd and 10 on the 30. Another shotgun. Motion here from Lawrence. Quick throw. The catch there from Jaden Lawrence as he tries to break a tackle. Bringing him down on that play was number 17, Jaden Irving.
Looks like there's going to be a flag on number 19, a Legend, for unnecessary roughness. He got a little too scrappy after that play on the block. This is a very, very chippy matchup. I mean, both teams know exactly who they're going to be playing and
what they're playing for. Not surprised to see this kind of tension already this early in the game.
And if I heard him right, what was the call on that?
It looks like he waved it off.
He waved the call off.
It looks
Okay.
like he waved the flag off.
Okay. 8:56 to go here in the first quarter. Third down, 6 to go on the 26-yard line. Here's the setup here. 3 receivers out there. Running behind, and the hand fakes the handoff. And the throw is blocked by number 94, Jack Francis. No, excuse me, that is 95. Luis Carlos, number 95 for Cherry Creek, that is. 8:33 to go here in the first.
Yeah, great play defensively, able to get his bear paws up there and deflect that one. But it looks like there's a flag on the play. Let's see what this is. It's going to be called a face mask against Cherry Creek. So that's another 15 yards added to the end of the play. Brutal.
Wow.
Absolutely brutal if you're Cherry Creek. Getting the hands exactly where you cannot have them on the face mask. That's brutal if you are Cherry Creek, and huge for Legend. Now they're in the red zone.
Legend continues to push down the field here in their opening drive in the first quarter of the 5A state championships. We're at Kansas Stadium. It's 1st and 10 on the 13 now in Cherry Creek territory. 2 running backs to the sides of Nicholas Farley on this play. Here's the handoff. This time to Riken Banks. Banks works around the outside, tiptoes on the sideline, and stumbles out of bounds about a yard short of a touchdown for the Legend Titans.
A great run to the right on that one. It looks like there was another flag, and this time it's going to be on Legend for a false start or an illegal formation or something, but it's going to be going up against Legend.
And starting that play there for defense was Aiden Kanapke.
And it looks like it is an illegal formation, and that's absolutely tough for Legend. They got a free penalty that got them into the red zone. Now they're almost out of the red zone right now. Tough if you're Legend, especially coming up off of a big run play like that.
8:26 in the first and 15 now, but on the 18 after getting pushed back. We've got a whistle here. It looks like they're going to set up on the 17-yard line, so yet another yard, or excuse me, yeah, it was on the 17, and they moved it to the 18. 3 receivers, 2 on the near side, 1 in motion, working across, fakes the handoff, running up through the middle is Lawrence. 2 defenders knock him backwards. That's number 10 and 5. Starting the tackle there, Ashton Shepherdson for Cherry Creek.
Big play for Cherry Creek. They got a penalty that went in their favor, put Legend back, and now they're putting up the stone wall right now. Good stop for Cherry Creek.
Legend has done so well to push up the field at this point, but now Cherry Creek's defense is taking over. 2nd and 13. Ball on the 16. Only a 2-yard gain there this time. Farley, shotgun. 1 running back to his right. Fakes the handoff, looks right, throws up the middle, and that one's deflected by number 0, Aiden Kanapke, the strong safety for Cherry Creek.
Defense for Cherry Creek on that one. Able to get there when the ball was there. Immediately, great incompletion forced and forcing the 3rd down.
And it almost looks like Nicholas Farley is trying to get more looks to Jaden Lawrence, the running back, but he's just having a hard time countering this front line of Cherry Creek.
Tough to get some plays against this Cherry Creek defense.
7:44 to go in the first quarter. 3rd down, 13 to go on the 16. Shotgun. Here's motion from Lawrence. Looking right on the snap. Throw up the middle. That one's caught by number 2, Riken Banks. And he's going to get a gain of about 4 or 5 on that play. He's on the 12, so that's 4 yards.
But it's still going to be a 4th and long, 4th and 9. They looked like they tried to set up a wide receiver screen up the middle on that one. You already had the lineman 5 yards in front of the wide receiver when he made the catch, but the Cherry Creek defense just caught him from behind.
The kicker on this play, Carson Flowers of Legend. 7:12 to go here. The clock is running. Here's the snap, the hold. That kick is through. And Legend strikes first. 3-0 with 7:04 to go in the first quarter. Cherry Creek has a turn on offense now. Phoenix, what did you see in that drive?
Oh, I mean, Legend was able to move the ball very efficiently in that one, and it's really tough that they did not come away with a touchdown. When you look at the momentum that they had, it really could have fooled me that they were going to come away with a touchdown, but those penalties, that illegal formation was just what was putting them back and put them way deeper than they wanted to be. Really tough for Legend, but hey, at least they came away with a field goal. Valuable points against a really good Cherry Creek team. Now let's see how this defense can respond to the Cherry Creek offense.
This is KCSU's presentation of the 5A state championships here at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm Adam Gross alongside Phoenix Barons. Legend is going to start things off here with their kick. 7:04 to go in the first quarter. Kick here is Carson Flowers again. Legend moving from left to right. Running up, and the kick is up in the air. That one's fallen down right at the end zone line, picked up by number 26 of Cherry Creek for the touchback. And that was Elijah Cromwell.
Very different kickoffs from what we've seen. Cherry Creek with their opening kickoff was a line drive right into the middle of the kickoff return of Legend. And Legend this time they were able to force the fair catch and get the touchback, starting Cherry Creek at their own 20-yard line.
12-1 on the season, 5-0 in the 5A Centennial. They're tied for second in the state on their offense. Spread out across the line, 3 receivers, the handoff there, running up through the middle is number 1, Jaden Fox.
Great run by Cherry Creek to start off. Not too many yards on that one, just a few. Then making it second and mildly long, not too bad, but great way to get the game going for Cherry Creek.
Combined tackles there from Legend, number 5, Brody Dodge, and number 7, Aaron Olson. Quarterback for Cherry Creek today, number 13, Brady Vodka. Vodka has 24 touchdowns this season. Let's see what he can do in this matchup. There's a handoff again to his man, number 1, Jaden Fox, as he gets a little bit of a gain as he stutter steps through the front line.
Once again, it looks like another flag was thrown on that far side of the field, the east side. It looks like it might be an illegal formation on Cherry Creek.
So Cherry Creek loses 5 yards on the illegal formation. That puts them at 1st and 10 on the 18 with 6:25 to go here in the first.
Game. Definitely more penalties than we saw in the last 2 state championships. First 6 minutes want to be able to move the ball efficiently on offense.
Legend Titans up 3-0 here in the 5A state championships. Here up to Vodka. Fakes the handoff, drops back. Quick throw is long. Attempted to try to go to number 9 there for Cherry Creek. That's Anthony Betty, the tight end, the junior. Caught by number 1. Excuse me, that is Peyton Auckland, and he's not going to run. They'll stop there. 5:52 to go in the first.
Great punt from Cherry Creek, able to flip the field. And once again, Legend, they're going to be starting off in great field position. We already saw them get their great field position start off the kickoff to open up this game. Now they get the offense gets the ball back just 2 yards more closer to the end zone than last time.
It's one heck of a accomplishment already to crack the scoreboard first against the not defending, but the dominant Cherry Creek Bruins. Ball comes up on the play there from number 10. No, that was number 10 on that play, but Sean Grayton for Cherry Creek. No, excuse me. Yeah, Caleb Lilahorn there on that play. Thought he got it on the fumble, but the officials decided not to call it in Cherry Creek's favor.
It looks like they called it an incomplete pass or something. It just just called it a dead play. Nothing happening there. 2nd and 10 now.
5:46 to go here in the first. 2nd and 10 on the 41. Legend still has possession. Spread out across the line. 2 receivers, 1 running back motion here, and the quick hand as the Titans reset their offense. There's the snap. A running kick follows it up, but Cherry Creek comes away with it. Nearly picks it up again. That Luckily for Cherry Creek, that was number 3, Trayvon Polk, who came in at the last second as the ball bobbled outside the hands of Legends number 25 with 4:52 here to go in the first.
Yeah, that was almost disaster for Cherry Creek. Muffed the punt. That was going to be a really, really big play for Legend, but luckily Cherry Creek was able to get there in time and recover the ball and get themselves back on offense.
1st and 10 on the 17 in the first quarter now. Snap there, and the handoff goes to number 1, Jaden Fox. As the scramble continues, finally the whistle on the play. Coming up from the tackle there is number 8, Tatum O'Donnell, and John Nigrenhouse. 4:46 to go in the first.
Yeah, good run from Cherry Creek, and the offensive lineman pushing really hard to make sure that the running back gets up the middle. Saw an offensive lineman, number 63, get his helmet knocked off on that one, so he had to be taken off the field and replaced for one play.
Cherry Creek Bruins 12-1 in 5A here. 2 receivers on the far side now moving back there. A handoff to Jaden Fox up the middle. He gets a good run, but then he's swallowed up by a wall of Titan defenders. The first one to get a piece there was Brody Schuss.
Yeah, good run from Fox, going up the middle and getting enough for the first down on that one. Finally, Cherry Creek getting some well-needed offense, some momentum, some movement, able to drive down, and now let's see if they can get to the midfield.
Have to give props to the strong safety Brody Schuss as well. He's got 94 total tackles this season. Key player for the Titans defense as well. 4:07 to go in the first. 1st and 10 on the 28 on Cherry Creek. Shotgun running up through the middle. Elijah Cromwell. And Cromwell's blown back by the defenders. The tackler there this time, number 8, Tatum O'Donnell and Raymond Berger.
That was a tough run from Cherry Creek there. Met a wall of Legend Titans at the defensive line, but not without gaining a few yards. It's just 3rd and short. One more play like that, and they get a first down.
3rd down, 3 to go on the 35 now for Cherry Creek, as they like taking their time on the offensive huddle to work out a scheme here. 3 receivers on the far side, 1 on the near. Only 1 running back this time. Here's the snap, dropping back in the pocket, has all day. Good throw. It was a good opportunity to throw. He was trying to go to number 1, Jaden Fox. Brody Dodge deflected it instead for the Titans defense.
Almost intercepted, too. It had enough airtime that it was pretty much close. But instead, they're going to force a 4th down, and now the Cherry Creek punt team is out to punt the ball.
And Creek, for the second time in their second drive, has had to punt the ball off as the Titans defense has been dominating in this game. Yolan Quintana will kick for Cherry Creek here with 2:38 to go. 3-0 is the score. The Titans are up. Kick is a good one, high in the air. Comes right down at the 21-yard line, picked up by Peyton Auckland as the Titans get back on offense.
Catch call. And once again, another great punt by Cherry Creek. Not too bad starting field position if you're a Legend right now. And Legend with 3-0 lead. They're once again back on offense. They have an opportunity to really capitalize off of the defense stuffing that Cherry Creek offense.
With 2:32 to go here in the first, Legends up 3-0. They've been the ones in control so far against Cherry Creek. Head coach for Legend Titans, Monty Thielen. Assistants David Voigt and Danny DePetro. Here's a quick snap, and running up through the middle off the handoff there. We'll get the number on the run there. Coming up out of the pile is number 2, Riken Banks. And the tackler on that was number 22, Matthew Laring.
Yeah, great run from Riken Banks on that one, right up the middle. But even a better defense from Cherry Creek, just stopping them for practically no gain.
2:02 to go, 2nd and 9 on the 23. Quick handoff, faking the throw there. Running up through the middle now, blown back by a wall of defenders. The handoff to Jaden Lawrence as he's met by 3 Cherry Creek defenders. First one, Ashton Shepardson.
Yeah, Cherry Creek was not going to be fooled on that one. They tried to get the fake throw off the handoff, but they were not going to be fooled. That defense was there and ready and absolutely destroyed that play from turning into anything.
Titans having a little bit more of a struggle this time on their possession. A 3rd and 9, and they're still on their own 23 in the first quarter. Nicholas Farley with one running back, 2 receivers on the outsides, dropping back in the pocket, has to scramble with a defender on him, throws it up through the middle on a one-legged pass to Jaden Lawrence, and Lawrence is going to complete. He'll find himself down at the 30-yard line.
That time, and a great catch by Lawrence. The defender on Cherry Creek jumped up in the air as if they were going to throw that direction. But luckily, the quarterback stepped up, found his man, and got the key first down. And now Legend is back to where they were in their opening drive. They're moving the ball.
Less than a minute remaining as the clock continues. 1st and 10 on the 38 here in the first quarter, the 5A state championships. 2 receivers on the far side, none on the near. And a pitch backwards to Jaden Lawrence as he runs around, tries to cut back through the middle as the defenders find him on that. I'm not sure why he cut it. He had an outside lane, but it'll put him on the 43-yard line, 2nd and 5.
Still a solid run from Legend right up the middle. Got a good 5-yard gain. Jaden Lawrence, he's been doing pretty solid so far for Legend. He's been a big contributor for this offense and a big reason why they've been able to move the ball so successfully against the Cherry defense.
Tackler there, none other than T.I. Umokase, who has over 20 D1 offers. The big ones, Texas, Oklahoma, Miami, Tennessee, and CU, also Iowa State. He's by far the best tackler on that team for Cherry Creek. Shotgun snap. And a quick handoff to Lawrence as he tries to chop up through the middle. First hands on him are number 10, Ashton Shepherdson, as that runs out the clock here in the first quarter. And Legend started that drive on the 43. The score is 3-0 as we go to the second quarter. I'm Adam Gross alongside Phoenix Barons. Helping me out as well as Jose Munoz, Gideon Agner, and Trey Dufashard backstage with us, keeping stats and keeping things organized. It's 90.5. KCSU will hit a quick break and be right back. We always have, and always will bring you sports. Second quarter action about to begin here at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, Colorado for the 5A state championships. Legend is up 3 over Cherry Creek. Phoenix, what did we see in the first quarter that helped Legend get up 3-0?
Offensive movement. I mean, the drive has been going. They've been able to get well-needed yards, able to dissect through Cherry Creek's defense. Although the penalty did defer them from scoring a touchdown, which was something they definitely could have as they cracked into Cherry Creek's red zone. But getting a 3-0 lead against a team that was runner-up for state championships last year is definitely something that we can't take, that Cherry Creek can't take lightly.
Yeah, Legends putting it to them early here. Cherry Creek is yet to crack the scoreboard. And we've also got to say that it has been a wonderful day for football. The weather's been perfect here as Legend gets into formation. Here's the snap and a quick handoff to Lawrence as Lawrence works around the far side, dragged down by a defender, but he keeps going. He's got 2 more on him. I don't think he got any yards on the play, and the tackle there from Matthew Lering of Cherry Creek.
Yeah, shake one tackler, Lawrence, but not able to stop the onslaught that was the Cherry Creek defense. No gain on the play and forcing a 4th down, and once again, Legend, they're going to have to punt. It's been a little bit of a punt fest so far in the 5A state championship. Low scoring and all punting, and if you love punting, this is definitely going to be the game for you.
Here's the setup in the formation here. Kicking is Carson Flower. Punting is Carson Flowers. He'll run to the outside and punt it low as it rolls way forward, lands down on the 25 and keeps rolling. And Legend is going to stop it there at the 18. That was Brody Dodge who put the touch on it with 11:13 to go in the fourth, or the second.
Almost.
almost feels like with how many games we've already seen, it's close to that fourth quarter intensity, how close
Yeah.
it is already. But now Cherry Creek, they have an opportunity to get some well-needed points on offense. We haven't seen much of anything. Legend defense, they stepped up to the challenge a little bit. They've been able to provide some pushback on this offense. We'll
Yeah.
see how they respond.
And we've watched some fantastic state championship games today, and they've all been close. Let's see if Cherry Creek and Legend can put up the same performance. Shotgun formation here, one running back to the right. Dropping back here is Vodka as his throw is tipped by number 11, Champ Jones of Legend. As that ball falls down at the 30-yard line, his attempted or intended receiver, I believe, was number 9, Anthony Betty.
Yeah, just a little overthrown on that one, way overcovered as well. It was going to be a tough play. Even if that did connect, just way too much coverage on that one.
11:08 here in the second quarter. 2nd and 10 on Cherry Creek's 17. Shotgun, one running back to the right. There's the handoff. He gets it over and runs to the outside and loses it as he spins out of bounds, but I think he was out of bounds already. That was Jaden Fox on the run there.
And a flag.
Let's check the replay as well. Yeah, he's running in, cuts back, and the ball gets ripped out of the hands by Peyton Auckland. So it's a number 1 to number 1 matchup there as the defender strips it out of the hands. There was a flag on the play. We'll see what the call is here.
Looks like it's going to be called on the offense. It might be a holding. I was wondering how Fox was able to bounce to the right so easily.
Was that holding? That was holding on the offense he called. I couldn't hear what number. Were you able to hear that?
It was a holding on the offense. I'm not sure exactly which number. I think 74. But definitely a
So
definitely
Oliver Miller, the right tackle, if we're correct, got picked up on that holding call with 11 minutes in the second. Cherry Creek gets pushed back even farther. They'll be on the 15-yard line with 2nd and 12.
it's a big reason why we haven't seen much offense in this game. Penalties have been just detrimental.
3 receivers for Cherry Creek. Shotgun snap. Dropping back in the pocket is Vodka. He's going to air one out. Out at the 50-yard line. There's a chance at a catch. Is it called in? No, he's out of bounds. Oh, my goodness. The catch there from Jeremiah Hoffman on a deep lob just out of bounds.
Hoffman definitely one of the top receivers right now in the state of Colorado. But it looked like that foot was stepping out of bounds as he made that catch. Great coverage on Legend, trying to put the pressure on, forcing the play to go out of bounds. And a tough break for Cherry Creek.
And you see the speed there from the Charlotte commit who was previously committed to Charlotte. But now as things started to open up and new opportunities, he's looking elsewhere. He's got 7 touchdowns and 831 yards this season. 10:53 to go. Vodka, shotgun. Drops back again, looks right, quick throw to his running back, Jaden Fox. Fox tries to get past 2 defenders, and taking him down there is number 7 and number 8. That was Aaron Olson and Tatum O'Donnell.
Once again, that Legend defense rising up and stepping up to the occasion and getting the key stop, forcing yet another 4th down. And once again, Cherry Creek punting the ball away to Legend. This offense just has not been getting anything going. It's been stagnant so far.
3-0 here in the second quarter. Legend Titans are the only ones that get on the scoreboard now with 10:15 to go in the second. 4th down, 7 to go on the 20. And Yolan Quintana in the backfield to kick. Rolls out to the right side and kicks it high in the air. It doesn't even make it down to the 50-yard line. It lands on the 49, touched by a Legend player. Cherry Creek swallows it up. They call for the ball. Legend says it's still theirs. They don't believe they touched it first. We're going to see what the officials have to say on this one, but touching it there, if it was Legend, would have been Carson Flowers.
It looks like one of the Cherry Creek defenders pushed a Legend player into the returner who was trying to get the fair catch, and it did hit a Legend player, but I don't know if that'll count. I don't know if you can push a teammate into another player if they already called the fair catch signal.
I don't think they're going to be able to get away with that one this time. But 9:58 here in the second, and here's the call. Receiver was blocked into the ball. First down for Legend. Legend takes possession here, and this is a great opportunity for them to score.
Cherry Creek players, fans, coaches alike are not happy. It definitely is frustrating, but the ref said exactly what we saw. I mean, we saw the Creek defender pushing a teammate into the returner while they were making the fair catch motion, and you just can't do that. That's not how it works. And now Legend, they're able to take advantage. They have the ball now in Cherry Creek territory on offense. Now they have a real good opportunity to capitalize with either a field goal or a touchdown. But getting more points on the board will definitely help them out.
This is a fantastic opportunity for Legend to increase their lead here on the 49-yard line. 1st and 10. 3 running backs as the handoff to Jaden Lawrence as he works up through the middle, right behind his other men, and he'll squeeze out a couple of yards on that run.
Good run so far by Legend, able to move the ball. Cherry Creek defense staying strong, though, not allowing too much, but they're starting to wear and tear a little bit. Legend, they've been picking the defense apart a little bit. So it'll be really interesting to see how far along Cherry Creek can stay strong.
Aquavius Lee on that tackle for Cherry Creek this time. 9:22 to go in the second quarter. 2nd down, 7 to go on the 46. Shotgun formation. Here's motion. Running and rolling out. He's got a defender on him. Nicholas Farley's throw is tipped by number 10, Ashton Shepardson, and there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, it looked like Shepardson from Cherry Creek slammed the quarterback as the ball was still in the air off of a deflection. And, I mean, it was just way out of the quarterback's hands. That was just completely unnecessary. They're calling unnecessary roughness on the quarterback, so that's going to be an automatic first down for Legend. Just unnecessary. I agree with that one. Just completely uncalled for. The defender felt the ball hit him in the arms. He did not need to take the quarterback down. Just completely silly to do in a state championship game.
And that's a huge break for Legend now as they put themselves on the 31-yard line with 9:09 to go here in the second quarter, up 3-0 over Cherry Creek. 1st and 10 now off of that call as they get to reset their offense. We already got a receiver ready to go there in Kellen Marchand. And now the line gets set up. Shotgun, handoff to Lawrence. Lawrence runs up the middle and he's still pushing. And knocked down from behind on the tackler there is number 27, Dwight Johnson.
Yeah, Lawrence shook off the defender that was going to take him out in the backfield. But then he was able to get some yards after that. A gain of 4 on that one. Once again, Legend still moving the ball and capitalizing on what Cherry Creek's given them pretty much this whole game.
Clock is running at 8:43, 2nd and 7 on the 28 now. Still in the huddle is the Legend Titans offense. Cherry Creek's ready to go. They have 3 up front and then 5 in the back here. And now they shift around as they continue 3, but there's a flag before they even get set up. Yeah, that's a false start on Legend's offense, it looks like.
And that's absolutely tough if you're a Legend. I mean, you just got 4 yards. Now you're being pushed back 5. They're calling it number 65.
Such an awkward call. That's Isaac Schmitz. And the offensive line hadn't even got set up yet. The quarterback hadn't even put his hands in the air. And Schmitz is already jumping over the line. False start there from the Titans offense with 8:20 to go.
Just shooting themselves in the foot.
I think that's a pretty good way to put it, Phoenix. I think so. Here's the setup now. 2 receivers on the far side. 1 tight end. The running back fakes the handoff to Lawrence. Throw up the middle is just long to Riken Banks. It slips through his hands. A little too much mustard on that hot dog, huh?
Just was not getting anything there. Went right through the hands. They tried to go quick, and now they're faced with a 3rd and long.
3rd down and 12 to go on the 33. So what was a great opportunity for Legend is now a tough situation as we might see another punt as Legend has some decisions to make here, Phoenix.
They absolutely do, but they have an opportunity to get themselves into field goal range, even if they don't get the first down.
2 receivers, no running backs. Lawrence faking the handoff as he ran over to the side. Fox is going to throw it up to the middle, and it's caught by number 2, Riken Banks, as he makes his way to the end zone for a touchdown.
Phenomenal!
Legend Titans get up another 6 points here. 9-0 over the Cherry Creek Bruins.
That was a phenomenal throw in the face of adversity. It looks like the quarterback might be down, though, after that play.
That's number 20, the running back, Jaden Lawrence, right? Or is that no? Yeah, it's number 20.
Oh, it's number 20.
Yeah, so the touchdown from the other running back, Riken Banks, who's played more like a receiver in this game. But now Jaden Lawrence, who's caught the majority of the handoffs here in the first half, is struggling out there at the 40-yard line as he makes his way to his feet. You can hear the Titans fans cheering him on as his partner, Riken Banks, walks him off to the field. He's on his own feet, on his own strength. As
what play from the Legend Titans,
Yeah.
though. I mean, able to play the option, get the sweep going, and then the quarterback takes the ball down and with the pressure in his face, throws it right and leads the wide receiver who beat them in corner on the route and got the perfect touchdown. That's how you capitalize off of what the opponent gives you.
kicking here is Carson Flowers as he sends that one through the uprights as Legend goes up 10-0 to the state champion runner-up Cherry Creek Bruins, coached by head coach Dave Logan.
And you gotta wonder what's going on through Dave Logan's mind. He's probably can't even fathom how Legend is even keeping up with them. How is a 6 seed taking on a 1 seed and up 10-0 with 8 minutes left in the second quarter? This has been phenomenal football from Legend. They've been sticking to the fundamentals, taking care of business, and just giving and taking what the opponent has been giving them. It's been phenomenal to watch, and if they keep it up, Cherry Creek, they're going to be in trouble.
And you got to keep in consideration that Legend is still 12-1. They're 5-0 in their conference, 5A Southern. Colorado ranked 2, Cherry Creek number 1. So while it may not show up on paper in the bracket, it does show up in the rankings for the Titans, who have proven their might this season, battling their way through the bracket and beating and defying the odds here. 7:57 to go in the second quarter. The kick here from Carson Flowers, who just got it through the uprights on the last PAT, and the touchback from number 24, Raymond Sarno of Cherry Creek.
Very interesting. The Cherry Creek returners, there's 2 of them back there, but it looked like they almost collided. They're really communicating back there. That's kind of the second time we've already seen that in this game. It's kind of interesting, Cherry Creek. It seems like they're just out of place right now. They're out of their element.
Cherry Creek is not at home in this matchup so far. They haven't put anything up in the first half. It's the 5A state championships at Canvas Stadium. They've been here before. They were here last year against Columbine, but they lost against some silly errors in the kicking region and among some other things. But Cherry Creek trying not to make the same mistakes they did as last year, as now it's 10-0 with the Titans up. Vodka, shotgun, quick throw. The runner there, number 14. And that's Joseph Williams on the catch this time as he stutter steps and runs to the sideline. He's tackled by number 12 on the defensive Legend, Carson Flowers, who also kicks. So he does a lot out there for the Titans.
It was a great play from Cherry Creek. A 13-yard play on the connection, getting the first down, and now Cherry Creek finally finding some rhythm on offense.
Vodka, 2,000 yards this season, decides to hand it off to his man Elijah Cromwell. Cromwell breaks through the middle, grabs some yards on that play, and finally, after the Ram logo in the midfield, is taken down by Brody Schuss.
Finally, Cherry Creek with some real offense. 2 first downs in this drive. 1 more first down than we've seen in most of their drives so far. It's now getting serious. Cherry Creek, they're finding their rhythm.
And 1 touchdown will put Cherry Creek right back into this thing. It's only 10-0 now as The Bruins are on 1st and 10 on the 47. Vodka drops back, looks right, finds a man. The catch there, Jeremiah Hoffman. He had to backpedal and turn around for that one. He falls on his own, and the tackler or his defender was number 12, Carson Flowers.
A great route by Hoffman on the comeback to the sideline, able to get out of bounds and get some yards on that one. Huge 8-yard gain by Jeremiah Hoffman.
Jeremiah Hoffman was committed to Charlotte and has decided to explore his options elsewhere. Great receiver for Cherry Creek, the 6'1", 175 senior, as the Bruins reset, wrapped around Vodka, and the handoff there, a quick whistle on the play. Elijah Cromwell picked it up on it, but we got to see what the call is here. Phoenix, what do you got?
Well, tough play for that one for Cherry Creek. Once again, the penalties.
So a false start on Cherry Creek's offense is the call there.
Once again, Cherry Creek just shooting themselves in the foot. This has been really tough to see from Cherry Creek. This is completely not what we're used to seeing from one of the top teams in the 5A classification.
And Jeremiah Hoffman, who just had the great catch, is the one that's doing the damage for Cherry Creek on the very next play. He's the reason that they get pushed back 5 yards, find themselves on the 50, 2nd and 7 here, 6:15 in the second quarter. Full box here for Cherry Creek as Vodka drops back, runs up through the middle of the pocket, has to scramble, and he trips as a defender, grabs the ankle as he goes across the 50-yard line. That was John Niegrenhaus on that play.
Play by the Legend defense, able to catch the quarterback while scrambling so that we wouldn't escape for more. And Legend, they're staying strong, but now Cherry Creek are in Legend territory, what seems like the first time tonight.
I think you might be right on that one because it's been Legend all the way so far. Now, with 5.5 minutes to go in the second quarter, Cherry Creek's in the best position they've had all game. Vodka drops back, faked the handoff, airs it out over the 20-yard line, nearly caught by his man Jeremiah Hoffman, but his defender number 12, Carson Flowers, does a good job of keeping him at bay.
Top out of Jeremiah Hoffman. He's the top receiver so far in the state of Colorado. 9 times out of 10, he catches those. We just saw the 1 out of 10 where it went right through his hands.
Yeah, Hoffman averages 63.9 yards per game. He's got 831 yards coming into this matchup, 42 receptions. He's an efficient player for the Bruins, efficient wide receiver. Cherry Creek's got a reset, though, on the 48. 4th down, 5 to go. Vodka wanted to step through, decides to roll right. He's got a defender on him, 2, now 3, and he gets knocked out of bounds, as you can hear Legend screaming over that one. Brody dodged with the massive hit on the quarterback.
This defense is staying strong. They're not letting any adversity get through to them. That was a terrible drop for Cherry Creek that just gave Legend that momentum to force the turnover on downs. And now Legend, once again, with great starting field position on offense.
And you see how quick Legend's able to move up the field. 5:20 is nothing for them. They could get into scoring position in 2 throws with the way they've been playing in this matchup.
They've been phenomenal. I'm very impressed with how Legend has played. And now they have, once again, an opportunity to increase the lead. And, man, Cherry Creek just completely out of their element in this matchup.
Another tough start for the Bruins with 5:20 to go here. 2 receivers as Nicholas Farley in shotgun with a running back. He hands off to Riken Banks, who works up the middle as a wall of defenders meets him at the halfway point on the field. Taken down by, looks like, coming up out of that tackle was number 0, Aiden Knapp, and then T.I. Umukase. Oh, excuse me, that's Cherry Creek. Yeah, okay, we're good. 4:56 to go here.
Good run once again from Legend, getting themselves into Cherry Creek territory off of their first play of their drive, off of the great starting field position. Legend, they're still moving the ball, and Cherry Creek still does not have an answer to stop it.
2nd and 6 on the 48. Got a couple of options on the running backs, and he hands off quickly to Jaden Lawrence. Lawrence works up the middle just like the last play, and the same result. They're stopped short here with only a couple of yards a gain.
Yeah, great stop there by Cherry Creek, able to get involved, stop in the middle run, only giving up a yard on that run and making it third and halfway, a little 5 to 6 yards away. Now Legend, they have to capitalize and see what they can do to convert on third down.
Luis Carlos on that tackle, number 95, the defensive end for the Bruins, as Legends got some things to figure out here on 3rd and 5. Two receivers, one on both sides, a running back next to Farley on the right side. Fakes the handoff. He's got a rusher on him, and he has to quick throw as Ashton Shepperson puts the pressure on quarterback Nicholas Farley, and then it's tipped long by the safety Aiden Knapp.
Right through the hands of the Cherry Creek defender on that one. That would have been an insane interception for them to pull off. Luckily, it was just an incompletion, and now Legends punt team is out there, and they could put Cherry Creek within the 20 in some really uncomfortable field position when the offense comes back out.
4th down, 5 to go. Here's the punt from Carson Flowers. He does another roll out to the right side, boots that one low, rolls around at the 20-yard line and makes it to the 15, the 14, and touchdown by number 25. That's Thomas Crow for the Titans with 3:42 in the second.
Great punt once again from Legend, and that's not the worst starting field position if you're Cherry Creek. They've been having some very difficult starting field positions so far in this game, but really the most difficult thing about this Cherry Creek offense has been the penalties. They've been shooting themselves in the foot. They just can't seem to find that momentum and keep riding with it. We saw some great plays out of them, and then just nothing since then.
With 3:42 in the second, you'd hope that Cherry Creek can maybe finally figure something out here in the first half. 1st and 10 on their own 14. A lot of work to do here. Vodka, quick handoff on the motion run from number 31, Elijah Landrum Hamilton, as he tries to break the line of scrimmage. Met by 3 defenders, number 1, number 8, and number 4. Starting that tackle there was Peyton Auckland.
Good run there by Cherry Creek, able to cut the distance in half. Now 2nd and 5. And Cherry Creek, it's going to take a lot more than 5 yards for them to get to where they need to go, but it's great. It's a great start so far.
3:11 to go here. 2nd and 5 on the 19 in the second quarter. Shotgun, handoff. That was Jaden Fox. Fox finds an opening, gets past the front line in the secondary there. Strong safety, Brody Schuss, the number 4 on the Titans, takes him down.
Jaden Fox able to create some separation, find the open hole, and get that burst. But he was just caught right from behind and stopped at the 34.
Cherry Creek spread down across the line. 2 receivers on the far side, a slot on the near. Quick throw to that slot receiver, number 9, Anthony Betty, as he rolls around past his defender and gets stopped, brought down by Carson Flowers on that play.
Flag on the field, right where the offensive line was. I don't know, it looks like they might be no foul in the play. They're waving it off.
Yeah, so
first down.
So an errant flag on that play as Cherry Creek continues to drive up the field here. Legends defense doing whatever they can to shut them out in the first half. It's 10-0 as Cherry Creek still on their own 47. Another wide setup here in the shotgun. And there's the snap. Vodka decides not to hand off. And he's wrapped up by number 14, Raymond Bergner. The Titans linebacker gets the first sack of the game, and that one was massive.
And he just came in untouched. No one even saw him coming. And as we saw Vodka get ready to throw, he was already there. Legend already got on there with the sack. Great play by the defense, and now making it 2nd and long.
2:02 to go here in the second quarter. 10-0. The Titans are up. There's a quick handoff in the run from number 26, Elijah Cromwell, as he steps his way through the middle, taken down by number 7, Aaron Olson.
That's a great way to get some well-needed yardage and cutting the difference in half. But still, 3rd and long now for Cherry Creek. They got to convert here and get into Legend territory.
Here's the snap. 3rd down, 8 to go. Quick throw, and that one's caught by Anthony Betty as he spins around his defender, number 22, Braylon Auckland, as Auckland gets the stop.
Looks like there's a flag on the eastern side of the field, and it's going to be called on the offense. Let's see what the official's going to call this.
Oh, wow.
It's an illegal shift on the offense, number 31.
Elijah Landrum Hamilton, the wide receiver for Cherry Creek, called on that. With 1:31 to go, Cherry Creek has still not gotten on the Titans side of the field. They're stuck on their 46 with 4th down and 3. Do you think they go for it, or do they elect to send it back to the Titans?
Well, whatever they do, they got to stop creating penalties.
They're going to go for it here on offense. Vodka all alone back there in the pocket, gets the snap, looks out deep, has all the time in the world, but he's got to roll out right. There's a flag as he's roped down by Brody Dodge, and he's thrown out of bounds on that tackle.
And that is 100% going to be a holding. We saw I was watching the legend defender like looking with eye contact at the official. Like, do you see this?
Yeah, so T.I. Umokase, the right guard for Cherry Creek, gets picked up on that penalty. And Cherry Creek, man, they are not having a good time on offense here. Was that an offsetting penalty? Because he called one on this side too, right?
I think so.
Yes. So it'll be, so offsetting penalties there. One was called on the Titans defense.
It was declined. Okay.
Oh, it was declined. Okay.
So
that's why it's.
But now it's 4th and long, and Cherry Creek once again punting. They're punting once again.
Another tough time. Here's Yolan Quintana, the number 66 place kicker for Cherry Creek. Rolls around to the right side, sends it back to the left side of the field, closer to the middle, really, and it's a touchback there, caught at the 12-yard line for number 1, Peyton Auckland here with 1:18 to go in the second quarter.
Good fair catch for the Legend Titans. They're within their own 20. This is kind of going to be the worst field position they have started on so far, starting from their own 13-yard line. But you got to think the way that this offense has been moving, field position hasn't necessarily been too much of a problem for Legend. Now it is, but their offense has been able to find some momentum, gain some rhythm. So hopefully this won't be too much of a setback for them.
I think the big defensive players on both sides are starting to wear down the offenses, and we're starting to see a little bit slower action here. Quick handoff to number 2, Riken Banks, as he works around the far side as Cherry Creek meets him at the line of scrimmage for a quick tackle. That one there, Aiden Kanapke. Timeout's called by Cherry Creek, and that'll be the first one used in the half from either team with 1:09 to go in the second quarter. Phoenix, what is it going to take for Legend to get a good drive up this field to end out the half?
I mean, just aggressive. You have no reason to not be aggressive. You're up 10-0. You have all the power right now. Force them to use their timeouts. And if you want Cherry Creek to force something on offense, I would say let them, because your defense has been stepping up huge and creating big plays. And the offense on Cherry Creek, they've just been shooting themselves in the foot, creating penalties. It's almost like a whole different team than what we've been seeing all regular season out of Cherry Creek.
So it seems like the defense might be dictating the offense a little bit. So better stops equal better possessions, and then the offense doesn't have to work quite as hard down at the far side of the field. They can start a little bit farther up, and that's where they're the most dominant, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and now Legend has an opportunity to truly capitalize. They got 1 minute left. Run out the clock and see what you can do on defense.
2nd and 7 on the 16. Here's the shotgun again. Nicholas Farley runs up through. Oh, no, the handoff, excuse me. That was number 2, Riken Banks. And Banks gets wrapped up by the big man, number 50, Kane Brackney.
A good run from Legend on that one. Just 1 yard short of the first down as the clock ticks under 1 minute. And now we got a timeout out of Cherry Creek.
Yeah, they got to use another one. They're burning 2 timeouts in a row here. What's up with that?
It seems to run the clock out, force Cherry Creek to use their timeouts. And like I said, I think the smart thing to do would be to capitalize. You're already 1 yard away from the first down. If they do force a 4th down, the Cherry Creek defense, punt the ball away and let defense create a play on offense. You have them right in the palm of your hands right now. You have a short amount of time before half. get whatever you need to get out. You still have the lead no matter what Cherry Creek will do.
You've got a dual threat player on the Titans in Jaden Lawrence, number 20. He plays the running back. He plays the wide receiver. He can do it all here for the Titans. You've got 53 seconds to go. Third down with only 1 yard to go. At what point do you think that Nicholas Farley can drop back and air it out to Lawrence? Do you think that's a possibility in the final closing seconds here of the second quarter?
Touchdown. He leads today with 80 passing yards. It's not a lot of passing yards, at least what we're used to seeing, but absolutely can take advantage of that.
Back in the play here now. And just a wall of people. You can't even get a number on this one. It's just a mound of Cherry Creek and Titans. Coming up out of it on the tackles, Marquavius Lee. And Cherry Creek burns their third and final timeout here in the half. I think the runner there was Riken Banks, per usual. No, okay, so Nicholas Farley went right up to the middle on the quarterback run.
And it looks like they're going to be held just short. 4th and inches, exactly what Cherry Creek wanted. And let's see what the Legend Titans do. I mean, could they punt? There is 43 seconds left in the first half. If they punt it right now, it gives Cherry Creek no timeouts on offense to be able to do what they want to do on offense. And the Legend Titans defense has been at an all-time high. It seems like no matter what they can do, they've had an answer for what Cherry Creek has been delivering. And Cherry Creek has mostly just been the biggest enemy, the biggest opponent for Cherry Creek has been themselves.
Yeah, so Carson Flowers is going to come out on a 4th and 1. It's better to take that punt and end out the half than potentially put Cherry Creek on the 22-yard line of the Titans side and let them score with 43 seconds here. So they're going to send it downfield and get back on that strong defense. Flowers, the punt right up the middle, falls down at the end of the Rams logo in the midfield, rolling out to the 35-yard line of Cherry Creek side, continues to bobble. And Farley, the quarterback, will put a hand on it and start the Cherry Creek Bruins on the 33-yard line on Cherry Creek's side.
And now Cherry Creek have to figure out what they're going to do in 31 seconds. They don't have any timeouts. They're within their own territory. They have a lot of yards to get to, even if they really want to get a field goal. They have a lot of yards to get there. And the Legend Titans defense, they have Cherry Creek exactly where they want them. They have an opportunity to create a big turnover, a big play, and really shut them down.
Critical moment here for the Titans defense, even more for Cherry Creek. They have 31 seconds to make something happen. Vodka has some time in the pocket, but he rolls out of it. Has to make a throw under duress there. And his pressure man there was number 7, Aaron Olson, the middle linebacker for the Titans.
It looked like he tried to go for Jaden Fox on the completion, but he was way covered up and just had to get the ball out of his hands as the pressure was coming on. The defensive line was nearing in on Vodka, and he had to get rid of it. Now they have 25 seconds left, 2nd and 10. What are they going to be able to do? Cherry Creek is now in a little bit of a pickle, some may say.
With half a minute, every throw counts, man. 2nd down, 10 to go on the 33. Cherry Creek's got to make something happen here. Quick handoff. That one to Jaden Fox as Fox tries to squeeze out a couple of yards. And that Titans defense meets him again. Coming up out of that was number 7, Aaron Olson, again for another pressure tackle.
That was an interesting play. They ran it up the middle. It's now 10 seconds. They have 10 seconds. They're going to hurry up.
Wow, clock is ticking now. 5 seconds. Vodka's got one more chance at a throw. The receivers drop way out there. Caught by the tight end, number 87. He runs, and he's stopped and tackled at the Titans' 39-yard line. That was Ty Gotchi from Cherry Creek on the run. His tackler was Brody Shoes. Thank goodness for Brody Shoes if you're a Titan, because Ty Gotchi was going to be gone. 10-0 ends out the half. We'll go to the third quarter after a 15-minute halftime break. Cherry Creek is yet to get on the scoreboard. The Titans have put up a dominant performance here in the first half.
Yeah, it's been something that we did not expect. I mean, I'm sure everyone in the state of Colorado was thinking that this was going to be Cherry Creek's game. They were going to run away with it. They've been here before. They're here for redemption.
Right.
But Legend, they're the underdogs. That's the much better story here now. They've been the underdogs, and now they've had an answer for everything Cherry Creek has done. And I love the banner that we're seeing in front of the student section. Why not us? Why not them? And they're right now, they got the 10-0 lead, but we've seen a lead lost after one half with the 4A state championship. 5A could be just as crazy in the second.
Going into the half, Phoenix, what's the message for Cherry Creek from head coach Dave Logan?
Tighten up. Like, what are y'all playing like right now? Like, this is not who Cherry Creek football is. If this was what Cherry Creek football was, they should never have been in the playoffs. They need to know that they are the team that is to beat, and they're being beaten right now. So they need to control what only they can control, because everything that has been detrimental to Cherry Creek so far has been the penalties, has been the missed opportunities, has been the bad plays. They need to clean it up, and they need to tighten it up a little bit.
We'll take a 15-minute break here as we go into halftime. Titans up 10-0. They say, why not us? Cherry Creek says we need to tighten up here. We'll come back to start the third quarter in the 5A state championships at Canvas Stadium. I'm Adam Gross alongside Phoenix Barons, Jose Munoz helping me out, Gideon Agner, Trey Dufashard, all back with us here. It's 90.5 KCSU FM. Always have and always will bring you sports. Welcome back to 90.5 KCSU. We're here in Canvas Stadium for the 5A football state championships between Cherry Creek and the Legend Titans, and the Titans have put it to Cherry Creek 10-0 in the first half.
A game that no one kind of expected the way it was supposed to go in the first half. I mean, Cherry Creek has been a dominating team all season, and now they're getting dominated, it looks like. I mean, Legend has been pretty much doing whatever they can to take advantage of the opportunities that Cherry Creek has been giving them, and now they are coming in with a 10-0 lead. And the big question is going to be how both teams respond into this second half. Will Cherry Creek bounce back? Will they figure out what they need to do to win this game? Will Legend hold off the Cherry Creek Bruins, a team that's vying for a championship that have been here before last year? Why not us, the Legend Titans? They're here, they're up. Can they close it out?
And you're looking at a David and Goliath kind of situation here. Cherry Creek, who's consistently been to the state championships over the years since 2013. They've been 7 times now. The Legend Titans, this is their first time. They're contending for their first ever state championship. It's a battle of tried and true veteran coaching versus what you see there in the student section, the message, why not us? And Legend could come out here and claim something over a team that probably feels like they should deserve it over Legend in the first place. And Legend wants to get that upset and make history tonight.
But if they feel like they deserve it more, then they got to start playing like it, because from what we've seen with Cherry Creek so far, they've just been shooting themselves in the foot. I mean, penalties have just been the detriment to this team so far. Whenever they do get the ball moving, they're being called right back on a false start, illegal formation, illegal shift. We saw a face mask. We saw a holding. There's a lot of things that Cherry Creek are doing wrong, something that Cherry Creek should not be doing this late in the game, especially when the grand prize is a state championship game. And Legend, they've been taking full advantage. I mean, able to score on the opening drive and the field goal, and also get a big time touchdown, pressure in the face off of an amazing, beautifully thrown pass that went 33 yards. Huge, huge play from Legend, and now Legends, they have an opportunity to make history and shock the state.
Yes. And with 1:55 here to go before the second half starts, we've talked about Legend and what they need to do, but what does an ideal half look like for Cherry Creek? Because we've talked about what can go wrong, but what should go right for Cherry Creek?
Cherry Creek, I mean, if they just lock it in on defense, if they just take care of what they need to take care of on defense, not allow those big plays, and create turnovers. I think that's the only thing that you can do to get some well-needed momentum on your side going into this second half. They got to create turnovers. That's something that Cherry Creek absolutely can do. They can definitely force the turnovers. If they can get some interceptions, we saw it hit the hands of some Cherry Creek defenders on wild throws. They can totally get those turnovers. They can force those fumbles. They got to be able to capitalize, and they got to be able to create those situations, because right now Legend just has them in the palm of their hands.
Yeah, and that quarterback for the Titans, Nicholas Farley, felt that pressure early, but he settled into the game and started to pick apart the Cherry Creek defense and find his main men, Jaden Lawrence and Riken Banks, who were both pushing it up. Jaden Lawrence playing on both sides, the dual threat, not on defense, but on offense. He's receiving and rushing, and then Riken Banks is just getting hard drives up through the middle. The Cherry Creek defense, like you said before we went into the half, absolutely have to tighten up. They have to minimize the mistakes, avoid the deep runs, the explosive plays from the Titans. Head coach Monty Thielen from the Titans is going to continue to stay strong here and try to do what hasn't been done before for the 6th-seeded Legend Titans over against the number 1 Cherry Creek Bruins.
Big thing has been the penalties. I mean, if Cherry Creek really just tightens up on them, they committed 6 penalties so far in this game that cost them 53 yards. So Legends 2. They've only committed 2 penalties so far, and that was for 10 yards. And they're the team with the 10-point lead over the Cherry Creek Bruins. And right now, Cherry Creek, they just got to really take advantage of what Legend will give. If Legend does make mistakes, you really have to start taking advantage of it.
Start of the second half, Legend up 10-0 over the runner-up Cherry Creek Bruins. Titans going to move right to left here as Cherry Creek will pick it up. Kicking for Legend will be Carson Flowers, and in the backfield, Raymond Sarno on the punt return. Flowers going to start on the near side. right-legged kicker starts things off, and we are underway in the second half of the 5A state championships. Auckland running up through the middle, stumbles across a defender, and that was number 25 from the Titans who got that first touch, and that'll put the Cherry Creek Bruins around the 12-yard line. That touch there was Thomas Crow, number 25.
And a great tackle from the kickoff team for Legend. The kick wasn't quite into the end zone, so there wasn't a touchback, able to see a return, but that return only went probably just 11, 10 yards.
1st and 10 on the 17 as Cherry Creek starts off the half here. We saw Brady Vodka try to get some good looks to his receivers, but the Titans were doing a good job on the secondary. Now he goes under center for the first time. Vodka fakes the pitch backwards. Instead, the handoff to Jaden Fox as Fox finds a breakaway out in front now at the 50-yard line. And he's tripped up by the strong safety, number 4, Brody Shoes. If he wouldn't have got that, then Jaden Fox would have made it all the way to the end zone.
He went for 33 yards on that run and was just caught from behind and forced to stop at midfield. But that's exactly what Cherry Creek needs to be doing. Get out of the gate early and get some well-needed momentum and get this offense going. You need to score some points, and the best way to score points is getting big plays like that.
Quick setup here on the line. Now Vodka in the shotgun. One running back to his right, that's Elijah Cromwell. Here's the snap, drops back one step. The reception from Elijah Landrum Hamilton as he doesn't get any yards, but the catch does. He'll step right out of bounds on that play.
Out route, Vodka to number 31 of Cherry Creek. Good play there, and once again, the offense moving, getting some well-needed passes to Elijah Landrum Hamilton, my apologies. And now the offense still moving. Not as many yards as the last run, but hey, it's where they need to be right now.
Obviously, something's changed for Cherry Creek here. 2nd and 9 on the 49. Vodka in shotgun. Handoff to Cromwell. Cromwell finds a breakaway. And he's finally tackled by Peyton Auckland as he breaks that front line. Referees are waving their hands in the air on this play as they signal for the clock to keep running with 10:38 to go in the third quarter.
Elijah Cromwell onto the Legend defense. They must just power through and get the well-needed yards to get the first down, to get themselves some momentum. They're in the right direction. This is exactly what Cherry Creek needed in the last half. Let's see if they can keep it up in this one.
Momentum is shifted here in Cherry Creek's favor on the offense. 1st and 10 on the Titans 39. Quick snap to Vodka. He spins backwards and throws vertical or horizontal to Maxwell Lovett as Lovett has to do all the work on the run, breaks ahead the line of scrimmage and ends up on the 36-yard line.
Go towards the left, but then Vodka cuts back to the right on a quick out to his receiver. And only able to get a couple yards on that play to Maxwell Lovett. But great offensive play. It's positive yards, which is exactly what Cherry Creek needs the most right now.
Another quick setup for Cherry Creek. 2nd and 7 on the 36. Shotgun. 2 receivers on the right. Now a motion from the tight end. Quick handoff to Elijah Cromwell. Cromwell tries to break free, and a couple of tacklers are there. That's number 4 and number 14. The main one this time is Raymond Bergner, the linebacker for the Titans.
Now a late flag. It looks like something was said between players that the official didn't like. Let's see who's going to get tagged for this one, because it's always the second person that gets
It's always the second.
Looks like it'll be unsportsmanlike conduct on Cherry Creek. There we go. Back to shooting themselves in the foot once again.
Oh. Number 58 is Ned Zelinskas. The center gets caught on the unsportsmanlike conduct. We've had a clean game today in all the matchups, 3A, 4A, and 5A. That's one of the actually I think maybe the only unsportsmanlike conduct call we've seen all day today.
You know, very apropos that it's coming from Cherry Creek committing the unsportsmanlike conduct. They're down 10-0. Obviously, they're frustrated, but he must have said something the ref really didn't like. Flag on that one. And hopefully this will reel it back in, and both teams will get their heads back on a swivel and I know Dave Logan will definitely be frustrated after that.
You know what it did do is fire up both of the student sections, and now across the field they're talking to each other back and forth, sending different chants at each other's way. 9:34 in the third and 17. There's the quick snap to Vodka, drops back in the pocket. He had a linebacker on him. That was number 4 trying to get the sack. Brody Shoes, as Vodka under pressure has to throw one away there.
Tough play, and now a 4th and long. But let's remember one thing. This would not be a 4th and long without that unsportsmanlike penalty.
Oh, you're totally right.
This is completely Cherry Creek. They have no one else to blame but themselves for the situation that they're in and the fact that they're going to punt. This is completely on them. They have no one else to blame. They were doing well on offense, getting some movement. And then the penalty hinders them, and they followed up with an incomplete pass.
You sound like a broken record, but shooting yourself in the foot is the message here, as it's 4th and 17, and Cherry Creek is going to have to punt it off with 9:28 to go in the third quarter on the 46-yard line. There's a delay of game call now, and Cherry Creek loses even more yards on the play.
I'm not too sure if that was intentional, just to give them more wiggle room to squeeze it into within the 20. I wouldn't see why you would even be able to do that. You're already near the 50-yard line. But, I've seen a lot of questionable stuff from Cherry Creek so far.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issues with Cherry Creek is that the energy is just not there for them, and their fans, their students are just not here in the attendance. They're losing that advantage that they get from having a crowd to back them up as the ball rolls all the way to the goal line. Oh, and putting his hands in despair. Why, though? The call from the officials, and it must be
and they're going to down it at the
they should, as they should, yeah. That was touchdown by Liam Richardson, the outside linebacker, sophomore for Cherry Creek. Put it right on.
Yeah, but can you touch it down at the 1 if your feet are in the end zone? If you're literally standing in the end zone, I don't think you can touch it down and at the 1 and it be placed at the 1.
They're going to start on the half-yard line here for the Titans. That was a beautiful kick, so maybe the delay of game was actually some good strategy here as Cherry Creek puts the Titans in a very unfavorable position, quite possibly, well, literally the least favorable position here on the field.
Adam, that's probably the first time I've ever seen the ball down at the 1 when the player was
the half. And it's the half. It's not even the 1.
It's crazy.
They've got 1st and 10. It's on the 1 on the scoreboard, but it's half, and the whistles go blowing as a timeout's called by Legend before the snap with 9:11 to go in the third. Legend's got to figure some things out here.
I'm very confused about how the events that just transpired on that punt that was downed at the 1, but the player that had downed it was literally standing in the end zone. At that point, you're out in the end zone. That should be called a touchback, and I think that's why the Legend fans are very frustrated because they're wondering, well, what the heck?
And I think Liam Richardson, the guy who put it down, number 54, is just as confused. That there's a reason he put his hands on his head, and I think he realized he was in the end zone. But at the end of the day, the officials didn't really pick up on it, at least from what we're seeing. If all things we're saying are true, the point is, though, that Legend is still on the half-yard line. 9:11 to go here in the third as they come back out of the timeout. Cherry Creek didn't even do much on that timeout. They didn't need to talk about anything. Legend's the ones that's feeling the pressure this time.
It's great starting field position. Now they're at half-yard line, really in their own end zone.
Under center here for Nicholas Farley. As Farley gets pushed from behind, they try to break free and gain some yards on an unfavorable starting position. Only 1 yard on that play at 2nd and 9.
You just have to create some sort of wiggle room. You can't put yourself in a position where you can force a safety. A safety would then make it a 1-score game with Legend having a 10-0 lead over Cherry Creek. Now they're just sitting at the 2-yard line after gaining 1.5 yards. Legend needs to figure something out, though.
With that clock still running, man, they've got to get out and get a first down and keep things moving. Otherwise, Cherry Creek will find themselves in a very good starting spot. Here's a quick snap in the shotgun. The handoff to Riken Banks as Banks is still up in the air, but fighting for the tackle there. Coming down with it was Keegan Perea, number 80, and Kane Brackney, number 50 of the Bruins.
And I think the Cherry Creek defense feels some of the momentum. They're fired up. They know exactly where they're at. They're at the now 3-yard line, 1 yard at a time. Legend is coming out from that half-yard spot after the punt. They know that they're in a position to score, and even if they aren't in a position to score, they force a 4th down, and that punt will very well likely still end up in Legend territory.
Titans look like they might have to throw here. It's 3rd and 8. 3rd down. Shotgun formation. One running back to the right of Farley. Farley makes a throw, and it's way long. His intended receiver is Kellen Marchand, and it flies out of bounds over the 20-yard line.
It looked like he got tripped up on that route as well. Fans might be wondering where the PI call. I didn't think it was a PI call. It looked like the player tripped up on himself, forced a 4th and long situation, and now Legend will have to punt with the punter standing in their own end zone, right back up against the goalpost, pretty much.
And you can only imagine that this ball's going to make it to their own 40, maybe the 50. He's going to have to put a leg on this thing. 7:48, there's the punt. Carson Flowers drops it down at the 39, and immediately blown back there is Nicholas Farley, the quarterback on the tackle. He puts down the returner, Raymond Sarno.
You saw him make some big special teams tackles earlier on in the first half as well, and he's got that momentum carrying over into the second. That might have been a little bit of frustration on that one,
Yeah,
don't you think?
He used Sarno as a punching bag on that tackle, knowing that his drive was stifled by the defense of the Bruins, and now the Bruins on Titans' own 39-yard line to start their drive. This is now the best position we've seen for them. Vodka in the shotgun, 3 receivers on the left, hands it off to his man, Jaden Fox. Fox rolls around to the far side, steps backwards. The defender tries to wrap him up, but instead he tiptoes out of bounds. His tackler there almost was Peyton Auckland, but he does help the stop on the play.
Jaden Fox is like a fox, just swift and shifty through those crevices the offensive line is creating for him, able to evade tackles and run out of bounds, but give his team a 9-yard gain. Big play out of Jaden Fox. He's been tremendous so far. A shining light from this Cherry Creek offense that have been difficult on themselves.
Yes, another favorable opportunity for Cherry Creek. This is the second one that they've been in excellent position. 10-0 is the score. Legends up. 2nd and 1 on the 30. Spread out across the line. The handoff to Fox. Fox goes on the near side. Gets through some defenders, but the secondary is there to wrap him up. Peyton Auckland, the safety, now with the tackle.
He got himself enough yards for the 1st down. They're knocking on the door of the red zone. A good 6-yard run out of Jaden Fox. Cherry Creek now, this is exactly what they were trying to do in their last drive before that penalty shut them down and they had to force the punt. But luckily that punt was somehow down at the 1-yard line instead of being called a touchback, and now they're taking full advantage of it.
Now the Titans defense has to work extra hard to stop this. Vodka rolls out, has to make a quick throw, and now it's picked up by Elijah Landrum Hamilton for the reception. He doesn't get very many yards on the run, and he's spun out of bounds by Peyton Auckland, who's doing more work on the Titans defense.
And he's been able to be all reliable on those out routes for Vodka. Good catch and run on that one and a good gain of about 7 yards for Cherry Creek, exactly where they need to be. And now they're in the red zone.
2nd down, 3rd to go on the 17 with 6:22 to go here in the 3rd quarter. Cherry Creek inching closer to the first touchdown they could have in this game. Shotgun. Handoff to Fox again. Fox is doing work. He works through the middle. He finds a hole. Almost makes it to the end zone. Gets tripped up and down at the 1-yard line. Pumping his chest. His teammates are there to root him on. That's a big play for Cherry Creek.
Elijah Cromwell on that one.
Yeah, excuse me, it was.
But Cromwell, he's kind of been the more of the power back. We see the shifty back out of Jaden Fox able to elude tackles. Well, you're going to have a hard time tackling Elijah Cromwell because he runs hard. And on that one, he gained 15 yards, and they are just 1 yard away from scoring a possible touchdown and giving themselves their first points of the game.
They'd be right in this thing. 5:50, 1st down, set 2 yards to the end zone. Vodka, another handoff. There's Cromwell, and he jumps over the line. I don't believe it. He hurdled the line and jumped on the shoulders of number 42 of the Titans. He literally took his shoulder pad off of his shoulder on the jump. That was Carter Berard he jumped over.
Phenomenal athletic play and exactly what Cherry Creek needed. They finally got the touchdown that they've been desperately wanting all game long. And now, Adam, we got ourselves a game on our hands.
We got ourselves a game, folks. It's 10-6 with a chance at 7 here. PAT in the third quarter, 5:32.
Oh, and it's blocked.
Oh, and it's blocked on the kick. The PAT is stuffed by the front line. Jumping his way off to the sideline is number 4. No, excuse me, that was Blake Pennick. Or was it Brody Shoes? I think it was Brody Shoes who had the blocked kick. We're going to watch the replay. 5:42 in the third quarter.
What a phenomenal
Wow.
block, though, from the Legend Titans. That's huge because now it's no longer a field goal game.
Here, let's see what we can see here. Yeah, coming up on that. Yeah, it was the back line. That was Brody Shoes, the safety. He was way in the back, so it just goes to show how high he rose up to get that.
Well, now, Adam, it's not a three-point game, so if
Mhm.
Cherry Creek desperately needed a field goal to tie it up, well, they're going to need to score a touchdown.
Yep.
That's huge for the Legend Titans. You know, they allowed – it's bend, don't break. They allowed a touchdown, but they were able to get the big play on special teams, a crucial block that still makes this a game that's heavily in Legend's favor.
I like that you're thinking ahead here, Phoenix, of what could be the possibility in the end of this game.
I don't like losing by a score.
I hear you. I get that. Moral of the story, though, Cherry Creek cracks the scoreboard 10-6. First time they've gotten on the board there, that kick ends up in the end zone, so a touchback for the Titans, and they'll start in a much better position than they did on the last drive, huh, Phoenix?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at what they did in the last drive. They were pinned in the 1 yard line, and you know, I have my opinion about it, not because it was just something I've never seen before. You know, I've
Oh,
never
yeah.
seen a player stand in the end zone and down a ball at the 1 and still be called down at the 1, not a touchback.
Yeah,
It's very interesting. I'm not exactly sure if that's just high school or one of the different rules in football, but now Legend has an opportunity to bounce back and start from their own 20.
5:42 here, 1st and 10 on the 20. The throw to the outside there is Ryan Iglesias as he runs out of bounds. He'll get a couple yards on the reception. That's his first one of the night here. Henry Goldberg on the tackle, or the pushing out of bounds here. 2nd and 6 on the 24.
A lot. They have now more yards in this one play than they did in their entire last drive. Play by Ryan Iglesias to go 4 yards and right out of bounds, and now it's 2nd and 6 for the Legend Titans.
That stings when you say it out loud.
Call it how I see it.
5:38 here, 2nd and 6 on the 24. Nicholas Farley fakes the throw. There's a big run here. Oh, and the defense blows back here on the Bruins side. Pushing back was Aiden Kanapke on Jaden Lawrence, the running back, and they lose yards on the play.
That's well-needed force from the Cherry Creek defense, only allowing a yard on
Yes.
that run and forcing it to be 3rd and 5. This defense is starting to turn it up a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it was the last drive where Legend was pinned in their 1 where they started to feel themselves a little bit, but they're playing pretty well right now.
Yeah, so they got ahead on the line of scrimmage, and then they got out 3 and then got pushed back to only the 25 for a 1-yard gain. Quick throw there to the outside is Ryken Banks as he runs to the far side and gets tackled down by, it looks like, number 10, Ashton Shepardson.
And a good run from Legend. Trucked through a defender, but stopped just short of the first down. And it looks like Legend is going to send out the punt team.
Man,
That's definitely tough if you're a Legend. I mean, you don't want to be punting. You want to be able to keep the offense moving. You want to keep Cherry Creek's offense off the field. So it really stings that you have to punt and give the ball right back to Cherry Creek.
and as slow as the play is going, the clock is moving fast because we're already at 4:22 here in the third quarter. Timeout's going to be called by Cherry Creek. Now both teams have used a timeout here in the second half. And the players are still trying to play, but the officials have already signaled for a timeout here.
Well, I hate to be this guy, Adam, but I'm seeing a lot of firsts from this officiating crew.
Oh, wow.
This is the first
Uh-oh.
time I've ever seen an officiating crew call a timeout before blowing a whistle for the play to be dead.
Well, you're lucky
I'm
you're
ju-
not a player or a
I'm
coach in a press
just saying,
conference.
typically, you want to blow the whistle dead and then announce the timeout. But the play, like both teams were ready for the punt and the punt return, and the officials just over the intercom saying, "Well, we have timeout," but no whistles have been blown. So a little bit confusing so far. Maybe the officiating's just as tired as we are. We've been here all day.
Phoenix, you've got a bone to pick with the officiating here in the 5A state championship game.
It's a big game, It's all these little details as well. Plays a big part.
Everything counts, especially when you're only at a game that's 10-6. My goodness, the punts have been going back and forth here. Now 4:18, and we get to punt it away. Carson Flowers rolls out to the right side, sends it down the far sideline, and it lands on the 30, and it's taken up by the Titans. I don't believe it. The Titans find themselves in excellent position as the returner there is Thomas Crow picked it up off of the returner, Raymond Sarno.
I do not believe what we have seen. I mean, we've seen a lot of things on these punts, and when you have so many punts, there are a lot of things that happen. We saw a muff earlier. We saw the punt being down at the 1, and now a muff, a very crushing muff for Cherry Creek. Legend offense. They're back, and they're starting at the 27-yard line in Cherry Creek territory.
The Titans have found a lucky break here as they could edge out the lead a little bit more. 4:11 on the Cherry Creek 27, 1st and 10. Throwing there, and the catch from Riken Banks as Banks fumbles it. Do the Cherry Creek Bruins come up with it this time? It was on the same side of the field. And it's motion to Cherry Creek. Cherry Creek picks up the fumble from Riken Banks, and just like that, the streak that the Titans had vanishes in an instant.
Back-to-back turnovers. Wow, this is the excitement I've been waiting for to see in the 5A state championship. We saw it in the 3A and 4A, and after a crucial muffed punt that had Legend getting the ball back in Cherry Creek territory, a forced fumble would now get the ball back in Cherry Creek's hands.
That was Braylon Hodge on the play there. 10-6 is the score. Now Cherry Creek gets the ball right back with a chance to bring themselves back into this game. 4:03 to go. 1st and 10 on the Cherry Creek 22. Vodka is under center as his tight end moves to the near side. Now motion from behind. The pitch fake, and now the handoff to number 1, Jaden Fox, as Fox rolls out.
Legend able to wrap him up and not let him get too far out.
Yeah, that was Brody Shoes on that one.
Huge play for Legend, able to stop Jaden Fox from getting too foxy out there and letting him loose. He's been turning it up. He's heating up a little bit more. And Cherry Creek, they need to get some more offense on their side. They have an opportunity. They've been given a break. They've been cutting some slack. Now they have to take advantage.
2nd and 6 on the 26 now here in the 3rd quarter. Vodka shotgun. Handoff. This one's to Jaden Fox. Fox gets swallowed up by the defense. Coming up out of that one is Brody Shoes again for back-to-back tackles. There was about 4 defenders there, but Shoes was the main one.
Legend coaching, jumping up and down in excitement for that one. A big loss of 3 yards for Cherry Creek. And on Jaden Fox, nonetheless, he was trying to find something. He was shifting. He was dancing a little bit in the backfield. He had a couple broken players, but then they all swarmed him all at once.
2:52 here in the 3rd quarter. 10-6 is the score. Vodka's got his receiver next to him, or his running back. Drops back in the pocket, and Shoes is there for the 3rd tackle and a sack. Shoes is doing it all on defense here tonight.
Moment from Legend defense. They're finally dialing it back up. We saw them get a little bit stagnant, allowing a touchdown from Cherry Creek, and now they're back and sending them backwards, forcing Cherry Creek to once again punt the ball. A sack loss of 10 yards by
Wow! And the Titans got a gentle reminder from Cherry Creek that snapped him right back into shape, and now the defense is dominating here in the 3rd quarter. 4th and 19 as Yolano Quintana is going to have to punt it away, and there's a flag ahead of the snap here.
Looks like a neutral zone infraction or a false start.
2:03 to go here in the 3rd.
And another Cherry Creek penalty false
Shooting
start.
themselves in the foot again. 34, Jaleel Carter, the cornerback. He also plays on the special teams, it looks like here, the sophomore. One of the young guys for Dave Logan's squad picking up a penalty. Now rolling out is Quintano. His kick is strong, but he's way in the end zone, so it lands at the 50, and it's muffed. The returner's unable to get it. And does Cherry Creek come up with it? Whose number is coming up out of the pile?
And they do.
That's 25, Demarius Lavender. The free safety junior comes away with the ball, and just like that, Cherry Creek has possession again. I don't believe it.
What has been going on in these last 5 minutes of the game, Adam? I mean, like, we've seen
This is a circus show.
muff, fumble, turnover, sack. We're seeing all the big plays, and Cherry Creek could not have had a better time for that muff to happen and recover than right now. Now, they're in Legends territory at their 46-yard line.
Absolute circus show with 1:48 to go in the third. Vodka gets the snap, fakes the handoff, deep throw down the sideline. And the catch from Jeremiah Hoffman as he stands and points to the end zone. He knows that that was a huge play for the Bruins offense. Right over.
Jeremiah Hoffman just lost the defender. That was awful. You know he absolutely wanted that after having the ball go through his hands in the first half on what was going to be a big touchdown play from him, and now he's making up for it, bossing the defender. He got the elevation, reached up,
Yes.
got it. What a play from Cherry Creek! They're coming alive.
Got it right off the dome of Peyton Auckland on that one. 1:28, 1st and 10 on the 12. Across the line. Vodka's got a throw, and he's got another man on the reception. That one's Elijah Landrum again. And the tackler there is a little bit banged up. I think it's Peyton Auckland. He gets to his feet. Yeah.
Great play though by Legend, able to meet the receiver there. Big time stop. They're within the red zone, so bend don't break. Let's see what Legend can do, but
They've been here before, but just not quite able to make it. They have only one touchdown on the night with a minute to go. The clock running in the third quarter. 2nd down and 7 on the 9-yard line. Clutch moment here for the Bruins. 2 running backs, 2 receivers. The tight end switches over to the near side. Shotgun snap. And running it up through the middle is Elijah Cromwell as he reaches out in the end zone and he fumbles it as he lands down in the end zone. Does Cherry Creek get the ball? Let's see what the call is here. Cherry Creek thinks that they have it. Cromwell thinks he's got a touchdown.
it's looked like
Yes.
a touchdown. He crossed the goal line. I think
And
they're going to rule it a touchdown.
waiting for the hands to go in the air.
I think it's a touchdown. Now they're going
Yes.
for a PAT.
They'll go for the PAT with 39 seconds here. 12-10. Now the Cherry Creek Bruins have taken the first lead that they've had in this contest. Kicking is Yolan Quintana. Here's the snap. It's held, and it's through. Yolan Quintana puts the Bruins up 13-10.
Cherry Creek coming alive like Frankenstein. That was a phenomenal drive. Not exactly how Cherry Creek wrote it up on the muffed punt, but taking full advantage, letting the ball air out to Jeremiah Hoffman, who had the amazing Randy Moss-esque catch, and then finally giving the ball to the power back Elijah Cromwell to punch it in, reach across the goal line. And now Cherry Creek, after being down 10-0 in the end of the first half, are up 13-10 with 39 seconds left in the third.
And you see the work that Elijah Cromwell has put in for the Bruins tonight. He had the first touchdown just a few minutes ago, jumping over the defensive line, flying into the end zone, and this time he goes underneath them, diving his way into the end zone. Cromwell is putting in a massive effort for the Bruins offense.
He's phenomenal for Cherry Creek so far. You got to have Jaden Fox get those big yards, those big gains, so you can set up Elijah Cromwell in the red zone so he can punch it into the end zone.
39 seconds to go in the third quarter. 13-10 is the score. Quintana is going to kick for the Bruins. And in the backfield there is number 2, Ryken Banks, who's going to run it up through the middle. He gets to the Mountain West logo at the 25-ish yard line. I think he'll be at the 22 for that.
Yeah, the 22.
Is that right? Yeah.
the fives mess us up a little bit.
It does.
We're backwards on it sometimes, but
Sometimes I can't count too, so.
better tackle from Cherry Creek on that one. And now the Legend offense is back out there and coming off of their last drive when they were able to recover a muffed punt. They fumbled first play.
And it feels like Legend has gotten complacent here. Maybe that lead will be a reminder of what they had in the first half. 13-10, 35 seconds to go. On the 22. Waiting for that snap. Quick throw over the top of the line, and it's picked up by Kellen Markin as he breaks out to the 40-yard line on the Titans side. Tackled down by number 27 free safety, Dwight Johnson. I think that might be his first one of the game.
Might be, but there is a flag on the east side of the field on the far end. See what the
If it's offense, that's devastating for the Titans as they're trying desperately to push up the field here. 29 seconds to go.
Officials are convening.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what they want to call.
Wow. Illegal formation called on the offense. I didn't hear the number on that one. Did you catch that, Phoenix?
I'm not exactly sure if there was
Was there a specific player?
I think they were saying 5 people in
Five,
the back,
okay.
5 players in the backfield, and the Legend coaching is irate.
Yeah, you can see him. He's
frustrated.
Yeah, it looks like Monty Thielen is all up in the face of the black hat official here. And
that's the official that
that's the one that's
the Legend sideline too. So
he is still
frustrating.
He is still standing out there on the 20-yard line, clapping his hands, pointing down the line. You can hear the Titans fans now booing. He takes his headset off and storms back to the Titans sideline. He is furious on that play.
It's like when the opposing team's coach is frustrated, that's when you, as your fan base, comes alive because you know that the other team is frustrated and you're just smiling in their frustration.
That's so demeaning, Phoenix.
It's not demeaning. It's football.
25 seconds to go. 13-10. 1st and 15. Rolling back there into Riken Banks was the throw from Farley. Another flag on the play. Oh, my goodness. We've got another stoppage here.
After the player ran out of bounds.
Yeah.
Wonder what this one's going to be called. It might go against Legend again. This is brutal. Legend and Cherry Creek swapping places on the penalties now.
17 seconds to go as the clock stopped. 1st and 15. We'll see if... Yeah, no. So the Titans offense gets another penalty, it looks like. We're going to hear the official call here, but the official was motioning to the Titans side. It's 2nd and 20 now. They were on the 15, so they lost another 5 yards on the play. Yep. That's number 72.
I think it was 62.
Are you sure it's 62? Point is, 1st down and 20. Ball on the 12 now with 17 seconds. And the number 72 there is Colt Davis, who's a guard, the freshman. 6'2", 241. Wow. Quick handoff there. This one's to Jaden Lawrence. Lawrence tries to find something down the sideline, but coming up on the tackle this time is number 43 of the Bruins with 7 seconds to go here. 13-10 is the score as we round out the 3rd quarter.
Back one if it was 1st and 10, but it's not 1st and 10. It was 1st and 20 off of the penalties from Legend. And as the 3rd quarter comes to a close, Cherry Creek has the lead, and Legend are on their heels this time around.
Legend's the one that's down, and they've got some work to do as they go into the 4th quarter, Phoenix.
It's going to be a tough one for sure. This is definitely a very, very exciting 5A state championship game. Night and day from what we saw from in the first half. This second half, it's just been explosive.
We have to consider the fact that you're looking at a team that's been to the state championship 7 times since 2013. The Bruins, that is, against a team that hasn't been in this situation before. You've got a team in the Bruins who has several commits to D1 programs once they get out of here, out of high school. Guys like T.I., who's going to have 20 D1 offers to schools like Texas and Miami. And then you look at the Legend Titans roster, and Your best player is Jaden Lawrence, who's committed to Wyoming. Your best player on paper. The rest of these guys don't have a lot of looks to other programs. It just goes to show that, even what's shown on paper isn't always what's shown on the field. And the 6th seed Titans are proving their might here. They're down 3. They have a final quarter and an opportunity to walk away with a state championship, but Cherry Creek is not going down without a fight.
Go on paper, pride. And I think that's a big thing that we've seen out of the 5A classification. And the biggest takeaway from someone who has played 1A football in their high school career, when I notice 5A football, there's a lot of pride. It's not just state championship you're fighting for pride.
Start of the 4th quarter. Quick throw there and another reception from Kellen Martin. He's got another one here in the last 5 minutes as he gets taken down on the 16-yard line. The tackle there is Braylon Hodge, number 8.
Start off the 4th quarter for Legend. It is now 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
They were able to gain 9 yards.
I said the 16, but they're on the 21 now as the clock rolls.
It's just that we're struggling.
I can't math. It's always been a struggle for me. That's why I chose liberal arts as a major. 2 running backs in the backfield. Quick snap again as the Titans try to push the offense. Nowhere to go there is Nicholas Farley as he's got to run to the far side. He's still got a chance to throw and interception. Thrown right into the hands of the defender. Let's see the number who comes up out of the... Did he drop it?
Complete.
The catch there was number 3, the incomplete catch, Trayvon Polk. He threw a dot right to Polk, the defender, and that could have been devastating for the Titans, man.
Yeah, they had the quarterback Farley rolling out to the left and complete duress. The play was already broken up. The pocket was collapsing. A defender had him spinning out, and he finally let it go, but it was right into the hands of a Cherry Creek defender that was 5 feet in front of him off of an incredible jump on the ball. And luckily for Legend, it falls incomplete, and they have to now punt.
And then Luis Carlos of Legend got that tackle, which saved, or he got he got his hand in the mix, which stopped Trayvon Polk from getting that interception. So the Titans narrowly walk away from this one. It's 4th and 11 on the 21.
Timeout on the field. There's a player down on the sideline.
Yeah, let's see if we can spot in on here. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's off to the sideline here. We've got a stoppage to play with 11-13. 13-10 is the score as the Cherry Creek Bruins are up. And if I'm not mistaken, I can't see the angle very well of the number.
He's being very
Yes.
by the athletic trainers on him.
I know that Jaden Lawrence is standing above him, so it might be his fellow running back Riken Banks here. We're not going to speculate too much as we wait.
But what a phenomenal play from Cherry Creek on that last play. Trayvon Polk almost coming away with an interception on that one. It would have been completely out of hand if Cherry Creek came away with the interception. Now they're still trying to figure out the Legend player on the Legend sideline. It's okay. It looks like he's able to make it to his...
He's up on his feet.
But he's being helped still by players and coaching.
That's the number 0. That's the quarterback, Nicholas Farley. The Titans quarterback is not on his own strength on the sideline. His running back, Jaden Lawrence, is helping him out here. This is not good for the Titans.
He did get hit pretty hard trying to let that ball go on that play and tried to get off the field of play. And he did get hurt, and that's tough. That's brutal if you're the Legend Titans. You now don't...
Wow. Backup for the Titans is number 13, Michael Masinich. And this is tough for the Titans as they have to punt it away.
Defense has to step up big now.
Carson Flowers gets the kick off here, the punt, and immediately the catch there from Sarno, and he's tackled down quickly by the Titans defense. That was...
But I was kind of expecting a muff with the
I was too.
So far in the 5A state championship, I was kind of expecting a little bit of a muff, a little bit of excitement. It must be really, really cold out here. I mean, we kind of have the windows open. It's a little chilly.
It is a little bit. It's a little bit chilly now. It's 35 degrees. We started the day at 60. Well, that was in the midday for the 4A state championship game. That was by far the best weather we've had all week, other than yesterday, which was your birthday, by the way. Quick play here, running to the outside is Maxwell Lovett. He is brought down right at the sideline by Aaron Olson with 10:55 to go on now the 43-yard line, or where the start of that drive was for the Bruins.
Sweet play by Cherry Creek down to the right. A good gain of 4 on that play. They're almost at midfield. They're cracking on the door of Legend territory. Cherry Creek, their momentum is not lost quite yet.
And this is where experience beats the pride that you were talking about. Cherry Creek is going to try to dominate here in the final 10 minutes and 24 seconds. Vodka fakes the handoff from behind him, and then Elijah Cromwell is going to run up through the middle and jumps over the 50-yard line. His tackler is number 5, Brody Dodge.
And Cromwell, he just cannot be denied. He is such a hard runner. He has the vision of a true running back, and that's really hard to see sometimes in the high school football level. But Cromwell, he has it, and he has his eyes on the prize, and they're just a few yards away from the first down.
9:53 to go here in the fourth quarter in the 5A state championships. This is the last game in the 2024 fall season of football. The run there from Vodka on the quarterback run as a flag goes. He tried to stretch out for a few yards and was brought down by number 5, Brody Dodge, and 7, Aaron Olson.
And penalties continue to pile on in this game. And the penalties have been fairly even so far. 9 penalties out of Cherry Creek and 4 on Legend, pending this one being called.
Let's see what the call is here, Phoenix. Official's still discussing, and now he turns around and makes the call. Number 22 on the defense picks up the face mask personal foul. That's Braylon Auckland. Man, the Titans are struggling here as Cherry Creek advances down the field. They're on the Titans 32 now.
Cherry shoot themselves in the foot the last half, and now it's Legend doing it to themselves in this one.
There's the snap to Vodka, the handoff to Cromwell again. Cromwell around the outside tries to break 2 defenders, and they both wrap him up. The first one there, Brody Dodge, and then behind him was 32. It's 9:21 now.
Run again from Cromwell. They got him going, and now he can't be stopped. He can't be denied. He's just going to keep running the ball down the throat of Legend until Legend figures out a way to stop him.
And Cromwell has 73 yards tonight. That's behind Jaden Fox, who still has advanced him with 99. But Cromwell in this moment has the momentum. 2nd and 4 on the 26. Vodka handed it off. Faked like he was going to throw, and coming up out of the pile is Cromwell again, but he's hurt. He's grabbing his chest. He did get a few yards, but there's a flag on the play as well. Cromwell is on his feet, though.
Looks like they're going to tag number 87 of Cherry Creek for unsportsmanlike conduct or some unnecessary roughness. He was getting a little bit extra in the blocking after the play was already over, and we saw 3 flags come in on that exact spot. The refs are convening,
Yeah.
and the flags are circling them almost. You know, it's just kind of weird.
They're making a triangle with the flags below them. Here's the call. Wow. It's called on the offense. Unnecessary roughness.
Unnecessary roughness, helmet contact on the offense.
And we thought it was going to be the tight end who plays defense. Or, well, we thought it was going to be 87 at least for the Titans. But instead, or was it? Yeah. Hold on.
I think it was called on number 80.
Was it 87? Did you say 87?
Yep. I think he
Okay.
did say
So, yeah, the tight end here for the Titans, Ty Gotchi, picks up that unnecessary roughness with 8:47 to go. Yeah.
penalty of the game.
No, that's yeah, that's right. Here's the snap. Shotgun. Vodka tried to hand it off to Cromwell, and Cromwell's got nowhere to go. They lose yards on that play. The tackler flying in there is Brody Dodge. Another good defensive play from the Titans on that one.
And they are taking full advantage of the break they were just given on that penalty committed by Cherry Creek. really anybody that commits a penalty, they're just going to go backwards. That's kind of just the theme we've seen today. And now Cherry Creek, they're faced with a 3rd and long.
Cromwell trying to do more work here for the Bruins. 8:05, 3rd and 15 on the 37. Spread out across the line. 4 receivers. Vodka drops back. He's got all the time in the world. Steps through the pocket and makes a throw to no man, and it lands at the 10-yard line.
We flushed by the legend defensive lineman on that one, and just threw it up. And you're right, no one was there, but I think a lot of that had to do with the contact he had to endure on that one. Now Cherry Creek, they're left with the decision on 4th and 15.
Do you want to advance the lead even more? Or do you just try to
If I'm
try to
Cherry
make?
Creek,
What do you try to do here, Phoenix? That's what I'm really getting at.
right now, it looks like their offense is going to stay out there. But if I'm Cherry Creek, I would definitely try and punt it. I'm actually surprised they don't have a 5-star kicker the way Cherry Creek operates on their team. And it looks like they are going to go for it.
Wow, quick setup, quick snap, but there's a flag, and now it's the officials that are stopping the momentum.
Delay a game on the offense. They did not choose quick enough.
They did
They
not.
did not decide.
They
quick
stayed
enough.
in the huddle so long they had to run back to the line, and they got a delay of game, and now it's 4th down with not 15. That should be
20.
Yeah, 20.
It's 4th and 20 now.
Yeah.
And they're still going to go for
They're
it.
doing it again here. 7:55. 4th and 20 on the Titans 42. Now Vodka's going to kick. What in the world? He punted that one off.
And it's going to go back into the end zone for a touchdown.
That was Braden Fowler Nikolowski-esque of him.
Yeah, I mean, we see that sometimes, with certain quarterbacks taking punts. We saw Brady do it. I've seen Ben Roethlisberger do it. I feel like there was been a Broncos quarterback that has done it at least once. Probably Elway. I could be wrong, but sometimes you have that quarterback kick it when you're within the 40 yards of your opposing territory. Usually, you want to try and get within the 20-yard line, but that just sailed right into the end zone.
Let's not forget now that as the Titans are on offense, they've lost their starting quarterback, Nicholas Farley. We'll see if he's out on the field, and it looks like he's made his way back out there. Filling in for him was Michael Masinich at the end of that last possession, but he's on his own 2 feet now on the 1st and 10 on the 20 with 7:50 to go in the 4th. They're down 3, 13-10. There's the handoff to Jaden Lawrence. Lawrence is stuck down by 2 defenders. Coming up out of the pile there is number 50, Kane Brackney.
Yeah, luckily Legends quarterback Farley had probably the wind knocked out of him. That's my guess as to what had happened for him to be able to come back and play some more. He's tough. He's a tough quarterback for a Legend, and this Legend team has been very, very tough throughout, but they still remain to be down by 3 going into this one.
Ball on the 21, 2nd down and 9 to go here. Clock is still running with 7:20. Titans looking to make something happen. Shotgun, 2 running backs, 1 receiver on both sides. The throw there, the pickup from Riken Banks, and they lose yards on the play again as the tackler there is Dwight Johnson flying in.
And just a good play by the defense, stopping them behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of a couple yards. And players just had to take their teammate away for a second because you're standing over them, kind of letting them know, like, hey, I just got you. And
Yeah,
they
don't want to get called
in a game like this.
They don't want to get called for anything right now, especially when you're only up by 3. Everything's going to count, but the Titans have got to make it happen on 3rd and 10 with 20 on the 20-yard line. Running through the pocket is Farley, and Farley has to throw in his man there, Riken Banks. Banks runs out to the near sideline. Chasing him was number 20, Strassi Spicaro, the outside linebacker.
Yeah, Farley found the open Banks and hit the vault as he was going on the crossing route and absolutely went and landed the jackpot, getting the 1st down and some well-needed momentum. Big play on the 20-yard gain for the Legend Titans.
6:26 to go in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10 now as the Titans finally get a break and push it upfield. On the 39. Farley in shotgun. Has 2 receivers on the far side. 1 tight end. The handoff to Riken Banks as he runs up. And he's brought down by number 10, who's had some pretty significant tackles here. I think that was number 50, actually, Kane Brackney.
Really good defensive effort again from Cherry Creek. It's been a really good chess battle so far. We've seen out of both these teams nearing the end of the fourth quarter. We're just about in under T-minus 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Cherry Creek with the 3-point lead and Legend. They're trying to get back into Cherry Creek territory and get some points.
Titans trying to take down the dominant Cherry Creek Bruins, the best team in the state in the 5A state championships. And a backwards pitch off of the throw goes to Jaden Lawrence, and Lawrence finds a few yards on the far sideline. Explain that play to the people, Phoenix.
Let me tell you what that was. That was a solid hook and ladder. You get it on the flat, and then you bounce it back over to the running back, run it up and behind. You know where I think they got the inspiration for that? The girls' flag football team, the Legend team that beat Cherry Creek earlier on this season in the playoffs. Hey, if it works, why not try it out? And obviously you get the big gain out of that one. 8 yards on that play. Great job by the Legend Titans.
Wouldn't that be something for both teams to do it in the same fashion over Cherry Creek, huh? 5:05 to go. 3rd down and 3 to go on the 46 in the fourth quarter. Handoff there right to Nicholas Farley on a wildcat play. That was crazy. The snap went to the running back, and he handed it off to the quarterback instead.
That was a phenomenal play from the Legend Titans, able to get the first down, and now they're in Cherry Creek territory at the 45-yard line. Legend Titans, they're back on offense. We've been seeing them able to drive earlier on in the first half. It's been a little bit of a struggle so far in the second. Cherry Creek has kind of stepped up a little bit, but now the Legend Titans are finding their groove.
Legend Tigers get into the Cherry Creek side of the field here. A lot of players stacked up on the inside. Three options to hand off to, and instead he throws outside. Oh, that throw was just overhead to Kellen Marchin, and that could have done it for the Titans. He was wide open.
I am absolutely stunned because we saw both defenders collide into each other. The receiver went on the break, and it was wide open, and it was just over by a hair. The fingertips grazed that ball, and it went incomplete. That's brutal if you're a Legend because you had pretty much a free touchdown right there.
You can see the view of the student sections. Their jaws are just on the floor after seeing that play. 4:26 to go. 13-10 is the score. The Bruins up. Farley takes the snap, drops way back in the pocket. He's got all day to throw. And where is he going to? He had no one there. It would have been an ineligible man. I think he wanted to go to Lawrence instead. The closest person there was a big man, number 74, Jesse Morton.
Looks like they were trying to set up some sort of running back screen on that one, but the running back was stuffed up and the lineman went too far past the 5-yard marker. It looks like they're going to call an ineligible player downfield against the Titans.
Yeah, that was
absolutely for Legend.
That's exactly what that was. Morton ran out there, huh?
And after a penalty like this, it's going to be important how they respond.
There it is. Jesse Morton picked up on the ineligible man there. He was running all by himself out of the 50-yard line. And then you see Nicholas Farley roll out and try to throw it that direction, but obviously he's the left guard. You're not going to be able to get it to him on that play.
They're just trying to set up a screenplay on that one and
try to get Lawrence to break out for the catch, right?
Got really gone.
2nd and 15, right there on the 50-yard line in the fourth quarter now. 4:22 to go. Titans have got to get a score here. Faking the handoff is Farley. He's got 2 defenders on him, throws over the top of the defense, and it's nearly caught by Kellen Marchin in between 2 defenders. But that's number 0 on the play, Aiden Kanapke, who stops things for the Titans on a potentially big catch.
Aiden Napke absolutely punched that ball out. The Washington State commit coming in at the most perfect time. But it does look like there is a flag on that east side. We've seen a lot of penalties in this one, and it just continues into the fourth quarter.
Totally right about that as well. The Washington State commit. The Cherry Creek defense is just one of those defenses that everyone's looking at the next level. Another ineligible receiver call. This time number 54 is Hunter Sarbaugh. So that's twice in one drive that we've seen ineligible men down the field. A couple of big guys. The right guard and the left guard both called on that. They're running outside of their bounds here.
The play went incomplete, but at least if it went incomplete, you wouldn't have gone backwards.
4:16, 2nd and 20 on the 45. They got pushed back, and now Farley has to throw. He's under duress, and he airs one out to the sideline out of bounds. The edge rusher there coming up hot was number 10, I think, for the Cherry Creek Bruins. Ashton Shepherdson, yeah, it was there.
And that's just absolutely tough because on 2nd and 20, just no one able to catch that one. The sideline had a better opportunity to catch that because that's pretty much where it went anyways. And just a very tough situation now. Legend Titans are being faced with 3rd and 20 from their own 45-yard line. And Cherry Creek defense, they're keeping up the pressure right now.
Time is ticking here for the Titans on offense. They've got 4 minutes and 12 seconds to put something on the board and advance a lead or at least tie with a field goal, 13-10. Stoppage in play on 3rd and 20, still on the 45. Timeout called by Cherry Creek. That's their second one of the half. They burned up all 3 at the end of the first half. Might be a similar story here as we close out the 5A state championships.
They'll have one more timeout with 4 minutes left in the 4th quarter. This is going to be an interesting play call for the Legend Titans. I mean, we saw the hook and ladder, we saw the big throws, we saw the big runs. This team can pretty much do whatever they want to do, but Cherry Creek has made that very difficult on defense because they've stepped up big time. But the big thing continues in this game to be the penalties. The 6 penalties have been called on Legend that cost them 40 yards. And for Cherry Creek, 12 penalties have been called on them for 105 yards. That is 18 penalties called in this game between both teams.
It's definitely not been a clean game, Phoenix, that's for sure.
It's been
and it's cost both teams, and that's why the score you see on the board is only 13-10 instead of what probably should be 42-35 with all the opportunities that both teams have had.
It's sloppy football, and I don't like it.
3rd down, 20, 45-yard line. 4:12 to go here in the 4th quarter. Titans. Nicholas Farley drops back in the pocket, has to run and step to the outside. He's got 2 men chasing him down. He breaks free from the tackle. Still could throw. Instead decides to run across the 50-yard line and spins. First man on him that time was number 20, Jaden Lawrence, as Farley breaks through the defense and gains some yards on the play.
What a play from Farley, able to evade 2 oncoming defensive lineman in the pocket, runs up the sideline, spins out of a tackle, eats a hit, and stays on his feet, and is able to run out of bounds. And unfortunately, it's still going to be 4th down.
It looked like he hit a Madden spin move on that last play on the sideline there. Rolled right around the cornerback.
That hit because he had a whole shoulder go right into his chest, and he stayed on
Yeah.
his feet.
Farley is a workhorse. He was down earlier, took some time off on the sideline, and now he's back playing again. 4th down, 7 to go on the 42 on the Bruins side of the field. And there, they called their timeout. There were 7 seconds on the play clock there, so the Titans had time, and the Cherry Creek Bruins decided to burn their last timeout while the Titans still have 2 left here.
And that's an interesting choice from Dave Logan and this Cherry Creek Bruins. You're now at 3 minutes, 59 seconds, practically 4 minutes left in the 4th quarter, and you have no timeouts with a 3-point lead. That's a lot of control you don't have anymore now going into a very important state championship game. This one's for all the marbles. And now you don't have any timeouts going into the last 4 minutes. Legend still has their 2. And if the Legend Titans can somehow convert on 4th and 8, or 4th and 7, this will be a big blow to the Cherry Creek Bruins.
But on the contrary, if the Bruins do get the stop and they push the ball down the Titans side of the field and get a score, it's going to be all over here with only 4 minutes to go.
Absolutely. It's a game of chess right now. That's the beauty of 5A state championship football.
You can hear the energy from both sides of the crowds picking up now as we enter the final minutes of the 5A state championships and the Colorado football season. There's the snap in the shotgun. Farley's under duress. He's got to roll out. Decides to throw down the sideline, and it's nearly intercepted. Who's coming up out of that? That was number 33 who dove in. Henry Goldberg on the play for the Bruins.
Goldberg, the son of WWE and WCW star Goldberg, putting in the smack down. Big play from him.
Can't wait to see what his future holds. It's going to be a lot of fun.
You think he goes to CU just like oh gosh, I can't remember. I'm drawing blanks now.
It doesn't matter. He's going to be in the WWE anyway afterwards. So that's what he's going to be doing eventually, because he can lay the boom. And now Cherry Creek turned the ball over on downs, and they have full possession at their own 42-yard line.
3:53 now, 1st and 10 on the 42, fourth quarter. Clutch moment here for the Titans as they get wrapped up by a wall of defenders. I'm not sure what the idea was there, Phoenix, but the Titans, it didn't work out in their favor. They lost yards, and now the Titans have to call a timeout.
Titans, looks like they're going to try and get the stops that they need with enough time left on the clock. Playing the play clock, you have 40 seconds on a play clock. That's a lot of time to drain. That's pretty much a minute at a time. And Legend, they're protecting that. If they drain these, if Cherry Creek drains out the clock, there's not much the Legend Titans are going to be able to do to stop them.
Yeah, the Cherry Creek Bruins are playing stronger than they have in the entire game. These last few minutes, they know how important this 3-point lead is. They're going to hold on to it like their life depends on it here and potentially walk away with a 5A state championship that they desperately wanted to have last season. They fell to Columbine. They made some mental mistakes, some silly mistakes really last season, and they're trying not to do the same thing here as they've got a narrow lead, but a lead is a lead with 3:48 to go.
And they were still committing mistakes. I mean, they were still committing mistakes in the first half. And honestly, it's just a tale of two halves, but it's really a tale of two different teams. Cherry Creek not able to score anything and down 10-0 to Legend. Legend pretty much doing whatever they want because Cherry Creek shooting themselves in the foot. Now it's Cherry Creek scoring 13, holding Legend to 0 points in the second half, and Legend shooting themselves in the foot.
2nd and 6 on the 46 on the Cherry Creek side of the field here. 3:48 to go, 13-10. Vodka hands off to Cromwell. Cromwell finds an opening, gets ahead of his, finally brought down by Caleb Lilahorn.
And that's absolutely huge.
I think that was maybe 15 Derek Neuenschwander on that tackle there for the Titans.
And now he's got the first down. There's 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. Legend only has one.
At least tie the game, or at least tie the game with a field goal. But now is the time for the defense to pick up harder than they have in the entire game. We've seen how good they can play. Why give it up now?
It's just really tough.
It's seen how good they can play. Why give it up now?
It's just really tough. It's not even that they want to give it up. It's just they may not even get a chance. They may not get another chance. They had their chance. It went incomplete. It went short, and the penalty set them back and made it even more difficult. This is definitely a really tough pill to swallow if you're Legend. You just got to dig deep, figure something out, hold Cherry Creek behind the first down line to gain, and you get maybe a chance, maybe a minute left. I don't know. There's really...
Defense trying to blitz. Cromwell on the handoff again. That's 3 in a row now, and they push the line forward as the offense continues to move down the field here.
Looks like the official is running down the first down line, maybe just behind the first down line, and it's going to be 3rd and inches.
John Niedrenhaus on that tackle as well for the Titans as the clock continues to run here. 2:44 to go. 13-10. The Bruins are up.
It is now 3rd and inches. The Legend fans are getting loud because they know this play will determine if Legend gets a chance or not.
This means everything here. Under center as Vodka pushes over the line. I think they got the first down on that.
I think so too.
That's crucial for the Bruins.
Those chains are gonna move. With 2 minutes, 24 left in the fourth quarter, it is a first down, Cherry Creek. And Adam, I think you can pretty much
cap things off here for the Bruins. Is that what you're telling me?
Say you may as well start.
Well, you start thinking
on the championship trophy.
You start thinking about it now, but the Bruins, they still have to move the ball down the field here for a few plays, so the Titans could make something happen here.
They absolutely could.
And then go get a field goal. Another handoff to Cromwell. Cromwell pushes up again. Pushing back is number 4, Brody Schuss. And the Titans window keeps closing as Cromwell moves inch by inch up the field and yard by yard. The Bruins offense is unstoppable here in the final 4 minutes.
And this is just getting even tougher now for the Legend Titans to get the ball back. 2nd and 7, and with a minute and a half left, Cherry Creek, all they really need to do is just run the ball out, and this state championship is pretty much theirs.
Minute 26, 2nd and 7. This could be it, Phoenix. Vodka and shotgun. Here's a snap. Cromwell, another handoff. Finds another opening. Breaks a few for a few more yards again, and Schuss is there for another tackle. We've seen the repeat 4 times in a row now on the plays.
Cromwell, once again, becoming the over-reliable. He's been phenomenal in this matchup, getting himself a phenomenal.
There are the goodbye chants from the Cherry Creek student section as 55 seconds and counting go down on the score clock. 13-10, 3rd and 4 on the 30.
I was about to say that too, man.
Cherry Creek, I think, has done it, Phoenix. I don't believe it.
Cromwell just needs 1 more yard, and he has over 100 yards, and
there it is! Cromwell on another handoff, breaks free, and goes 100+ in the 5A state championships, and Cherry Creek is the 5A state champions.
Guys, it looks like a Cherry Creek celebrating as a player is down.
That's Cromwell. Cromwell's down.
Cromwell's down as the sideline clears. Well, I've never seen a celebration quite like that, but it looks like they're going to get Cromwell.
I think Cromwell's up, baby. Clock's going to run out. 2, 1, and that's it. Cherry Creek got what they wanted to get last year. They finally do it here. Dave Logan and his team take the 5A state championship over the Legend Titans.
And finally, Cherry Creek has done it. This is their redemption. They have finally achieved it after coming up short to Columbine last year. Cherry Creek, you are the 2024 5A Colorado High School football state champions.
It's a happy moment for Cherry Creek and a somber moment for the Legend Titans, who battled as the 6th seed in this state playoff brackets and have defied the odds all the way to the end. Like you said, Phoenix, I think they still played for the pride, and the fact that they could make it here for the first time says a heck of a lot for the program for years to come.
I think the program plays a big factor into Cherry Creek coming back in this one. They were able to hold the Legend Titans to 0 points in the second half and go 13 unanswered in what was them being down 10-0 in the first half. Legend had this team in the palm of their hands. They had them. And Cherry Creek just found a way to win. And I gotta say, Elijah Cromwell, he is 100%, absolutely should be the MVP of this game. Over 100 yards on the ground, 102 to be exact, and 2 touchdowns. He has been phenomenal and a big reason why this team won this game.
Absolute dominating performance from Cromwell. He played his heart out. Cherry Creek battles back from being down 10-0 in the first half, shut out in the first half, and they fight their way all the way back to win 13-10. The final score, Cherry Creek gets the 5A state championship here at Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, Colorado.
And this has been a very successful state championship series. I mean, we did this last year.
Yes.
We're doing it this year. Once again, a very successful set of games, and all of them were very close and very fun to watch. And it came down to the very last game as well as another second half comeback resulting in state champions.
It's been a fantastic day, man. Thompson Valley took the 3A state championship. Broomfield took the 4A, and Cherry Creek obviously with the 5A here. We've had an honor to call these games today here, Phoenix.
It's been phenomenal.
For 90.5 KCSU, I'm Adam Gross alongside Phoenix Barons. We've got Gideon Agner. Everybody come in here. Jose Munoz. All of these people have helped us out today. And then you and Pert earlier today as well helped us out on the drives. We thank all of you who have listened or tuned in throughout the day, who aren't here to watch and who've been wherever you're at to watch. We thank you all. KCSU always has and always will bring you sports.